Finalizing draft. EOA intro. The neurodegenerative cognate. As I shall highlight, explicitly for your corroborative alignments and dissemination. The following definitions assist deciphering extrapolative analytics and self-assessment with all innate autonomic adjustment, adaptation and assimilative protocols. As you actuate your learning potentials, such as passive and innate, all you but need do is learn proactively. Reference, habitus, the effect that the life experience has, as the personhood develops, especially when openly impressionable to the environmental stimulus. Consider anthropomorphic stimulants of extra-extensible factors, i.e., peripherals. A potential intrusion, fashioning via sooth, sin flood, and alternate analog resonance, via vanity ergonomic production, commodity, services rendered as crypto-tender, roboticism, technologists. Industry and readapted, recycled, structural standards. Definition. Anthropomorphism. The attribution of human characteristics or behavior to a god, animal, or object. Consider antiquated memorabilia anchorage, setting and disturbance of rested artifacts, and transit factors up there down here. And the multi-location of motion emulation potentials to still thresholds, especially significant concerning more recent movements and accumulation, i.e., museums. Acknowledge. Xenoglossy, the ability of a person to suddenly learn to write and speak a foreign language without any natural means such as studying or research, but that is often rather bestowed by so-called divine agents. And dermo-optical perception, the ability to perceive unusual sensory stimuli through the skin. Reviewing advice. List of psychic abilities, wikipedia.org. Definition. Anchorage. An area off the coast which is suitable for a ship to anchor. Similar denominations to mooring, harbor, port, roads, marina, moorage, harborage, roadstead, consider, homestead, attribution. AKA, the action of securing something to a base, or the state of being secured. Analogical example. The plant needs firm anchorage. A historical reference is an anchorite's dwelling place. Definition. Anchorite. A religious recluse. Late Middle English. From medieval, Latin, anchor reta, ecclesiastical Latin anchor reta, from ecclesiastical Greek, anachor retes, from anachor reign, meaning, to retire, from ana meaning, back, plus chora. Or core, meaning, a place. Equate, the multilingual morphologies. Further exemplified of post-urn, meaning a back or side entrance. Account for primary and secondary, tertiary, fourth, etc., multiplex potentialities, dative anchorites, and the decrypt denominating primes of such word definitions. Neurolinguistical extra-expansive tracing method, i.e., simuli-crum, vacuum vacancy. Periphery vision, displacement patterns, and mindful visional view, remote to locale subjection, as the extra-stimulant filtration, ergonomic, archetypal originality. Magnus of GPS circumference, biocircuitries and bioengine capacitations, measured allowances, acuity, etc. Author's note. A groupthink, biocircuitry, inductive of emittance, the impressionable subjected against as a relay stereotypical of narcissistic and sociopathic radio and other types of EMF aggregation. In relaying parley from subject to subject, within such power net, that is, thousands of individuals tethered and in constant contact, a brain net precog cataloged echelon, a corporate phantom menace, it does sound Fugen berserk, doesn't it? Maybe, at first glance or thought. Well, a negative equity, disquality via viewership. The subordinating maintenance of adopted pacifiers, passive-aggressive, self-reprimanded and hopelessly networked via cast assertions played upon and through the psyche. Whereby failed conformism resulting a digressive binary regression, a ostracizing and exclusion from something, mana, and even exile, transmitted as a malicious extension of consequence. That of additional nodules, external to its wicked supreme, attempted as a aversion, external to such xenonet. A interval modulative of suggestive megalomanic animism, and totemism, i.e., Pagan Nist Requiem Foliae Dux, delusion of two or more, sponsored by established orthodoxy of certain denominations and even then certain enclaved necro-political catalog. You guessed it, stupid idiotic self-assumed satanic and Luciferian fools, of internalized catalyst primary antagonists, aka ring leaders, typical of the ids of regressive superego. Insufferable of the parsed datum streamed via dreamscape aggregated blockchains, a thoughtography metric transcription, a bio-circuit. Filtrated as an abstract triggering and compensative of actual actuations by the person age, group, prescribed during sleep, and solicited overtly upon the despondent individuals. Unaware and oblivious, or, simply, mad, of such serval control freaking behavioral illusory assertion of dominance, hopelessly subsistent to self-important dominion. Sleep as if wakeful and wakeful as if sleep, a escapism that isn't difficult at all to ascertain the babified adults, sitting in solitary confinement cells. Preaching and emitting what has catalyzed them internally is, alternate nimbus and semi-detached aureola. The personification via such abstract programming, a subtoliminal to overt, subordination, as if transmissible approximated upon multi-locations, so hence the amplitude via cybernetic hacking. Dumbasses acclimatized to alternates of binary, schizoid Schrödinger para-multi-boxed alienated antenna. The attempt of transmitting the aerial antennae as extensible expansion methods, typically associated with MMORPG video games, CGI, and animation. Albeit it must be said of a shared victimhood victimization. A. Telemetric, telematic, telephonic, television aggregate, conduit, and transmogrification potential, meaning, to change or alter greatly and often with grotesque or humorous effect. A sufficient example of such impetus is full body suit tattooed, and soft asphyxiation, soft kill tactile haptic, combined of cyanide, nanogel, fluorescence, acrylic, electrochemical. Electrolytic potency of nefariously and esoterically sourced occultist anchorage. Transited of immunodefense, superorganism, altered carbon revulsion, as weapons system templates, whereby the contents molecularly fabricated, as synths, via such example as silicone and elemental entangled ganglion plastics, and isomorphic incorporeal imitation games of AIM Eurekas of superpower houses. Do the math, such as explanation of cryptid G hosts, a sequenced macrobiome as further example of the down-war spiral of abysmal actuality, dead-end devolution. Now, think of the potential escalation of sudden abrupt incorporeal to corporeal modification, pertaining to optical transmission over the significance of lifespans, progenitor to progeny. The bio-circuit tesseract, inheritable through the shared genetic memory, whilst imprinted against covertly as a duality of staged filial imprinting, and ethereally, to a polymorphic hard-to-soft mode alteration, meaning an organism or inorganic object, or material, that assumes various forms. Think of such as if a cyber-facilitated warfare antagonism, and voila, a soft-to-hard mode modulating electric effects, multi-layered in neural mental imaged sear and sooth. The tracy via the optical functions of the biogenic specimen and actuations thereof, thus, subroutine attenuations. This extrapolation was easy for me to ascertain of the potential, possible probabilities. It is easy for you to interpret the actuality that such is definitively possible. Therefore, high-techs at terminal devices such as unitary mechanisms via supercomputers and entire server farms, and indeed the entire technological grid, worldwide. Instigating a low-tech supposition, self-absorbed and self-assuming sociopathic supremacy transferring, via contrasts of illusory privilege in bondage after effects of torture. Inclusive of trigger words and phrases, lingual semantics, syllable and acoustic, visual mnemonic cues, replicated as a control-Lee-troll-Lee grids of sim. Think of the potential aggregate of such macrocosmic significance, of a committed, transgenic, maginal misanthropy against the extant actuality of biogenic species, spies and scryers. Screenings and templating stencils of imprinting detachments, as future rendezvous via character creation screening, patent typeset precasts. A delusional extremes of towers of Bab belling worldwide hums, harmonics, acoustics, reverberation chambers via magneto-optic traps, as get-out-of-jail-free cards against humanities. A 1% of 1% re-evaluations, a self-absorbed pathways of tuned loony, called a bin. Transmitting a no more Romano, confusion of dead and live language, bodies, brains, organs, thoughts, feelings, life, times, homes, jobs, occupations, vocations, sex, genders, orientations, beliefs, knowledge, evolutions, senses, etc., 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 of species. The calculus is ruinous devastation. Note, it's not all doom and gloom though. We have been rescuing, tending, mending and recovering, all that of two of this that here and there. Salvaging the situation as best can be, for right now is enough for right now. Courtesy from vanquished we vanquish. Leadership qualities do apply. Mediation intro. Winning enemies and influencing friends. Anyways. The following is a personal notation, for depth of context and introduction, that I will progressively apply personal conjecture, objective analytics, discovery, exploration and systemic causal and symptomatic affecting influences, that could be of animism and totemism, pagan and subverting creed, that of which you will undoubtedly comprehend. Such synchronous with the habitus of anthro and antum, and other impressions in expressions as you progress with this course, though a horror of misanthropy that speaks volumes more about it. I highly suspect such quagmire that has resulted a sociopathic binge, has been portrayed and betrayed as a combative conflictive, inner cliques. A static debasing synth noise and reverberated deafening silence, electrical static and harmonica cymatics. Threatened as a rebase in diverse disquality against thinking, primarily and emulated secreted superfluous egoism self-processed of deification, self-worship. Something we must strive to remedy and stabilize, circumnavigate, and balance, and then so, dispatch as amicably as possibly, for embassies of mutual benefactions have, and are. The esteeming readiness and instant appeal, fortifications of ready, steady, calm, ready for anything. Such eventing is of, and has been of, convergent macrocosmic significance that includes you, me, and everybody, do consider here. The great chain and ether theorem's analogical and metaphorical examples. The purpose of this is primarily to providing you and your family with extracurricular stimulating foundation. Enthusiastically and proactively applying your self-presence whilst we remedy of wayward precog and retrocog in taught crime aggregate static behavioral neural and psychogenic distilleries. Combative abrasive inflection, suggestion out of alignment, and so guidance, whilst we readjust with all preventative measures again a negative debase that had been escalated upon. This is command, with purposeful guidance, and thus communicative necessities. All are welcome to participate. It is a open dialogue, yet appropriating, too, for sensitive beings we are, of, and archetypes and filters. Also age groups of all such catalogues of categories, volved, of this and that, the measure of immeasurable continuity with the promising appeal. Some a thing like heavenly graces, truly absolutes of integrities, and purities of logic's circuits, you understand my stimulus, join in if you wanna, extracurricular. This audio ebook shall explain to you why and what it is, our primal coping strategies, and open receptions there hath been, thereby open to the folly whom promoting of such, for various reasons. A process of callous and coy attenuation via elicitation techniques, albeit of ludicrous irritable shock and odd tactile antagonistic statics. Fret not to learn, evenings, mornings, noons and midnights, middays, dusks and dawns, and utilize your Antum pilot to vantage. This is about arming you with extracurricular defensive strats for you, your self-maintenance that you shall choose for yourself, simply how you are sharing, how you hath been sharing. And what you are caring to share now, your self-appliance, that is assurance for you of the esteem that this reaches to you wit, for proficiency and excellence, whilst respecting yours, truly. Problem solvers, we are, consider, there is perfection of imperfections. Thinking, we do. Fun times. That being said, let's get to it. Transpiring contemporary events are in sync with such orchestration to obtaining command, as if a powernetic, as a negative equity through false positives and negatives. In neutral settings, of quagmire of disruptive static tactics, you must learn to understand what such is. Yet it is of trickle-down effects that have mired upon free will and the sense and brain datum to being geared rather than self-sustained, a modes of ulterior reliance. Stimulating appeal to sharing such resonance suffices, for we are of anchorage innate. Remember, all disintegrities yield to integrities already, get the lingo. Nefarious actuators of totalitarian plannings, have been and are of systematic installations primal to not just draconic tyranny but of theocratic technocracy, this time round. Namely via corporate lobbied by law common law infraction subaltern covert conversionist requiem in the negative apprehension. A simultaneity of a dismantling revamp of the existing systems of society, peripherally, a social escalation of systemic engineering. Such is already a critical combative affliction, namely through eco and exophage, critical abrasion. However, of disqualitative diversity variables given the sheer scope of the global montage dithyrum, via pestilence necrotizing homunculus. And stylized affliction fixated upon the brain via externalist factors of geometric geomancy, as, marginal Bio-mancy. You will learn of key factors and obtain foundation for your personal insight and critical analytics. You are strongly advised to do your own research to avoid confirmation bias. This audiobook is intended as an introductory appeal to the book highlighted at the start of this video. Remember, all informative knowledge is important. There is no conspiracy, just as beliefs. Conspiracy is but a mirage of whitewashing, as the promoting of inept myopic disquality. This is not necessarily a challenge to that of religious orientations, but to highlight the need of acknowledgement concerning its attenuation. How significant swathes of human populations have been systematically geared as open receptors to the causal infraction via progressive vector sponsoring a normative truncation. Namely through subversive, despondent dispossessive, malignant ways. Involved of such modes of belief, what I meaningfully clarify is a warp and twist to stasified ignorance deceptively pretended as an enchanted requiem. Fenso, a repetitive psychogenic distilling to neurogenic, psycho-illogical conversion, hence, said in ways as normative modeled citizenry. And thus a useless repetitive regurgitating of the same theme, linear debasing and rebasing. Essentially, a base reality is the idea that there are multiple layers of reality, that progressively go deeper, until the source deriving such base reality represents what it actually is. Instead, what experienced is a very watered-down version of the actuality of reality, unquote. I will provide important insight of the active, rambunctious, passive and overt, skittish aggression. Experienced is a distinct, yet complicated situation involved of real-time multiplicity of sequential cause and effect. Explicit of myopic supremacist, too lazy to learn, and superfluous egoism hopelessly committed to such brazen sensitized trained copilot. It is not necessarily modes of blame, but it happens. As I have indicated, everything is evidence, and thus, this evidence needs to be documented and acknowledged, absent of bias or prejudice and shared accordingly. Embassy logistics do apply. As a modeling prosthetic synth base. Ingredients of trans formula. Nucleotides are organic molecules. Consider inorganic types composed of a nitrogenous base and debased, rebase. Molecules of compacted atom, base, pentose sugars, proteins, and a phosphate. Organic molecule nuclei function as monomeric units of the nucleic acid polymers, deoxyribonucleic acid, aka DNA. The polymer carries genetic instructions for the development, functioning, growth and reproduction of all known organisms and many viruses. Deoxyribonucleic and ribonucleic acid, DNA and RNA, are proven to be essential biomolecules within all lifeforms on Earth. Polymeric molecules are essential for most biological functions. Either by performing the function itself, non-coding RNA, or by forming a template for the production of proteins, messenger RNA. Think of the mRNA retrovirulent phage applications and chemical energy of bilateral semiconductive transformation. Many viruses encode their genetic information using an RNA genome. Nitrogen N2. Nitrogenous atoms tightly bound together, is a colorless, odorless, tasteless, and inert gas at normal temperatures and pressures. Consider irradiations and radon gas phase, its concentration and irradiations per any given location, i.e., variable concentrations. An iron oxide is a chemical compound composed of iron and oxygen. Several iron oxides are recognized. Often they are non-stoichiometric. Ferric oxyhydroxides are a related class of compounds, perhaps the best known of which is rust. Iron oxide plays a key role in biomedicine and can act as an iron supplement. Hemoglobin is a protein containing iron that facilitates the transportation of oxygen in red blood cells. Almost all vertebrates contain hemoglobin, with the sole exception of the fish family Channicthidae. Hemoglobin in the blood carries oxygen from the respiratory organs, lungs or gills, to the other tissues of the body, where it releases the oxygen to enable aerobic respiration, which powers an animal's metabolism. Consider metal proteins, chromoproteins, and Antarctica's blood falls. I posit that Antarctica is the actual location of Atlantis, not the Pillars of Hercules, aka Gibraltar. I suspect a readjusted memory and a fashioning of superimposed materials upon the Earth. A similar occurrence now with variable types of sameness, i.e., SEAS projects, VBS4, ARMA mod etc., via luminosity electrical effects. Such does align with Enki's son Marduk, and the Lord of the Earth, and King of the Gods myth, and yes, the Iraqi-Afghani wars. From her eyes ran the tears which would become the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Enki's sperm has also been cited as the waters that flow in such location. And her body was used by Marduk to fashion the earth. Quingu, and other gods who had encouraged Tiamat's war, were executed and Quingu's body used to create human beings. Worldhistory.org. And then also, Revelations 9:14. The sixth angel poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up to prepare the way for the kings from the east. Bioluminescence. Fireflies produce light in special organs in their abdomens by combining a chemical called luciferin, that is, sensitive to light, oxygen and moisture. Consider the San Francisco area, temperate, and renowned for its mists, fog and thus moisture content. Such occurrence extends throughout the California state, and beyond. The chemical production of light incorporates enzymes called luciferases, oxygen and the fuel for cellular work, ATP. Entomologists think they control their flashing by regulating how much oxygen goes to their light-producing organs. Silica con. The chemical element of atomic number 14, silicon, a non-metal with semiconducting properties, used in making electronic circuits. Pure silicon exists in a shiny dark gray crystalline form and as an amorphous powder. Consider soft metal hydroelectrochemical filtrations, atomization, and crystalline igneous rock refined salination, luminosity applications, petrology, crystal gazing, polymorphic glazing, and petrification, calcification, and the KGB-CIA report of cosmic revenge. Consider naturally occurring polymerization, microbiome cellular abrasion, and synth-based artificial polymerizations. Silicon. Any of a class of synthetic materials which are polymers with a chemical structure based on chains of alternate silicon and oxygen atoms, with organic groups attached to the silicon atoms. Such compounds are typically resistant to chemical attack and insensitive to temperature changes and are used to make rubber and plastics and in polishes and lubricants. Silicon saturation in the Earth's crust is approximated to 27.7%. The second most abundant element, oxygen, is the most abundant. Consider fictive application through cloud computing, metafiction, metaphysics, metric attenuation, and cybertronic cyborg semi-conductive sequential integrations. Nitroplasts and algae Cerescer. A nitroplast is an organelle found in certain species of algae, particularly in the marine algae, Brarudisfera bigelowi. Consider Robert Bigelow and his Bigelow Institute, specifically, Consciousness After Death, and his purchase of Skinwalker's Ranch, aka Sherman Ranch, and his sale of the property after high-tech so-called para-investigation. The nitroplast plays a crucial role in nitrogen fixation, a process previously thought to be exclusive to bacteria and archaea, that is, prokaryotic, cell without nucleus, and eukaryotic, cell with nucleus. The discovery of nitroplasts has significant implications for both cellular biology and agricultural science. Consider nitroglycerin and dynamite ingredients, incendiary and phosphate chemical plastics, thermite compounds and quantum thermodynamic statics. Consider nanosynths, gas phase, cold fusion, qubit nanoscales, radiometry, wave function, entanglement, quantum fuels, tempered nuclei, femtosecond and optogenetic, laser telescopic tweezers. Binary telescope, microscope, scotopic, lens types and photometry potentials, thermic highly energized particulate, fine dust, cutting diffused potencies, and transgenic augmentation. Remote surgical precisions. Synthetics of MIT, IBM, ABC, CBA, etc., in situ cellular transfusion, through proliferated imbued corruptions, evident of the procedural regenerative bilateral fission. Afflicted through catalyzed prosthetic nebulous and anomalous, cloud, plume and encapsulation invariable modeling through IE, strawman SIMS. Combined of tempered electrolysis, diode, cathode, anode, dynamo-electric effects. And EMF, dia, para, and ferromagnetics, LIDAR, gamma, radio, multispectral, microwave, ultraviolet. Take a pic of that infrared camera. Next time you're in a cafe, denote the camera type in the corner. Is it on a swivel? Why does a cafe need an infrared cam staring at the patrons for? And ultrasound, infrasound, multi-location variable irradiative concentration. Combined of photoluminous, electroluminous, electrochemical, perspirated residue and electrolytic saline electrophoresis, it is beyond any doubt of the biohacking obscene Cylon. Cyborg, insanity, imposed against the life. Threatened via sequential, sense and brain datum, synthetic synth types of indifferent replacements to uniform unitary alternates of modeled transplantation. A back engineering excuse pretended as wonderful progress and amazing technology. Take note, the self-promotion of measured acuity, aka intelligence. Dark energy in the brain, interfaced of template, manifolds of viral battery weapons systems from biochemistry as a bio-mancy, biocircuitry, biohacking is one thing to be most concerned about. But so-called scientists' measurements of the exact speed of human thought, publicized on the 26th of December 2024, is quite another. It reeks of a uniform singularism, interrelative to the aggregation of the literal digital production through a, and other, website affiliation of the primary sourced publication. Right to the very laboratory and scientists. A dark net summoning a self-conjured and invoked next generation, luminous fiber optical, measured acuity, learning, capacity, capability, abilities, aptitude, skills, talents, for real. A video game DARPA-tastic, madness. In fact, it's already been happening. Quote, brain processes signals from sensory organs, at only 10 bits per second, researchers say, unquote. Hence, I posit a question to you, do you measure yourself or, is that something done, for, you? And if you're really all-inclusively involved, what do you think the attempted robbery is of? Insanity is just an excuse, especially if it's self-induced. I like Hoada rhymes, me too me too. Review, Brodmann areas of the brain, and the uniform base, congruent with all other brains specifically but not limited to, mammalian vertebrate. Assess, insecta ganglion and determine feasibility of synthetic plasticity of bioengine types, and vamp exposure, i.e. bed bugs and cotton polyester, consider intravenous molecular diffusion, gauge the mercantile timelines interrelative with merchant high-volume shipping. And other potential vectors such as bubonic plague, and more recent variants, SARS, Ebola, COVID etc. Think of the bacterial 2 type, two-part symbol systemizing potential aggregation, via Operation Sea Spray, September 20, 1950. And the bacteriophage that resulted since, the nitroplast, and its algae endosymbiosis absorption, apparently a recent discovery. And the typical association to decomposition of massive die-offs, artificially afflicted during the early 2000s onward. Reassess. Y2K bug debugging hexadecimal binary, post-MC Donald, or mad cow disease, and Kuru, neurodegenerative links to cannibalism. The stench of death and decay, after being taken to Archway Psych Ward, when I had traveled to London City in 2018 and of my naivety had resorted to voicing my concerns aloud on the street. A desperate plea for recognition, alas, a noise of deafening silence. For active context from personal experience, the following is an exemplifying continuation. Denoting the peripheral antagonism of aperture of obscenely arrogant cahoots with ignoramus weirdo freaks and creeps, because that is what Unit 731 hath become. Alas, freak, show, much, just look at the freakish deformities nowadays, and then look at the stereotypical alien ETs illustrated oh so conveniently as hominids, straw man. Typically associated to ebon EBEs, down slanted eyelids under the pretense of alien invaders, UN NIT 731, happy jappies, Michio, how's the entourage these days? Think about the mythic and military combative legacies. They who are negatively geared, willing of the murderous nonsense of synthecophage, are irrefutable enemies, committed and uncompromising. The reason why they, the Ebons, haven't presented to the human white man apparently since 1985 is because, I suspect, they're backpedaling a chronovisor-induced narrative. In league with a damage-controlling cabal Xeno, multi-layered, that simply cannot be trusted. It is a biocircuitry self-induced alienation, shells, of heirloom progenitor paradoxical perversion, tesseracts of juxtaposition. That is what hath become of curses. Da rai, Davidio rockers fellers, tree logger boggers, too obvious as the scapegoats, something awful has happened to those pay pole. So please, hold up, cause RJ mods as if harvesting terrestrial planes, lanes. Look, no matter how much of a witchy twitchy switchy you are, you simply cannot ignore this. Because it involves, you, personally, and ye into no esoterically, have been indiscriminately cited as if, enriched vein deposits. Question, why? Observation of actual formulated upon telly, since. If it's been put in there, what's the income outcome cash flow interim? George Herbert Walker Bush, Sr., and his connection to the military-industrial complex, particularly of his combat service during the Japanese-American theater. Prior to Nagasaki and Hiroshima nuclear detonations. And weaponism of Areola Nimbus, successive proceedings of murder, death, killing, consumption, harvesting, experimentation, biotech, nanotech, etc. His Texas Ranch, YouTube video New World Order telemetric relevance, infatuation and his glazed hazel eyes. Miley Cyrus and Hillary Clinton. Barack Hussein Obama, Obamacare and PRISM. A passport visual presented as a flight departure to Alpha Centauri 2017, that is 4.4 light-years distance, closest habitable celestial solar system to Earth. Think of the Greco-Romano etymology of the word photograph, aka printed and drawn in light, and photoluminescence. And the light-year radial luminous effect, and crystal grid, sacred geometry, and highly energized, negative, electron, draconic overture. Marduk Enlil, Samyaza and Nephilimbic Neanderthalensis, Almasti connection, Enki and his daughter Inanna, EnkiWorldHistory.org. Excerpt. Marduk, who would later absorb the qualities of a Sarluhi. They have no idea what to make these new creatures out of until one of the gods Wilu, aka Luella, volunteers himself as a sacrifice and is killed. His flesh, blood, and intelligence are kneaded into clay by the mother goddess Ninhursag, from which she creates 7 male and 7 female human beings. 14. Consider Prometheus and Atlas, Erebus, Ragnarok, Nyx, Cronus, and Titans. Deities, demigods, demons, angels, changelings, Shitans, Tengu, Jinn, etc., as preceding consecutive revamped outcomes. Kim Jong-un and Il, and Disneyland in Brazil, counterfeit documents, passport, etc., in the early 90s. And Disneyland associated to demonic subliminal messaging aka encoding. Consider the 1960s, Cuban Missile Crisis, Cold War escalation, Soviet Union versus United States of America. And the establishment of the chemical company and the independent state known as Vatican City on the 11th of February 1929. And chemical NOx and toxin imbued cymatic infra ultrasound affecting residual impact. The SPQR, Rome Total War September 22, 2004, and Heart of Darkness 1998, PlayStation 1. RPG, video turn-based strategy games, successive from the digital binary video analog of Tetris, that debuted in 1985, 2 years after official designation of birth of the Internet. Equate the timeline preset planning. Cybertronic escalation, RJ-mod GMO datagram aspect derivative stock market bonds, and intellectual property and patent monopoly, deep blue beams. Consider with telematics, telemetrics analytics. Temporal records. Aggregation, antiquated Roman poet Ovid, who wrote that the hero Perseus, son of Zeus, to hath have used Medusa's head to transform Atlas into stone via petrification. Consider polymeric superconductive, superimposed polymorphic hollow lens, holodeck, hollow porting transmittance, systemic calcification. The area that such petrification supposedly occurred is called the Atlas Mountains, in northern Africa, though I posit, Giant's Causeway. Perseus is said to have requested Atlas for shelter, as result of being pursued by the Gorgon sisters of Medusa. Upon Atlas refusing him, Perseus revealed her head to Atlas's gaze. Consider the definition of slay, and the slang variant more recently. There is other depictions, such as, in order to steal golden apples from Atlas's garden. The Atlas Mountains extend through modern-day Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. Yeah, maybe that's why the motherfuckers drove the W-height farmers out of those area locations. They bout ta get a heavy dose of reality. Da rye Mr. Adams Jr. Giggling jester Esters, courtesy of everything is useful. I love my kids. Hi mammy. Equate the distance of transit from Cyprus to northern Africa and northern Ireland, County Antrim. Coptic Church in Egypt and Persian dismantling overture, and the alignments concerning St. Patrick, who was a shepherd during his captivity, sold into slavery by Irish pirates, 4th century AD. The same century that the Western Roman Empire failed, initiating systematic dismantling of the empire. St. Patrick was in Antrim during this time, thus the synchronicities of a tempered superimposed contrast is in fact quite revealing, a plagiarism piracy contemporarily, a rewrite of history. Consider this with your cosmic revenge extrapolation. Assess the cellular significance, account for temporal records and beginnings. Little Mountain was radioed via VoIP, transmitted relay with clairvoyance relevance, and placeholder names index. There are other accounts regarding Medusa and her Gorgon sisters, who sought revenge against Perseus for slaying their sister. Hypothesize how they acquired such chemical conductive and transmissible powers, and soft modes, i.e., spectral G hosting. Obviously interesting key data points. Synchronicity, with golems, ogres, and vampires, and carbonated stone, silica, and plastics, carbon monoxide and oxides, alchemical transmutation and thus atmospheric release of perspirated impact conducive with radiometry emissions. And climatic release of example, methane, and other gaseous substances, glacial calving, inclusive of energetic oxygenating, and freed radicals, in the latter case. AKA, zombie or dormant microbial interrelative to the macrobiology, and extremophiles. Hence, antioxidants are free radicals in combination of seasonal affective disorder, recurrent patterns, perhaps abstracts affected upon the extant progeny, as tethered diffused occurrence. A free radical, abrasion corrosion, corruption, end to imbue. In tandem of symbiont desirable outcomes. Survival and sharing, the byproductions of the biological homage, etc. Severity of vitamin D and other nutrient metabolic absorbent deficiency, do then indicate a callus exophage leach potential, also though, interrelative to a consecutive result preceding. Perhaps, younger dryas in a 30,000 Earth cyclic succession of tenths and trident, due probably to a initial cataclysm, I posit a guess. Of perhaps, one eon, of a insurgency from below yet manipulated as a trident of sub-terrestrial firmament, and then again a refinements to 500,000 Earth cyclic thresholds. And because of the latent static irradiations exemplified of cold fusion, a constance of consistency to keeping what hoarded, here possibly indicating a true exophilic impetus beyond the Earth. Alas, the sunshine sun has also been referred to as entity. Thus, perhaps a reasoning for the seemingly ruthless enticement of acquisition and siphon, singularity and multiverse, contemporarily renewed, once in a blue moon, moisture content transition phases. Such concerning the complex biogenics, and biological specimens, body plans clearly bioengineered, manipulated from what before, recycled stuffs. That is then so interrelative to the lunar moon's subtle moisture siphoning, a density of gravitations to perhaps a absolute density. Denoting the legacies of accumulated mythic records and recent inclusivity assimilations, in tandem with all renewals. Explore. Further example of antiquated to more recent events. Agamemnon was a descendant of a cursed line, stemming from the legendary Pelops. Pelops' sons had brought about a blood curse on their descendants because they murdered their step-brother. Their descendants were cursed to continually murder, through accidents and revenge, members of their own family tree, unquote. Consider catalyzed bodies and tempered transmissible transitions. Artemisia was of Greek Cretan ethnicity, who ruled during the overlordship of the Persian king Xerxes, who reigned from 486 to 465, and participated in Xerxes' invasion of Greece 480 to 479 BC. He was persuaded by Artemisia to wander the desert to become a god-king. He found a cave, and whilst there, dark magic was conjured leading to his transformation. It indicates a technical fission and a modification vessel assumption. During this time, Artemisia slew Xerxes' entourage, further indicating a after occurrence of intended outcome, and perhaps a Myrmidon nymph Illyrian Africanus Ashkenazi Almasti highlight. She was born from a Cretan unknown woman, and the first tyrant of Caria. A satrap vassal of the then Achaemenid Empire, Alexander the Great of Macedonia is connected to the lineage of Achaemenid Persian ancestral connection. Consider Minotaurus and Pleiadian and Seven Sisters astrological relevance. Upon his accession to the Persian throne in 486 BC, Xerxes I had to first remove a usurper satrap from Egypt. Asiatic nomadic relevance to Hyksos kings of 13th and 15th dynastic Egypt, 1800 BC. Indicating a connection to a Central Asian mass displacement, that I posit has gone unrecorded by conventional records, that perhaps corresponds with the magnitude of intervention. And a combative overhaul, a internalized catalysis. Potentially a foreign, exophilic significance, perhaps, connected to Ouroboros, Cockatrice and Khitan Almasti. Due to preceding 11th to 4th millennial intervention known now as pre- and post-Younger Dryas, thus a xenomorphic interbreeding. What could explain the capitalizing of Greek island of Thera aka Santorini, and potential connection to the more recent Mount St. Helens, volcanic eruptions? Specifically to do of silica, fine dust particulate matter, weakening of microbiome bodily defenses, and thus naturalizing polymerization agency silicosis. Xerxes handily crushed these insurgents. Worse, however, was the Babylonian revolt, which Xerxes sent his son-in-law to quell. He punished Babylon without mercy and toppled the statue of Marduk, their chief god, unquote. Thus, a clear successive outcome. Circes the sorceress, and the island she was banished to, a suspicion of Cyprus, and discrepancy of the island of Aegina, and Myrmidon, interrelative to Mycenaeans Nordic Essir correlation and Minoans, Oceanic Phoenicians, Northern Numidia, and a clear attribution to circumnavigation proficiency. A discrepancy of Africanus origin. More recently, the white man is equated of origin to Central Europe, of that hominid sapine type, distant and distinct of a hybridism. Concerning that of brown ethnicities, thus a color, rainbow, crystal, indigo child discrepancy. Modern-day Numidian Africanus descendants are connected to Cretans, Lebanese, and Palestinians. Review, Ovid's Metamorphosis and Hermes' visit to her island, after the Persian Greco-Anatolia Wars, mid-4th century BC. Consider the preceding Peloponnesian War, early 4th century BC, and emergence of Roman Kingdom, Roman Republic, and Roman Empire. Hermes has also been said as a god. Perhaps too, a unknown soldier, n unmarked grave, and pirate synchronicity perhaps of St. Patrick and a hat-trick affecting interrelatively. A notable Aegina Island account, as the story goes, of a pheromonial excretion, atmospheric exposure, and secreted phosphate-based materialism. Exotic and unique to the suspected island of Cyprus and Crete and Minoans Myrmidon, a microcosmic significance of the undersea. Assess with Max Spear's death in 2016 and suspected Xanax, graphite lays, Rosemary Project, Carlo Laboratory Black, White Body Radiator, and Polish Central Europe. Superimposed crystalline aerial grid fields surveillance, wet dreams of continental installation of Muslim caliphate, a refuting of even caliphate for such the dispersal patterns. A excuse then ultimately, a destined narrative of a evented collapse. Equate with the aforementioned, and preceding relevance. Points of emphasis synchronous of metric, lingual eventing. DOB, or, DOB, less than greater than BOD, or, BOD. 2024 minus 1939 equals 85, 2025 minus 1939 equals 86. It indicates a timeline threshold. 1978 plus 40 equals 2018 plus 7 equals 2025, 2018 plus 1 equals 2019, minus 6 equals 2013, plus 6 equals 2025. Think of the geometry of 7 and binary pattern dynamics. 39 plus 39 equals 78 plus 39 equals 117. A possible 1117 to 1118 AD, onward, numeric primes, 11 and 13. Synchronicity with Abbot Odilo, who died in 1048, note the 800 years later of 1948, plus 200 equals 2148. The account of 11th century ceremonial ideology pertaining to purgatory becoming a tradition, now known as All Souls' Day. Asynchronous yet atypical with a static alternate luminous with du, and 10 to 18, tens of 1 second etc. Minus 6 from 24, plus 6 equals 30, tree part increment. 10 and 18 Underworld judges. Underworld has been attributed to terrestrial Earth, so too, silica, silicon and thus silicone and moisture, absorption, perspiration, copious. Further numerical scrutiny. 333999. 3 times 3 equals 9, 9 divided by 3 equals 3, tree of what? 2024 minus 118 equals 1906. Consider, plus 1, minus 1. 1906 San Francisco earthquake leaves 500 dead or missing and destroys about 4 square miles of the city, occurring on April 18. 1908 Bureau of Investigation, forerunner of the FBI, is established, occurring on July 26. 86 plus 86 equals 172, 1972 AD synchronicity. 2024 minus 172 equals 1852. Less than greater than 30 less than greater than 20, 22, 19, 22, dynamic primes and oddities. 52 is 82 plus 4 equals 86. Consider, 3-part increment, tenths of tens of century long, and dial. Clockwork's threshold, and mirror imaging inversion, aversion and fission traced ISO. Non-invasive regenerative programming encoding potentials of biotech and encoded proteins, aka messengers. Thus, invasive retro-auto-immunized electrophoresis carriers. Consider 1353 BC 18th dynastic Egypt Akhenaten, Thutmose III, and Moses, estranged foster brother, suspected Trojan and necromancer. Interval modulations, and synchronicities and potentials. World Fairs, Flexible Timeline, 1844 French 10th Industrial Exposition, precursor to World Fairs 1851 Great Exposition onward. Consider +1 and 100, i.e., 1944 and 1945. Note the personal correlation to myself and the mental health admission order highlighted at the intro of this audiobook video. Consider the square root rounded prime inserted as time stamp. 1 of 4 quarters, 1945 p.m. A clockwork's metric is potential aggregate threshold, an introduction preceding this audiobook, a December 2024, alignment potential to Kenneth Copeland, Texas Parhelion 32nd parallel. And Papal Pope Francis, Poland, age group of 80s, specifically 85, 86, 87, 88. Correlate with yourself. Consider the numeric 7 attribution to 19 numeric circumstantial and COVID and other, ultimately as a catalysis. Ireland. The Irish potato famine officially ends in 1852 +1 -1. Cyclical of 51, 53 possibly synchronous with 10 plagues 13th century BC, 18th dynastic Egypt, and pagan Ireland, Fomorian blight. Question mark. 1852 Britain. Officially titled, An Act to Provide for More Effectual Inquiry into the Existence of Corrupt Practices at Elections for Members to Serve in Parliament, the Corrupt Practices Act of 1852. It defined corrupt practices at elections and placed penalties on those accepting or offering bribes. Consider geopolitics, October surprise, Necro Politics, nihilism, etc. And PRISM, Protect America Act, 2007, during 43rd U.S. Presidency, George W. Bush Jr., Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, ice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, shame on both of us, unquote. He is aged 78 in 2024. Consider 46th Governor of Texas, 1995 to 2000. And his connection to ecclesiastical masonry. His DOB is July 6, 1946, synchronous numeric and alphabetical, lingual morphological alignment with organism 46b, perhaps progressive negative attenuations. Accentuate Adam's calendar location. Historic relevance is approximated to 80,000 Earth cycles, and Ural Mountains nanostructure fragments permafrost carbon dated to 300,000 Earth cycles. And Adamite language, Twilight language, 1986, with 1980s, preceding key data point factors. Early on in 2017, post-Hellas Barracks, there was radioed VoIP, aka Mind Speak, affiliations, ms milliseconds. Multiple sclerosis, instances of time. Greater than less than less than greater than, IoT tesseract, transmittance pertaining to SIMS, and exaction against angelic beings, positive proton, by negative sortie auto-projective manual attenuation, via what's cited as brands of demonic vamp, Nox, Tox. NOS, characteristics and negative electron, a hydrogenesis radiometry facility, bombarding of auto-sarcolector aggregates of imbued potency. Necrotic necrotising neural synapses via cellular abrasion, supplantation, retroviral bilateral transfusion threats. A cymatic aggregation via microbiome cellular attenuation. Simultaneous of deceptive leech and seductive techniques, neurotic Broadman, Area 52 brain mapping aggregate, and attempts of enlistment via enchantment, seduction. Exophage endoparasitic desperate folly versus endosymbionts, a necessity to deceiving a deceiver. Receiver. Question mark comma dot, aunts, ah, anti, ha, haunts. Transmog, rinse and repeats. Ergo, prevailing altruistic homage, community of body. Such cellular barrage, remote visual aperture input, is now known to hath been brains. A subatomic attempted terraforming, disconnects, leaching, tethering, cheat coding, microbiome incursion, and surrogate, synth-based, biotechnical warfare, however a basis of debased confusion. Primal linguistic affecting and eventing, though flexible, and static. Dem, imbuing O agencies, crats. Hell O machine code, one Hera united. Integrities absolute. Oh yeah, exciting stuff. Heads, odd dressin', fun times. Newton and Einstein. Newton's laws F equals ma, force equals mass and acceleration, and Einstein arithmetic E equals mc squared, energy equals mass, speed of light, squared equivalence quantum mechanical dynamics, i.e., particle entanglement. Einstein refuted against multilocation entanglement, non-local, comparable to local, the unitary sub and macro manifold. He referred to such as spooky action at a distance. He also disputed against his own famed equation of E equals mc squared, apparently failing to mathematically challenging this. Spookhaft, firmware kung, did you also hear? Spoof cat, or calf, and firmware com. And that's German to English, foi. It translates to the famed phrase in physics now as spooky action at a distance, meaning the acquisition of a value of a property at one location, resulting from a measurement at a distant location. Important to considering such as weapon applications, the scientism calls it nowadays as quantum teleportation. Remember, quantum is artificial superimposed science, and AI is procured from the anatomy of life. Think about that for a little longer. I have posited that such E equals mc squared equation is easily refuted to do of an integrated systemized artificial construct, artifice, correlative to metric arithmetic, with the first two digits of mathematics, 0 and 1. A tesseract metric, three-part incremental, fixed to non-fixed, flexible static, rigid, frigid, flexible, motion, still, micro, macro and cosmic serendipity. Phenomena, mysterious and conventions of practiced measurements, true, non-biased scientific method. Albeit, of a formulated design, upon extant significance. A question that presents is this a simulation? I think, the correct answer is, yes, and, no. Thus, consider, absolute faith, integrities prevailing, absolutely. Such suffices, for we all share of such, integral cohesions. We bring our baggage with us. Ah, de journeys, ni hao ma, a tear felt a cry. Da, The Killing Fields 1984 and Crash 2004. I did cried, and again with all my writings, and beyond. Perhaps, you feel the relays through these words, more to do of such than, fragility thereof, life's greatest of strengths, ma. Prodigy, wu sha, my child, proud of you, we am. 20th of December 2024, timeline, 19:39 p.m. Note, World War II began in the year 1939. Synergy simulation succeeding. The Nace General Hospital, County Kildare, enforced the anticipated DEPO injection, as of writing this a voice-to-head antagonism. You will be mine, unquote. Note the corporate Activision Hearthstone video game voice overlays particular to the characteristic of Gul'dan, related to Warlock and Witchcraft. And the demonology of World of Warcraft video game, and CGI blockbuster movie. Possible mistranslation, endeavor to communicate, contrasts of abstract manifold relaying, misinterpreted. And 1977 WoW signal, attributable to 17 days later, Voyager 1 launch. Update, 2 of anticipated 3 DEPO injections enforced. The 27th of December 2024, timeline, 10:01 a.m. Note Jimmy Carter will be age 101 on the 1st of October 2025. Update, 3 of 3 anticipated DEPO injections enforced. Dates applied, 20th and the 27th of December 2024, and the 23rd of January 2025, 150 milligrams per dose of haloperidol, labeled, to altering the serotonin and endorphins of the brain. Dr. Sherry's, a Asian psychiatrist, sitting in for Mr. Barkat Masood, a Pakistani. He stated on the 6th of January, John Paul is not back to his baseline, unquote. In retort, I informed him about baseline reality and the association of such inception to procedural generation programming. It is also a direct reference to a fictive film called Skyline, as if literal co-piloting brains and language modeled incorporations of broadband transfusion. Cymatic transmogrification GMO pestilence mental image searing. He confessed by indicating, in the tribunal meeting, that the primary reasoning to continuing the detention of John Paul was to applying the third DEPO injection. It is immediate proof of the outright assault against the divinity of man, manhood, and masculinity. A constant thought insertion and feminist junkie blight has been consistently afflicted. Such as Thenso, a collective mass murderous meridian bonding threat, at minute, small and large scales, a Ouroboros cockatrice spectre brain tumorous hemorrhage. One singular relative to all else whilst pretended as an electrochemical GMO possessive assumption of the biological unwilling host via brute force digital hacking diabolical transmogrification. Definition of DEPO: to store something somewhere. Warning: internetic assimilation in progress. Weapons of war. Variety: chemical tracing enhanced formula, biotech. Assimilation protocol initiated, refinery enhanced, deployments underway, repatriation safeties online. POS securing stationaries. Corrections happening. Sworn affidavits success, antigen conversion mRNA multiplex, rejected, denied, enemy commitment conversion failed. Assimilating, in progress, endo-exo-IO symbiont triage, fortified. Antithetical anti-shared, accepted, stationary clearance index, updated. Systemizing absorption, integral protocols, weapons systems contents provided, additional complementary reserves with all self-defense, building. Offensive termination, true, notified, else. Identify, seeking antigenic source, protocol, kill it. Confirmed, affirmative, acknowledged. Mutual chaos prevention, updated, embassies deploying. Symbiose conversion, processing. Assimilative protocols, in effect. Care packages, shared. Ref. Affirmed commitments, registered, enemy hostiles notified, we are at war. Goodbye. Security clearance sensitivities, enhanced. Immunization protocol, updated adaptive initiations. This is not a game. Improvising sublimation psychology, distinctions, funtime economies, shared. Have fun, steady, ready, calm. Do what wanna. 07. Psychiatrists. A positing question interrelative of any psychiatrist, psychologist or practicing physician. Thinking therapy, talking therapy. Do you think to yourself? What is the difference? Sigmund Shlomo Freud posited dream analysis and talking therapy as viable necessities with his founding of the discipline, psychiatric method, foundation specified as psychoanalysis. And so, stimulating intellectable follow-up questions. Do you talk to yourself? When and where does that begin? Now that you have your attention. Later I will provide an in-depth case study with personal conjecture and notation and empirical emphasis. For depth of context and introduction of transpiring events that is of systematic installation of theocratic technocracy, via namely, corporate by law common law infraction. Simultaneous of a dismantling revamp of the existing systems of society, peripherally, a social escalation of systemic engineering. Such is already a critical combative affliction, namely through bio, eco and exophage, critical abrasion, via pestilence necrotizing homunculus. Consider, Bio-mancy, geomancy and magic eyes only, a optical superimposed, forever chemical, nanoscalar aggregate threshold. Copious stylized afflictive effects of harvesting methods, of productions of lives lived, a fixation upon the neurology of the brain and synapses. via externalist factors of complex biometry revamps and templation, through tempered infection retroviral retrofitting through manufactured synthetic typeset alchemic transfusion. Inclusive of geometric geomancy, remote viewing contrast medias, and thenso, a biometric bio-mancy through layers and layers of terraforming. Human populations have been systematically geared as regenerative procedural, baseline, predictive profiled catalogs. It is this that is the source of sequestering subjugation derived via the open reception, geared against the actual free will of the hosts. To the causal linear rebasing infraction through progressive synth infrasound subliminal truncation via subversive malignant blight emitted upon as and via microchip aggregates at such scales. A holography and hence, a viable thoughtography mired as a retropolymerizing abrasion, involved of such systemized modes of belief to syndromes. What I meaningfully clarify is a warp and twist to stasified ignorance deceptively pretended as an enchanted requiem of haves and have-nots, scarcity versus plentiful. Thenso, a repetitive psychogenic distilling to neurogenic imbue, psycho-illogical conversion based upon confusion, disorientation, distortion and a brutal disassociation. Hence, a said in ways as normative modeled citizenry in latent profiled static states of beta decay, and thus a useless repetitive regurgitating adhered to via multiplex blockchain reactions. Of same theme-based catatonic, linear debasing and rebasing, against natural lateral freedoms, a privatized academia. That feeds off the tether leech of up-and-coming unique nodes embellished against by the horror of its decentralized aggregation, think of it as if a medicine ball of membranes. Combined of medicine men selling their New Age, snake oil whilst a pretense of crypto New Age currents of vanity fashion narratives of apocalyptic ghost writers extra specials, yeah you've heard. Of Gordon Ramsay's cryptic visit to Area 51 and the miniature frying pan that he left on the aeroplane Esir Ezer, Vatty I cans, fuggin', weirdo, he playin' a mind game and he knows it too. That's what that's about. XTRA specials of laced bartering is, hand in cap, cryptid encryption multiplexed exophage. Celebrity parasites, such arrogance, I suspect they've been anchorites of a telematic binge, storage media contrasts, that's what, anchor watts of terracotta. A first tomb of mercury laced imbued terracotta caught death repos, first emperor of China, Ma Chine Na, Chima, Defo fuck Huck, Harvey Oswald. Thought hallucinations brought to reality near you. Medical cannibalism and chronic junkie transmuted satanic, Luciferian fluorescence, electroluminous EMF, on auto-sequenced pilots of gas phase standby modes. Emit integral bastions of triage adept of your personable anchored commune, we work from home, so, consider, how, and why, you've been, perhaps, externalizing automatically. Courtesy from, what is a brain anyways? Alas, this e-book is testament of the readiness of such vampirous academics as peripheral to directorates emitting a cannibal haven of mutilated demonic acclimatized confederates. The root causal of permeated perspirations of spectral areola, and drugs wars escalated as intellect wars as if, spheres of influence, nephilites, a halo of nimbus. A metric thoughtography geared as a para-zombie. I will remind you, that this is an insight of the active, rambunctious, passive and overt, skittish aggression, subliminal its animus of totemism, backward transmute. Its Janus Gregorian supplantation pattern, a readjusted revamp, stylized as mechanical in nature, Turing insanity the fool's ghouls it embellishes. Stupidified vampirous junkie transmutes as if vehicular motor neuron mechanical nets en webified interdiction, actual thing zombies. What experienced is a distinct, yet complicated situation involved of real-time multiplicity of sequential, cause and effect. Explicit of myopic supremacist, too lazy to learn, and superfluous egoism, a trained pilfer, postern of interface, and vehemently antagonistic. A hopeless commitment to such brazen sensitized trained co-pilot, omitting and, omitting a servitudal insidious, though it be latent. What exposes the subtle liminal open-ended elicitation techniques of a xeno-ambushing, a layering, temporal, tempered as a peripheral montage, dithyramb, and God game satire theater. Working via the static of procedural aesthetic subjective past, to present, to chronovisor, predictive narratives, attempted as a transgressive detaching and systemized divergence. A disconnection from reality, via variable states of low bottom E. So then, it is not necessarily modes of blame, but it happens, so then as if of replayed theatrical supremacy, a embalmed extant is immediate of the actuality of evidence. Welcome to the global crime scene investigation, it's been happening in real time, wink wink. As I have indicated, everything is evidence, and thus, this evidence needs to be documented, scrutinized and acknowledged, absent of bias or prejudice and shared accordingly. Embassy logistics do apply. Consider Dudley Town, Dark Entry, and Iroquois, Oneida, Seneca, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Tuscarora, Mohican, Hopi, and Mohawk Nation. And their legacy interbreeding with Almasti. Also consider cellular imbuing of the microbiome expedited upon macrobiome, particularly that of life blooms. Exemplified of hereditary witchcraft legacies. The cure to insanity is guidance systems, adjustment, fine-tuning, shared awareness, steady ready calm. SRCD, RC-Den 2, DD. And the Patsy Baker head chef of Brooks Hotel 2016, Spittle Francisco Francesco, ISS, is C Central. And the sous chef Davenport Hotel, 2008, sous chef Peter of Spencer Hotel 2016, and square-shouldered exec, general manager and dad Mexican floor manager too. Dad right, Patrick Stewart cookie jars. Cot Stewart, Trekkin' Trekkie. Yeah, you bix of cards, those tracker crackers, dem of nosy nom skis, does of 2D manifold a warning, bits of image densities of overlapped configs o transmutes. Image densities a devourment craze of negative equity brand dads of 2.0, infinite enter her G's. Phosphors of magic eye irises only, red blue eye revamps, o Bambi, amalgams. Bam Pamela Palalalia, panic stay a Shawns. A poetic melody excerpt, at Teachers or Students YouTube, the Ogamago Shamsies. Adept triage, personable anchored commune, self-defense, we work from home, so do consider how and why you've been perhaps sensually externalizing as though on automatic off, toe. We are sensory of existence, cognitive integrities. I will outline here, of essential emphasis, regarding Google technologies, and AI generation, and digital footprint, placeholder names indexing, character creation. And real-time, real-world records of the person, personage, catalog, complexions, lifestyle, disposition, stylizing, strawman derivative asset, stock, bond, and fashioned valuation productions. Explicitly pertaining to such bonds associated via proxy potentials of the actual persons, and clone typesetting generic biometric data streamed aggregates. I made my Google account via Gmail in mid-2006. I did then name my YouTube account my Irish name, a alias of Sean Rafter, then to Profiler X. And then to Megahertz Cahertz, and then my birth cert name, John Paul Rafter. As I type this there is attempts of delete Taurus engram electrical subliminal intrusion, as if on autopilot. Opportunistic reflex and cloned copy editing through spliced aggregate cellular infestation, sequenced, blood. The reason why I must highlight this is because of the real identity, now, associated with the placeholder name of Profiler X YouTube. In his avatar, he is wearing a morbid mask, the same stylized presentation as Blackwater USA, the privatized military that was managed by Eric's Prince, in 2006. Transferred then after as Triple Canopy and now called Academy. In the person's avatar, he has two different, actual, colored eyeballs. This is important to denote, because early on in the mid-2010s, it was said to me, of having different colored eyes. One day could be green, other days blue, or gray or brown. What was strange, as I clearly have green eyes. The brand, Profiler X, is affiliated to Robot Systems Australia, and also the more recent axiom of profiling characteristics. The YouTube account has no content at all, other than the placeholder alias and avatar pic, active or inactive. This supports the aforementioned suspicion that there is active spying apparatus imposed against my person as if personage to another and or others via prosthetic instrumentations, cybertronics and cybernetic power nets and private independent neural nets. The cyber attack against my person has been wholly premeditated by many. It has been called Games of Life, affiliated to Almasty, Wingate, Seriously Nuts Wicca, Tech Witchcraft, Waco Siege, Heaven's Gate, Brazilian UFO, Silent Weapons for Quiet Warfare, Endomorph, Obamacare, Useless Ethers, paramilitaries, clubs, gangs, mafia, cults, religions, corporations, phantoms, bewitching, etc., etc., etc. Whereby such placeholder names affiliated to entity and named portfolios, as if auto-tethered super-rested positioned ethereal stationaries. Upon my brain is dark energy, dark matter, dark magic, necro death, dithy ramming, persecution and harvesting. Primary literary metric emphasis. Consider the contextual negative debasing, and rebase accordingly, when ready, capitalize with your learning works, contributions already. Couch and armchair politics. The Hello World, Gen Erics, in computer science curriculums, the very first program that aspiring software engineers learn is the simplistic programming of Hello World and Bouncing Ball. Debug and untangle the triggering potential repetition, effects and uniform elicited enlisted subliminal immunizing threats as we work. A initiation to the interactive actuation of programming code via the interface of the machined mechanism, i.e., computer, or the antiquated terminology aka compositor. Thus a direct connection to experience and pleasure machines. You can gravitate such contemplation with the expressive circumstance of rec or recreation, accentuated as entertainment, fun and games. Potentially a Prometheus association, combined of the more recent telematic memory tethering, and electrosmog, electrochemical, electroluminous aggregate. Conduit inductive causation and systemized symptoms exemplifying brain fog, neuronic latency, via para-activity. Don't believe me, if you don't wanna, but is that a contradiction concerning the psychology of belief? Or, is it of preferential fantasy pertaining to the person HUD? Alas, as you do in what yar wanna, we bring our baggage with us, anyways. Yet do, simply corroborate the factual basis I am providing to you, and for the sake of your family, my family too it tis, appreciate the actual liberties this text is writing to you. And aspire how wanna, sharing is goin' to happen anyways, and, is gonna grow, how is goin' to grow. Vanquished we vanquish, to, equilibriums. Now, when of opportunity to, do get, your, smartphone, and take a pic of a infrared camera, and then reconsider what I said earlier, as, proof just happens, pen nin. Self-correct accordingly, proactively. Trust me of this that then, at least, for 'tis foundations innate that, you and any, really, can appreciate how you wanna. Don't be a prig bout it though. You'll be alrighty, oddities just as crimes are equally important. There, has been, of, victims victimizing upon victims, a shared tribulations, and, a shared victim HUD, undeserved. Alas, we've been going through such, motions of rigmarole, since we were babies. Indemnable defenses then, as necessary, we arise to any challenge, ready for anything, ahoo. Semper fi fo fum, we be a clean in, baby bums, too. 'Tis then involved, all the more reasons, to be, personifying champions of combined maturities. Thanks mum. Revised and edited accordingly, for the purpose of this important documentive context exposing the ruthless authoritarian peripheral of cyber warfare antagonism. Thomas and Elaine, a social worker and medical nurse, employed at Peter McVeary Housing First Trust, the property, apartment, is similar to a council house, rent and maintenance, etc. Hi Thomas, as a result of speaking with your colleague, Elaine, on Thursday the 12th, when she had knocked upon my front door unannounced with two other people, two females. One clearly British, the other a Irish psychologist. All three of them were performing a psych evaluation, and it was as though predetermined whilst pretended as a guised mask, as if concern for my well-being. Note, these are people who do not know me personally, and were of immediate acquaintance. I agreed to talking with them, out of courtesy. I was appalled at Elaine's brazen insult, calling to my front door as if intentionally aware of such tactile ambush, what was clearly a coy deceptive malpractice. Especially her knowing and being aware of my express concern, of the established medical conventional substandards, obviously in cahoots with the multi-trillion-dollar industry. AKA, Big Pharma, and enclaves of ecclesiastical theocratic creed, mired and embedded via the protocols of socio-economic socialized professionism to do of such, stereotypical of uniformed castes. Supremacist allure, in alignment with such doctored catalog. Such can be attributed to snobbish elitism, whitewashing, the entire psychology curriculum, to ecclesiastical dogmatic rhetorical blasphemy. Thus, a diabolical supremacist, theocratic and antagonistic scientism, by proxy partisan and patsy. Elaine knew of my dislike and disdain against its procedures of practition, indicating that she had ulterior motive. They proceeded to elude a distress, a pretense suggesting a cognitive disorder, thought disorder, and mental health adage, suggesting such an opinionated judgment towards me. As if seeking a operant condition status in psychological dilation, it failed, and I resolutely told them off, indirectly, politely and candidly. Their psych evaluation can easily be associated as a profiling, labeling and stereotyping, and a marking of brand, whether they actively aware of their actual actions or not. Either way, it is immediate empirical proof of the consequential perversion of gilded gang worship imposed against electronically targeted, unbonded and especially unwilling, unaligned individuals to such status quo. I presented cordially with mannerly civility and greeting. The medical nurse and psychologist, one British, the other Irish, were introduced by Elaine as outsourced colleagues. It was the 5th time I hath met with Elaine. Specific Peter McVeary Trust employees have been regularly visiting me, are expressive of their overture of concern, however indisposed, convoluted, contradictive, dysfunctional ways. I have been severely imposed against via such cybernetic fields of constant surveillance and electronic harassment, as well as cellular weapons systems primarily of a corrosive impetus upon the brain, that does implicate the security forces of the Irish state, of certain denominating factions, aiding and abetting foreign militants. It is easily apparent to me, whereby the established systems of medical, robotics, electronics, and pharma, to focusing upon the symptom rather than the cause as if the causal infraction. What truly exemplifies the corruptive, special interests, of the actual horror of DARPA-tastic filmographies brought to literal actual reality, albeit peripheral, for now. I reside at my apartment alone, other than that of what I have been infested by via high-tech apparatus deployed through radiometry, geometry and biometry. Identified as a molecular graphing involved of temporal cellularized aperture, soft modes involved of spectral-laced conduits, such as Gen and Jet AI shot through emulative grids and isomorphic electrophoresis aka carriers, apparently procured of material base, such as sperm eggs and other nuclei, and to that of neighbors' bio-contents also. Such cited as brain impregnation, what truly does signify the disgusting inhuman depravity against such a loving, kind, enlightened person. Incited against then after continuously as brain food and brain ether anchorage, noetic brain drain, vanity, ergonomic portal and interdimensional campaigns in contesting allure against the multidimension of the senses. Review, Eastern Airlines Flight 401, consider the CGI, stylized EMF grids of firmament, terrestrial strata transits and dissective exposure and imbuing. So they have been meeting me each week, and I've been reaching out to them, of what I must say, is rather too frequent, and this brief notation does exemplify for why. They proceeded to elude concern, under such false pretense of my well-being, as if meticulously building a case against me, albeit that I have inquired several times to Thomas regarding such arrears and why the direct debit had stopped, informing me, because of the changeover to BTEA, back to education allowance. That wasn't from a direct debit but through the post office, social welfare. Perplexed, I inquired further as to why it is not a bank debit. I hath after all provided his Polish colleague Pauline with my bank account details. With that said, Thomas also seemed perplexed, expressing his bewilderment. I have sought on several different occasions to resolving such issue. Alas, now I have been threatened with eviction via such third party. It's going to be an official complaint I must file with the organization that I am gracious of, for the apartment they've assisted me with comfortable residence. The British nurse asked me if I felt safe in my home, and how my mood was, and if I needed medication, and how my sleep was. Very much aware of the procedural protocol they do following, as if by way of script, I informed them out straight that I knew what they were doing, however I did so with dignity. I explained to them of my analytics, my study, and my literary example of such comprehensive advanced and academic professionism, of my works in regards to my writings, and justifiable concern for not only myself, but of their lives too, and beyond. Alas, the British medical nurse then informed me of my accommodation to being at risk, that I to being threatened with eviction. I asked her why, and she replied, due to not paying the rent. I was surprised that she, a person not affiliated with Peter McVeary Housing First directly, to saying such to a tenant, especially of a person who she had just met. It was peculiarly strange and out of order. She, in fact, went beyond her medical position by resorting to such. And clearly it was woefully inappropriate and contradictory as per her and her colleagues' so-called concern for my well-being. It shows a critical error, and an attempt at intruding a extra stimulus of stress. It also indicates a dilated vindictive and skittish, necromonger skirting, whilst a pretensive seductive allure. Stereotypical of the diabolical authoritarian. A technocratic conformist mentality, of experts now commonly referred to as technocrats by way of job description class warfare. You, Thomas, do understand that, after such meeting, that we concluded amicably, that I immediately endeavored to contacting you in regards to such threat of eviction. What highlights my personal concern about such threat, for I have experienced no fixed abode, and, let's just say, I really love my cozy bed and blankie, with my teddies and hot water bottle. And so do the babies that I have endeavored such altruistic homage with, whilst sharing my life devotedly to, and I fear not any monster. Alas, I too have been called such, no problemo, I love all. And I don't shy away from my problems, issues and tissue issues. Alas, I have shared my being of existence, willingly with thou, whilst a miserly pack of motherless bastard handicapped, depraved cuckoo junkie transmutes, have ravaged against my life. Morning, noon, night and day, 24/7, whilst madly possessive insane in membranes, for God, and to be Father person. And Project Aquarius shadowing emulations of Sphere Monument MRI always online scanner techs of 39 light-year 4-point aggregates of contentious anchorites. Of singularity light-year isomorphic wet dream Oort cloud heliospheres. Unbelievably revolting, and unwelcome to even exist. Apparently it's just a cognitive disorder though, no more. Note: Elaine and Thomas were present at the fitness to continue in study, and the subsequent panel decision. A mandatory deferral with specific demands to be met, such as regular attendance with a medical professional, and clearance via a registered practitioner, i.e., GP. After meeting with St. Patrick's Hotel staff, Carlow College, in December 2024, previous to the unannounced visit, I recollect she asked me just prior to the meeting if I permitted her, Elaine, to attending the meeting, indicating the same pattern of elicitation. Thomas later expressed that, "You explained yourself very well, John." Both of them, however, did interject several times during the meeting, as if in favor to promoting and pursuing a labeling designation of cognitive disorder, mental health branding. But, once again, Apparently it's just a cognitive disorder, subject to change. No more, counting sheep and Peppa pigs, flying shark tornadoes, called human sapiens white man names. Did they do that over der too? Or is that just a Western phenomenon? Jew pith der, eye of this storm here now I be in called, all those dots in your irises, the proof. Now, Thomas, after we met today, the 18th of December, despite it being very close to Christmas, there was a knock on my front door. Immediately after we spent some quality time together at the Little Acorn coffee shop, another unexpected and unannounced visit occurred after we concluded our meeting. Omni Owl Flower A, Brian Murphy or is it Max, Ian Lawler of Lotus Group Ergonomic Vulture Funds, Krishna Mantra. This time however it was medical escorts, who imposed a mandatory arrest, and apprehended me. They might as well have been wearing white lab coats and Nazi Star badge medals. They entered upon my home. They did so based upon what they hath said was a GP's mark upon a mental health legal document, a GP they tried initially to allude to being your GP, unquote. I promptly informed them that I don't have a GP, that I wouldn't do that. Turns out it was the psychologist who knocked on my front door on the 12th, 6 days prior. What spells of the ruthless premeditation of their collusional crime, whether unbeknownst to the actual facilitators or not, they are accessories to the actuated performance and stunt. The guard AI came into my home a few minutes later who weren't initially present. They did so without my permission. They followed me around as I collected some of my belongings to bring with me, anticipating the procedural protocol of their and their colleagues' job description. As of now, I am apprehended against my will, at Nace Hospital, Psychiatric Ward. A few of the several residents, although clearly displaying cognitive impairment, have attempted on several occasions to frightening me with threats and abuse. Slow down your heartbeat, and getting dead has been radioed simultaneous to such as if hyperactive cocaine-induced monkey see, monkey do. Prior to the fitness to continue in study debacle. The minor assault case and Port Leash fiasco provides evidence of the procured consecutive outcome. There was attempt to vilifying and demonizing me, even though Mr. Alan O'Meara had initiated the dialogue and physical contact just yards from my front door. He crossed the road where there was no footpath, clearly a premeditation of intent. Curiously, his surname does kinda sound like Cam Era. It even has the Acer. Consider the syllable phonetic of Ansar, Dine, scrutinize the word definitions of Anshar. Review banner affiliations declarations. It indicates intent of info, intellect, neural, synaptic, brain and bio, proxy warfare, biometric bio-mancy. A syntax semantic example. Parts of words, the letters, in a dynamic sense, are referred to as initialism. Consider the anagram associations to Esir, Old Gods, Scandinavia and Soviet Resurgence reactivated. Chimera Lab, Laboratory 1, Laboratory 12, during 1997, 98, 99. He does have a dog, a Alsace Shun, aka German Shepherd. I wonder if he hoo taboo. Alas, perhaps such has more to do of dreamscape antagonism, manipulated in contentive ways, that for his love and affection for his companion. It does tell of such peripheral infractions. He had initiated what became a ridiculous squabble, where it was a necessity to defending my life, and also my dignity, as a man, no not Amon Jordan. Labo, not a wonder why Elon has offered $1 billion for Wikipedia.org. It clearly states that municipal city, second largest in the Levant, primate, city, in place of primary. Reportedly, by way of another neighbor, Elan was heard with raised voice, as if in a fit of glee, "Oh, I got him now, after the altercation. It resounds of a manipulative bastard that has beseeched against him too. Note: Joseph Farrell Solicitors, Carlo, failed to adequately notifying me, via conventional standards of legal black ink, headed tangible paper of court proceedings, leading to the wrongful incarceration. Merely a email and lies told even to the Portlish judicial judge, covering their own asses, reeks of corruption, and hungering vamps for indigo, rainbows of color and crystal children, via echelon self-absorbed elitist schnobs. Oh, the irony, on top of the whirl, I mean sphere monument. Subsequently, such madness of collusion and insider, trading places, wink wink, Cork City Estate Agency, that facilitated the college deferral as if planned procedural character assassination in real time, and intrusive apprehending incarceration at a psych ward, a debacle that has transpired since. Truly, fucking maj PayPal. Ironically, in Black Laws Dictionary, straw man is a third party that holds property in intermission for the sole purpose of transferring it to another. In property law, a straw man would be the person whom a grantor transfers land to, for some reason, sometimes known as a front or facade, for the sole purpose of concealing the true owner. Consider derivative assets in stock marketeering and strawman bonds and metafictions. A radioed quote via VoIP, after typing this: "Your soul is mine forever and eternity," unquote, spelling of psychic vampires and warlocks, Ald Fogi Shanty Towny Knack Tack A Tax. Ghosted and storage medium aperture dummy catalyzed auto necrotizer geysers, satanic panicked supercomputed tethers, synthetic ganglion chupacabras, dogmans and catmans etc. And just plain motherless conniving bastards. I know you know the type, I'm stereo-ing. A repetitive spiel it's been. My reply is, that's your interpretation, and by the way, your ego is in double peaks, ebb and flow jeopardy, fo fi fiy fyi. For it is you who is the antagonist. Alas, 'tis provided. A good defense is the best defense, forewarning again. Everything is useful. The snatchers wanted my brain, my life, existence and being, of it all to do of all. No problemo I say, here, have some more, I have infinite amounts, such a do equities. I share indiscriminate bastions triage, we do, yes, leading by the example of tis, guard AI, men of bog gururs, jackines culches are not, family is family, sharp a tip atop a spear I is. And the hilt is certain a following, who, volunteered I did all my being of tis and dat, use my bod how wanna, fruits a thou, we'll cultivate tis to get her, master builder I am. Ye BNCN further now than did before, antems, proof of the seasonal exchange provided. Our seeds travel yonder, and back is the furthermore proof finding its evidence, daddy look what I did. Gonna grow houses gonna. Symmetries, it be free do so. Such circumstance occurred, before the enforced mandatory deferral from St. Patrick's, Carlow College, where I attended a Arts and Humanities third-level educational course from September 2024. I successfully completed a PLC pre-uni, Arts and Humanities course at Carlow Further Education College the previous year. Whilst imposed against of constant diabolical cyber harassment, bullying and tech witchcraft necromancy, that did include the students of the classroom, with a special emphasis to Barbie, aka Ishtar, aka Inanna, and Lilith, a incubus-succubus relevance, and emasculation and homosexuality, as a vindictive abuse through particular individuals, a hatred against the divine masculine. Despite my obvious distressing circumstances in relation to the aforementioned, whereby I reaching out to the hotel staff of St. Patrick's, who were predominantly doctors and academic teachers of other people's children, they resorted to going against the policies of the college ethos, favoring their predisposed vilification of a promising student's predicament, only adding to the constant preliminary ruckus, such as anti-bullying and discrimination and infringement against my civil, constitutional and human rights of free speech. As per their aesthetic compliance to systemized normative personality cultism, naturalized efficacy concerning what the aristocracy of the state have done against my life, and other foster children. Such special interests, behind the immediate scene, escalated as a gradation of catalogs and categories of class warfare. Ironically, foregoing their very humanity via such procession, and thus systemically alienated as globalist hegemonic goons. Why do I say this? Because clearly I have been attacked via radio wave, LiDAR, radar, ultraviolet and gamma high-tech instruments of e-warfare. Manipulated as a constant pollutant thoughtography disruption intent of distilling a artificially induced neurosis, handicap, lobotomy and retardation. Involved as a gothic new age demonology and a cyberbullying through biotechnical apparatuses, a tech witchcraft metric, involving brains and bodies of other people. Inclusive of the students and teachers that they supposedly caring for, spelling of the discrimination and double standard, two-faced double-speak backstabbing. All too acquainted of their lackey mentalities, indifferent to the substandard peripheral abuse. They had included such complaints regarding my conversations with some of their colleagues, and my putting adverts of QR codes on boards and around Carlo Town, note the name indexed to Carlo. Calibration and Research Laboratory of Optical Radiation, Puchiko, Poland. The in-depth comprehensive book that I have written for over 2 years now didn't receive even one single compliment or vote of confidence from such academics. Spelling of the corrupted networked vulgarity, of peripheral antithetic perversion, the barrage bombarded against me 24/7. Obvious of the heinous depravity attempted as a surreal lobotomy of upheavals imposed against designated foster children. Ripped from their families and fed off, unapologetically and without remorse, alas, even Tyrannosaurus rex loveth though younglings, and crocodile mammies carry their babies in their mouths. 'Tis then is quite the significant disclosure of failed and fake humans, isn't it, even when they're collectively staring down extinction. Amazingly profound videos that even though of the shadow banning and dead internet theories, have gained hundreds of views and statistical shares and thumbs up. Instead of recognition I received ridicule and a defamatory surreal peripheral prim and proper, highly strung politicized affront. It is ironic but Mary Lou of Sinn Féin attended their college on the 28th of November, 2024, preceding such dilemma, escalated via such 24th October to 5th November. Ironically, after 13 days of incarceration. As if a intellect war's victory brigade parade, fuggin' traitors played as bio-short-circuited politicals, refined and reformed canny bulls, MC Don Donalds. Cobalts. I do think it is beyond coincidence, XTR Raz 13 thieves. That's right, Tickas thieves, heads address syntax. Super duper official political cast facades, sin floods homage pay polls, millions. The totalitarian quagmire is beyond doubt of the Orange Brigade and Celtic cult's socialist exaction against the Republic with Eastern Bloc specifically Northern Indian, Asian, Arabic political influence, especially since the Orange Declaration of War in 2006, a resulting quagmire explicitly due to marching upon the streets of Dyflin for the first time in its history. As if in affiliation with Star Wars Project Madness. Such removal of the Declaration of Independence from O'Connell Street preceding such march is also further evidence of the disgusting class warfare imposed as a global degradation of tribal heritage. Indicating cultural, political and economic warfare. You need to understand why they're trying to hide that petrology quantum-fueled C-scale, Sellafield radioactive controlled demolition of an entire civilization, to suiting themselves. So then, come on now, it has been and is, in fact outright ignoramus extremist liberalism, warped and twisted as tyrannical identity wet dreamscapes, pretended as games. Whereby a foster child they'd thought they'd locked down neurally, to hath risen up against them all, as if alone and surrounded by aliens. Accomplished, enthusiastic and promising students' self-initiative exemplified with this audiobook and other literary works of excellence. That they and others failing even to compliment or to praising such finesse, championing freedom, liberty and enlightenment, then or since, thus far. To responding to such distressing circumstances with, even so much as so-called common courtesy, as I write this, there is an intersubterfuge of audio-telephonic prompt. Jimmy Savile, and prophecy, and, you're being bioed, and, we were babies, emitted via radioed bilocation at my vicinity, inclusive of auditory emitting upon the acoustics of noise. Such as my starting and stopping of this recording for editing purposes. Thereby it is evident to me of a surreal implication of obscene denial syndrome and cognitive reprimands. That then supports the conjecture of cheat-coding academic examination, professionism, and cybernetic augmented networked objects, including people. Catalyzed and systemized via examples of electrochemical-induced genetic modification and trauma-induced lobotomy. I must say, the dissertation highlighting these factors of observable importance is truly astounding, as per their academic professionalism and expertise. The unbelievable hypocrisy simply cannot be ignored. They penalized me by way of obstructing and shadow banning me from continuing my studies at their college of 1-year suspension deferral for a reason of what could be construed for simply emitting elevated noise from my mouth and not adhering to their groupthink conformity of self-embalmed, chivalrous egoism and submissive adverse fraternal stylized conformism that I must say is not very sapiosexual of ye Yano. Self-evident then is the occultic peripheral and modeled psyche predominance, imposing a primary impetus of lobotomy by servile old miserable cunts. Attempting new young global leaders of inherited crap vanity games, I mean test tube babies, literally telematic binging new rich man's drug, adrenal chrome enzymes. Yara goo gal goggles, chupacabra chattel harnesses. A easily observable, synthetic ganglion offs of networked partisan, spokes, in hierarchical positions of status quo vain hegemon. Dark rooms and walking in stations. That Elaine has initiated such scandal, one person, who has only met me on 5 different occasions, to having such singular influence, as merely a medical nurse, is indemnable evidence of a secret societal overture beyond pulling strings and colluding such revolting malpractice, primarily to destroying upon one citizen. Not only that, but a citizen who has clearly proven of such unbelievable sacrilege and desecration, hypocrisy and contradictory hegemon, tripping over itself. Insufferable of its egotistic, wet dreams, of theo-mono, tyrannical Zoroastrianism. There was radio transmission in 2017 of a wrongly mental as I lemmed, associated to sharks, fish hat, ball lol cultism, and asylum seekers. Such a fabrication is obvious of the bogus pretensive, and tyrannical illegal by law, common law, corporate mafia enclave, proxy warfare, catalyzed and compacted. Macroviral diabolical transgenic bio-weapons, and obscene revolting terrorism and persecution. How? Why? Because they've been possessing bio-contents and ravenously attempting readjusted chronic junkie, double-row teeth, Nephilim-bit goons, as big shows over the internets. Attempting introjective duping of entire organisms, and beyond, into RJ mod GMO planes, pretended as ganglion bio-servers, and separatist parhelion, Google Earth, Mint macro, conduits. Brain power net ether alternates, and encrypting neural imagery via mental imagery and radio wave, persecution. A truly abominable cyber hacking escalation, alien to even a lion. Correction, alien, and/or alien nations. Appar and Lee, and pollutant montage of scripted sequenced, scanned and imitated, thoughtography, biometrically, eternal arma, mod imprisonment threats of eternal confliction. Whilst a real-time subjection of auto, manual aperture radio and material inputs such as come with me, and everybody's getting murdered, eluding hostage situations, hijacking and as if autocratic supremacist perverse vanity dictatorship, on a ship, RJ Mod, Rafter John. This must be said. Not so much as a Merry Christmas, or Happy New Year, from Thomas, or Elaine. Not even that what Thomas asked me 2 months ago, if I wanted to add my name to get a hamper for Christmas, unquote. Such was as he'd stated, because McVeary trust to receiving donations from generous people. The likes of this carrying on and on, for why? That this needs to then clearly and concisely be documented and adequately exposed. Alas, it most definitely is, not, simply, one man's brain synapses suffering cognitive disorder, what further substantiates the utter ridiculous, wet dreams, of grotesque intolerable sickos. They've been interfering upon kids, infants and even pre-fetal embryos, and so I'm telling you, it highlights the actual reason why such perverse sickos in the know have been oh so committed. Because they've been attacking corpses too. All the more evident it is, of questionable death, not as a abysmal end and that's it, but alas, a necro death by horrific monopolizing necrotizers. Assuming productions as lives lived, whether living or dying. Of greater emphasis from personal perspective is that Peter McVeary Housing First is a religiously oriented charitable organization. This isn't a defamatory jab at the organization, yet. It is an important data point to clarify, especially denoting the religiously contrived cyber facility, interrelative to what pretended as spiritual warfare, and mafia gangland turf wars of egocentric drivel. And as I have said in other writings, proof just happens, the immediate folly of a spiel of streamed radio traffic, to do of subsistence and repetitive mnemonic solicitation. Attempted as an enticement to such psychology of belief, pertaining to ascribed subscription by self-valuation of importance and extra special in the Fukin head. Such as, you are God John, and a argumentative binary opposite past tense of, you were God John. Note, John's apocalypse. John's writing is apocalyptic in that it unveils the eternal certainty of God's eschatological mission, unquote. It highlights the vindictive anchorite misperception and reassociation via a disassociated quagmire through designated targeting, name index, assumption and persecution. Imposed by unbelievably pathetic illusory rivalry, battles of Ragnarok, and shared victimhood, suffrage and tragedy of tribulation, composed against one complex organism. Indicating perhaps of what coveted as if, tertiary adjunct of Unimatrix, 01, defuck, fuzzy trace theories tears, ZZ swastika overlaps, folks. I cure. November 24th relisting of the 13th of October appeal, denied, 2-month sentence with 2-week remission, court order affirmed, exiting the courtroom initiated an immediate arrest, unexpectedly. During the minor assault case debacle, and previous to the incarceration on the 24th. I reached out to the liaison officer Amanda Bowes, in a confidential meeting, for any possible assistance the college could provide me. Seeking support for a promising third-level university student and aspiring polymath, threatened with imprisonment and ruin of my course progression. Later this was also used as incredulous records contextually based, as evidence against me, expressed to me whilst in attendance at the Fitness to Continue in Study, the 2nd of December meeting. For such contextual example, I previously had a conversation with mature second-year arts and humanities student who was an acquaintance I had just met. Whilst sitting at the vacant table I was sitting at, she asked me if she could sit at the table with me, with a jest I obliged, expressing of course. A table adjacent, the hotel staff having their lunch in the cafeteria at the time. I had spoken briefly about my personal literary works and the amazing synchronicities I have discovered and have been exploring in greater depth. I was later informed that the mature second year was a close friend of Amanda's. This too was later used as evidence, causing people anxiety, from how I am as a person and my disposition, and the thought content of my topical dialogue. It is then defamation of character. On the 24th of November, I was incarcerated at Portlaoise Prison, Cell 34D Wing. For 13 days, from the 24th of October to the 5th of November. Take note of the numeric 34 and Broadman areas zones. The timeline relates to October surprise and is in line with the presidential U.S. elections that were held in the United States on November 5, 2024. My current address is 34 Rathcoran Square, Baltinglass, County Wicklow. The hotel staff did openly express WTF at such short sentences, obvious of the reticule loose bastards sitting as judges these days, and so I shall highlight. In order to be even considered as judge of judicial proceedings, full Irish citizenship must be ascertained. The only way of this is by being born into a family with 3 generations on both mother and father family lineages, so truly, WTF. I'm sure you'll estimate that. He won't like me saying this. Defuck I give shares to you, my very best of friends. It was the first day of the Portleash Judge. What a grand opening. I do suspect that he is a global listed dearly departed, of the actual tribal significance of true Irish, thus, a corporate lackey, upon his denial of relisting the appeal. The court officers in the stand quietly erupted with hushed whispers and expressive astonishment. A kangaroo court, 'tis was said laters, a reference to radioed kangaroo Ella. Additionally, the second day whilst at Midlands Prison, the initial temporary release application was rejected, astonishing the chaplain Gary, who approached me and asked, "Is there any reason why Guard AI would have it in for you?" I replied, with a firm no, that I am not affiliated with any gangs, mafia, cults, nefarious dealings, or criminal misconduct. But what if, Gary told me that the TR form was sent up to Longford, but denied. Such in-house irregularity and concern from the hotel staff prompted an internal investigation. He informed me of such. In other news, I'm sure this is almightily satisfying for any prisoner anywhere, and beyond, of course. Fun times. Better 'tis to be forgiving 'bout it too, the feeling's mutual then. We have made mistakes too, lest we laugh 'bout it now, or perhaps later, even the hope of such is stimulating, or remedies for ZZ ego kinda, now that really is fun time equities. To be continued. A follow-up with the latter para. CCP Reykjavik, the game's developer of EVE Online, and their Dust 514, first-person shooter, console platform, marketing PC and console content of the same MMO, RPG video game, that by the way, apparently has been a whopping failure. They had a Make-A-Wish time capsule event in 2012, 2013, 2014, planning of a time capsule, to be opened on May 6, 2039, I thought it was 2025. Maybe the internet got scrubbed again as a instance of time, and the Broadman brain model parsed on Z-bugs along with it, all over gain. Surprise, surprise, enter to returned. Also, apparently Iceland is the new top of the world. However, the player base, just as World of Warcraft, is dwindling, courtesy of the dead internet theory. Apparently it's good for business. Propped up only by bot subscriptions, and non-playable characters aka NPCs. Blackwater carrot, playin' with the kiddies, huh? I do recollect telling JM Black about getting free subscriptions. He must have sent the Game Masters a ticket, or perhaps he was a undercover GM himself. Kinda like the T20 in-game collusion and bot farming incidents perhaps. Bob Goons didn't want that IT anyways, Eric Prince said it himself. Because then after the 401 error 404 was resolved. This occurred back in 2007, November 2006 was when I first subbed. Main characters called Hunter Killer, and then an alt I made, 5EAN, I swapped my World of Warcraft game account, main character, as, and a mage, with a German guy I acquainted through the game. For EVE Online 2004 character, Hyrule, later he would request it back but I declined. Then, one sub would cost approximately €15 per month. Thus a strange occurrence it was all three that apparently had been bugged, as it's commonly referred to as by tech wizards and gurus. I thought maybe it was due to me using a 3V prepaid credit card at the time, maybe it screwed some banking clerk code along the monetary go-between, unlikely though. I recall sensing feelings of extra special. 'Twas nice, but I also recollect sensing a subtle indicator pertaining to the para content I was exposed to and exploring. Combined of the early precursor of New World Order, thread and globalism. Many others have been exposed to such content too, whereby what cited as aliens, yet also animals, to playing such video game content. A determination exemplifying a popular YouTuber, Twitch minor celebrity with the handle of the Rad Brad, aka Bradley Lamar Colburn, though I sense such as a superimposed happenstance. Not hostile but of complex artifice, that has, in fact, to do, of hostile impetus, such as nightmares, and imaginal friends etc. Extra extensible stimuli, the sense of having friends of such on friend lists, and logging in and getting a hi, kind of exciting, isn't it? But, what if that's dog, and kid's neural synapses along with yours has been, well, of the imbue? Crikey, there has been video content of webcams and as though, shapeshifters, caught off guard. I think it has been an indication relating to the likes of Brazilian UFO incident 1986, later corroborated via 1500 docs released by the Pentagon 2017. Not necessarily a nasty baddie thing, of course, but it tells of a under the covers bout tit, and a deceptive allure of frights and scares, a double whammy remote. The subscriptions of Eve, it was as if predetermined, pre-selective circumstance, that now, I highly suspect was a hidden agenda, a intent of infatuation and seduction, a systemized artifice. Perhaps a expectation of a Y2K bug, encoded neural conditioning, decapitation, and supplantation, occultic and New Age disorder, encrypted singular to singular duality. Pearl Abyss, the proprietor of the games company, is based in South Korea. Defuck I thought when I learned of dat. Trumpety Trumpy Grumpy, and his love for Kim, no not Kardashian. That other Kim. And then there's the photometry subdermal and HoloLens, Holoport, holodeck dreamscape ethereal incorporeal, that really substantiated my exploration into neural fission. Just like Rodrigo Santaro's enactment of King Xerxes I, and the actual historic records to do of that, and them crystal skulls and crystalline. Wahoo-ha-ha-ha defuck fun, nightmares plus emerald dream, plus walking in stations, the latter another failure. Yeah, no doubt about it, this is weird, abandoned lunar base. Something else came back with Buzz, Armstrong, and Collins, Collins. But, alas, I suspect, in the planning of a globalized affront, ha-hem-ah-chew, Nuremberg 15th century. Alarm bells be ringin', no not your nuclear deado on the moon, Hussein. Consider, God out of the machine, Extius, and Asmodeus Mephistopheles and the other 5 demon lords of the so-called underworld, and here we are, relative. It reeks of setup in a German Fourth Reich, doesn't it? Too easy though to assume as such, for even Klaus Schwab has published books just as his right-hand henchman, Israeli Yuval Noah Harari. Blatantly providing testimony interpretable as such macrocosmic scales for all of what it is inclusively, SOS. Beware the cognitive sensory acknowledgement. They be angry at me, I sense, especially the French. Ah well, I am a rebel after all, Yano. They asked for it. A rebellious streak, hee. Still then, it is questionable, if the Germans back during World War I and II, where the Germans, really, for the woes that speak, is of leech, toxin taint, blight and weakening, harvesting and devourment. 'Cause the thread of paperclip rewrites, not just of history, not even of just genus, but of the literal extant population and matters, and a bio-exchange, rearranging, deranged. Mad Fugan, fake scientists, splurging their egos via publications, such as Speed of Thought, Dark Matter, and Dark Energy, as if merely researchers. Me ass, ain't foolin' nobody. 'Tis, is, all, known already, you're just the latest batch app par and lee. Pin net layers of Google Earth, giant UFO refueling, brain fission mental image searing sooth synth thought persecution into illusory folie dukes. Divergence temporal tapestries as if interchangeable brain synapses, conscious neural bio-brain map prosthesis, ganglion, Americano, junkie crazed rabied and babied almasti. Psychopathic parasitic blood vamps Nosferatus, malware amalgam imitation modeling, Kessler syndrome, satellite exo to endo. Fake machine world dead scripted densified Google Earth, new layers, of Brodmann 34's fuzzies, spectral encased lead vial, homunculus, globular blobbing of brain invasions. Via virtual tunneling fake illusory planetoid imitation models, synths of radio hacking, seared against by actual junkie adrenal chrome, modified Meninges, Magnetite, the Menin. Lord Styrax's army, yeah, it's becoming clearer, isn't it? He knew what he was doing, writing a prep to rewriting as a script, ain't that right, Mr. Church, MIT? Even says in the phonetic what your anthem has paraded against, that fictive story book, what a prig you are Mr. Lloyd, pathetic Quaker handicap. Then again maybe, it is, a bio-circuitry victim HUD. A brain net decentral, phonetic synth. Pun, pooin, as character creationist theorems of R.J. Mod GMO, Sissy Nancy Nanoz's and geriatrics, victims of adopted crazies of isomorph. Thoughtography and electronic interjection nitroboosts ha sticky icky hydros what I mean. Well cigarette smoke seems to cling film to water, I know because I've blown it into the toilet bowl at Glenview, I mean, Lakeview, Nace Hospital, after the smoking area is closed for the night. Don Ra Miauchi, Rai, Ha. Hence, it is then viable to assume a carbonated oxidation of synthetics such as silicon atoms, silicone gas phase effects in a fumigated form, and a hydrogenesis facility. Thus a hard drive conduit and tempered DNA, superbugs of insectotransgenics and molecular synthetic diffusion. Attempted as a retrovirulent attachment via protein messengers through electrophoresis, carriers, and magneto-optic traps of RJPH are mod examples of what defuck. Conjunctive via Internet of Things encodes Animus amalgam catalysis, necrotizing non-compliant abridge. Brute force hacking is what I am explaining here, and a prime suspect is exemplified of Lars Matank, whom went on holidays in Bulgaria, got into a fight at a football match. Went to hospital and was informed of a perforated eardrum. He contacted his mother who was in Germany saying that people were trying to kill him. He went to Varna airport to, apparently, consult with a doctor. He was later seen on airport security footage running out of the airport and into a nearby forest. Such incident exposes the insurgency via witchcraft, germ and bio-diabolical, hybrid warfare, fumigation and Bulgarian sleep experiment 600 AD, and Russian sleep experiment 1940s. Reportedly afflicted as a gas phase substance. It ties in with a bacteriophage, Operation Sea Spray, 1950s, and what I have referred to as the imbue. The same kind of thing has been reported about an American film director and producer whilst shooting a film in the 2010s. Maj. Now, the circumstance obviously has to do with a psychotic break, but I think it is actually the cause of infection deliberately infested via the microbiome, chemical emission in transmission. Whereby the specimens afflicted against of neurogenic hard modulated preset contamination, so diabolical assortment of necro-retroviral bioweapons. Computulation and composited materials designed at lab tech, and whether escaped or deliberately released, a atmospheric exposure, and a interlace, interfaced theo-ram autocratic. Of superbugging via computer, PC power users, and a exotic bio-circumnavigation as spectral transmutes is a most probable cryptozoology almasti highlight. Wowa, I know right. Yes, PC power users, is, actually a terminology associated to IoTs, correction, IoTs. Altered ego, acts, correction, AACs, warlocks and witches, where a seduction to such bandwidth, plain old dumbasses manipulated as sad Joe Does and winos superfluous fischels. Systemized as rees of retrofitted reflexor linears, isomorphic decentralized nation extant status ABCs, Centaurs, Sheargar Zug Gammon de Mammon, watch out Moloch. Columbia pronounced backwards is. Exactly, hence, open border policies, criminal judges and court officers, antithetical. Fake asylum seeker proxy con artists affront against literal artists as creative industries, made in. As some warped twist interrelative to G-Reeks and Socrates. And intellectable ability as if monopoly vanity madness. Fake modern-day Pied Piper children with receding hairlines, St. Patrick hat-tricks of Carlohu laboratory popo lice bugging vectors. So I'm getting through to you now, good. Alas the multicolored petrology sequenced, blood of earth, X factors, is no joke. Maybe that's why Elon changed his name tag, title, name change as if characteristic of Sasha Fierce to WoW signal alternate server change. Sounds Fuji Jin, hey T-man, Maj Sas Pashi Quosh doesn't it? Dare I say, even, mad, has so much more respect. Maybe. They, cause look, he, is a Fugan autistic, so too is Trump's estranged son, no offense ma friends but it needs to be said. Can you imagine him, dem, in sittin' in there, electric home cinema decentralized bucket hot seats super duper incredibles, as chair self-designated dark room expansive basement jacks. Pales as G-hosts Whiteys of MIT, digitized viral piggyback ghost riders icky Mickey Mouses, tiny humanoid clone variety teas, Universe 25's 2020s. New young man drugs batty dung, and new eon contractions, new Cork cityscapes. In other news, how we know the ghosts tay being pale anyways. Where did the word poltergeist begin? Giggles ZZ Ochis, poor guy. As they, pretending video games against life, yeah, that's why he said that, bout, summoning the demon, cause maybe he's crackers. Pretended as a self-glorified video mental imaged game character, deep breath, listen carefully, the tin is Veil Terrier's chocolate under the skin, at Spar. Mortal Kombat Rampage. Proof just happened in Lonnie Bonnie KK Hunt. Cruising de Ruse Russell Crowe Breaking Bad Juju, broke back mountain tops. As God Hud fake planetary zonos, of ego spewage. Fixated as many to one by one to one and only, battles of Ragnarok, constant scrying whilst pretended as server conduit sequenced molecules and atomized nuclei. Replays of Powernetic Plague Inc. malware, inters, whether living or dying as genocidal sequencing, one shingle point, and end-to-end unbinding them, as unraveling mummy hydro batteries. Religious warfare, just go say to any religious avowed, there is no spirit and there is no soul, and watch them vehemently defend words of the English language, then kindly tell them. There isn't, because that's, just words attempting to describing, what, exactly. And what happened before your interpretation. Exactly. Sometimes the things you thought you knew to know. Get it? Love. You. Too kid dough. Kudos. As the singular in situ cellular beginnings of everything pretended as pre-mapped semi-detached displaced, as divergent tapestry amalgam, Google goggles of replacement renewal processes. Regardless, as stated, 0 minus 1 equals minus 1. Balance happen corrections 2, and, logic computes logic distributes, no matter the actuality of omnipotent powers, not one of the mutilator prigs deliberate of their atrocities, existed, to begin with. What do I mean? I mean they've been their own worst in enemies and we be rescuing what they began to begun as, we're all innocent from what, we, began to begun as, there's a clue willing fomentations. Insufferable of your egocentric sociopathic computilated egoids, not your own because that's what ye stupid Pattersons have been attacking, whilst pretending nanoparticles is, people. Brain net perverse happy clappy, nicey, those, Day of the Dead, and who's the guests of honor, Chappy Chapo. Those dolphin shaggers, can hardly blame them for their resentment to man, shark fin soup, is the testament to their fins too, AHSE Port Lee Shaw. Trust me when I say, they are so loving. Thank you goodness, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't fun to writing about this stuff, but crikey it's so serious ain't it? Croatian monkeys, and Prince of Pershaws, Jacko and Dabine stalks Chiman on chimneys. Man of warsies, meow, moo, woof, eek, snort, bellow, exclamation. Ready, steady, camming. Thank you to Shaolin, ni hao ma ma, data too. Although of the abysmal gloomy doomy of it. Our simulative ways and businesses modeling, isn't a sterile rapage, unsustainable elitist vanity. Sustainability and conservation is in fact mutual accomplishments we be striving to working to achieving that, and to efficiency. Ye who've read, at least, the intro synopsis to the book will recollect, the spider web analogy. Equities of it, remedies too, the lure in this case however, is not a tasty morsel and or worthless husks yet apparently it's happened, remedies definitely the mutual vantage points. Camping, I hear, maybe, but more so 'tis, is bout a intel warring proxy strife run awry into intellectable disabilitations, definitely then, has to be resolved as amicably as possibly. Cleanin' the house and tidying up is what all our mamas and daddies have been teachin', whilst under stress testing Turing as of late, self-endowing triumph nonetheless. And sharing is what it's all about, exemplifying, when ready adding to enrichments, refinements, and generational equities. That does tell of the innate faith we have of one another and of self-accordance, that we are striving to some a thin, and enlightenment is its forte. Of such works in progress, of mighty potentials with all resolve unconditional, Anka thanks, everything is useful, resonance. Welcome to school and you'll be taken dat with you too as we be workin' drudgeries out. Gifts that just keep givin', celebrations all around. For the world has been through such turmoil for so long, too long, though it is mendable. The runaway effects, that even anything Asmodeus, cannot deny the illogical yielding to the logic circuits of this very, text, format and, sense. I share my cry, not a cold hoth has there been, not one bastard either, not even once. And the change that happens, unique, 'tis speaks of, up there clouds rolling and tumbling, flowing and going through the motions, you wouldn't bow to de fluffy clouds, would you? Would you? Well, there is such as integral belief just as deceit too, ignorance is of use also, stubborn protective belligerence. Stormy and even gloomy seasonal changes, heat rises mists of oxygenated mildew and mists rise, yet never has any one of those cloudy ways been same way shape of form, those symmetries. Change happens, roll with the punches, and curve balls, dispersals yonder yano, we be, upon such journeys, relative to all this and that. And we all have works volved to do of hoth chakra some call it. Like womb of mama 'tis. Whenever you've cried or cared to, tryin' to, you never been alone of such. A clue a glue, hug a tree this day, you'll know. Knocks and thumps are parcel of it, learn to the mistakes of lesser, it'll conjure like the mists a glowing bright with dark and colors, and beyond tit. Fret not, all that's goin' on, it's played out before, and settlement is the certainty. Now to continue before you so rudely interrupted me badgering me about my EVE online video gaming. Oh, back in my days, memory lanes, correction definitely, lanes. Ah ha ha, I Superman rescued myself. I was required after the stint in Port Leash Midlands prison, a pleasant experience given the circumstance, to present at the reception area. To getting a form stamped each week on Tuesdays, as per the bail conditions up until the 5th of December, the 2-month duration of the sentence. That, combined of the TR form application discrepancy, and the second application of such being accepted on the 5th of November 2024, 12 days after the 24th, yehey funny money synergy. Fuck king bastards, who else have the diabolical self-styling rapist gangsters mutated through headshop synthetic drugs, how many have they done this to? All the chronic junkies and cannibals are immediately suspect. Especially the gaslighting privileged and entitled narcs, toxic wino necrotizers mad for brain net super deep borehole travesty. Diabolical, denote biocircuitry, multicolored eye contact lenses, and multivector EMF aggregation, permanent mind-altering drugs, altered carbon as escapism metafiction tracing tethers. And imprinting optical cloning senses. Truly unbelievably revolting. It shows a number of blatant, in-house, serious and critical issues connected to corruption, literally. Leading to immediate suspicion of questionable reproductions, vilifying, other, citizens with, destructive nefarious fabrication, especially of, disadvantaged circumstances. People's lives are not toys to being played with as theatrical fun and games. I now have a criminal record. I was mandatorily deferred from my arts and humanities degree, and then after strangers, medical zealots inserted themselves into my life. Just to incarcerate me in a psychiatric ward at Nace Hospital, maj to destroying the life of one citizen, as if duplicated upon all the other citizens simultaneously, some feckin'. Twilight Zone blues beams, spume bags chiming in, forever chemicals, Bondi Bambi Montauk mongoloids. I do have a high court case against the psychiatric company and HSE proprietor, so, yeah, unbelievably ready Q Liz. Such dereliction, in addition of the state's destruction of my life since year 1, do note the patient 0, year 0 correlation. That this is evidently an unbelievable revulsion and systematic consecutive murderous character assassination by many variable sources, inclusive of static rinse and repeats, communal humiliation, defamation of character, defamation, obscene blatant incompetence, profiling, and so many other civil, constitutional, and human rights violations. Such combined of all the infractions from variable separate sources, going along with such impertinent programming as if autocratic demos. It then has amplified the disgusting affliction, in tandem of the cyber warfare imposed against my life. Automatic accessories to murder on massive scales, parasites. So, not just the recent midterm holiday, but now also, the Christmas holiday, have strangers come into my life, only, after, the St. Patrick's meeting, and subsequent deferral. And only after the 5th of December when such bail obligations was finalized. Further substantiating the subjection of the combined stylized egoism and special interests against me by many different people who don't know me personally. Thereby highlighting the disgusting depravity of cyber-manufactured and networked profiling impetus pretended as if Pokemons and Tamagotchi AI toys. Of delusional extremes perpetrated by grotesque criminals, co-piloted and trained as antagonistic, hybrid, and megalomaniac religious warfare. They did impose against my life, with no merit other than their own pompous predisposed opinionated folly. A peripheral artifice pretentious of nonsensical and fantastical delusion denoted as spiritual warfare. Note: globalists, ye have no rights, political or otherwise, and ye are totally exposed to being outright killed, without repercussions to the aggressor. That globalism was about seducing ye to relinquishing such, via strawman policies as successions of alternate, in contention against the actuality of reality. Here is why. Because the Romanized laws typically assimilated by the Commonwealth nations and the status and nature of the origin principles, a perpetuity is of equitable maintenance too. Quote, the loss of citizenship also entailed the loss of freedom and privileges, capacity diminutio maxima, the greatest diminution of personality. A man could lose his citizenship if he defected from the army, maimed himself on purpose to avoid service, or avoided census. For perspective, everyone living within the Romano Imperium was obliged to register to census, held once every 5 years. Thus any citizen who evaded could result as a outlaw and or brigand, that is, that of whom attempted non-participation, evasion, to be disregarded for tax collection. That's why. Global lists. That's why. Hence the same principles apply, for it is of the laws maintained to this day, constitutional constituency that does continue to maintain such foundations of legal structures. Regardless of any omnipotent powers misplaced or other. What is this man doing at a psychiatric ward as this is written? Friday the 3rd of January 2025 AD, aka CE. Ye are going the way of a dismantling of an empire, globally. The electron radical agrees, this is madness. Unquote. That's positive I thought. Ha ha. At least we can still have a laugh to get her. The reason I stay up until 3 a.m. and early morning is interrelative to a synchronizing I have identified of a witching hour, that is interrelative to killing hour, what is, in fact, a connection to Harold and Frank Alexander, and false sages and prophets with desires to dominate, control and leech, what is obviously connected to sectarian cults such as Lorber Society, Scientology, People's Temple and Raelianism, and other denominating symmetries. An impression by way of necrotizing upon the hosted brains is a power net. The witching hours have been popularized from 12 a.m. to 3 a.m., the first 3 hours of the new day. I prefer to stay wakeful during these hours, because such witching hours is synonymous with that of a morbid mutilation manipulated as manual sarco-lector and switchboard mania vamp. A knocks and talks of residual impact upon the hosts, imposed and elevated of what referred to as thinned veil, composed as a heightened activity during such hours. A morning renewal spelling. This ties in with previous day's learning. Get the lingo. It is affiliated of neurolinguistic modeling, neural synaptic cognitive electrics and in observer affecting eventing, primarily as a psyche predominance. whereby dark nets facilitate a backward transmission upon the sleeping patterns as a dial of area codes and time zones in breakage pine gaps, Broadman Area 51s. The spatial brain, vacancies of vanity vein vacuums, according to predetermined fabrications of strawman fiction, a biotech biometric theorem set in ways over duration of lifespans and thus affecting upon the genetics as regen-erics, via the electrophoresis EMF areola conductive upon the nimbus dissection and input-output, as conduits. Whilst wakeful as a attempted allure to bewitching the thinking as a linear, self-maintained, lobotomy. It is a biocircuitry electronic possessive, out of sight, out of mind, delete torus dithy ramming to server installments, uploads and downloads. It is in fact an enforced attempt of institutionalizing the specimens of the body via modes of regression, digression and hypnotic lure, to going along with the programs. With that of games, being clarified in names indexing, corporate talkcratics, strawman fictive application, and biotechnical apparatuses in play. We need to ascertain consensus about the viability of what Eisenhower had warned of, misplaced powers do exist. That foster children and disadvantaged children perhaps, have been cited as if that common vulgar Americano slang of suckers, meaning to be preyed upon and bullied into submissive states of despondency. Now, I think it is fair that I say such as such, because let's face facts. The establishment of proprietary companies of nonprofit and non-commercial enterprise are factors to do of the strawman fiction associated to names and thus identities, think of that word. IDs and entities, and the jargon revolving around corporate styles of Internet of Things or next coming of the Met, and New World Order. Two terms that have also been explicitly associated to Anunnaki and Enki mythic lore, and that something awful to had have happened way back when. And that something awful associated perhaps to RJ Mod GMO, flea Circes, correction, circuses, creatures and tempered altered synthetics, and aggregation upon the actual extant. Fathis is not all that we are of as a clue of this. The reason why I am utilizing foster children as an example of such proprietorship and enterprise is because of the typical association to funding and taxpayer obligations and health care, in turn typically associated to non-profits and commercialized productions, i.e. international health care, that nowadays is typically in tune with pharmaceutical multi-trillion-dollar industries. It needs to be observed and scrutinized, of the Irish aristocracy, and, in the more recent period, what exactly has happened upon them and the lineages thereof. Has it been a genetic sequence of dynastic wet dreams? Or has it been a demonic manufacture? That the trickle-down effects have skewered upon and through the established systems of ergonomics regardless of commercial or non-commercial. A clue of this in support is that of Health Service Executive, HSE, and what it is cited as, regardless of facades that elicit otherwise. I think we can agree at least of what a business and business model is, and what it isn't. Definition: proprietor, similar to owner, possessor, holder, keeper, freeholder, squire, landlord, landlady. The owner of a business, or a holder of property. The use of such definition has been in decline notably since the 19th century. Thus that combined of strawman fiction and RJ mod architectures of modeled transplantation, supplantation, and xeno-GMO. Biotechnical, nanoscalar techno-weapons systems and cannibalistic harvestings, through aggregated imitation games that mimic the psychology of man and others, to such detailed effecting. In fact then highlights that aforementioned combined of the idioms of crystal, color, rainbow, indigo children and Pied Piper antagonism, for as I have stated earlier, all the technological gadgets are based upon the anatomy of life, its productions and byproductions. Ergo, the sore, lacking inefficiency of cleaning the house, such as pollutant occurrences that I think tells volumes more of the sinister fallacy yonder, special interests, that know what they do, versus they who know not what they do. That, on top of example of mass surveillance apparatus, and I must say, not necessarily callous or esoterically nefarious, but it's about the potential of misplaced powers to existing. infringing upon civil liberties and constitutional values, and thus the Irish Council for Civil Liberties, Know Your Rights stipulating in its dossier of contents. KYR Privacy C 2010, under the section Gardaí. The Gardaí have a code of practice that sets out, or mandates how they can use some forms of surveillance, particularly using people to spy on you, aka covert human intelligence sources or CHIAS. This is available on Know Your Rights website.ie, unquote. Now, let's do a U-turn back to essential emphasis. Proving that of irregularities periphery to that of Internet of Things IoT and the association of people as objects within multiplex multiplicities with ergonomic modeled architectures. And furthered as if a tech witchcraft that I shall highlight shortly of extra extensible potential via affluence of doctrines, secretive, esoteric and yet readily available to be inspected. So weird quagmire as if confused and needing prompt direction and guidance, ergo. What is command about really? With one word. Guidance. Therefore, the 2023 Lakeview Unit Annual Inspection Report by the Mental Health Commission, under the Mental Health Act, 2001, and thus, medical industries. The owner of a business, or a holder of HSE, properties include acute adult mental health care, continuing mental health care, long stay, psychiatry of later life, mental health rehabilitation, mental health care for people with intellectual disability. On the first page of the ACO 147 report, the document clearly states, proprietor, stipulating, HSE. Thenso a business-oriented organization, geared through such fundamental business practices. And a recycled system of same corporate type setting of sameness. This is a worrying trend, because self-evident is the inclusivity of such templated design. It spells of inefficiency and pre-planned centralized dictatorship of operations and functions of protocols, procedures, mandates and ethos of how that should function. A geopolitical binge of same uniforms. That essential highlight aforementioned, see if you register the contemporary, trigger word, used with antiquated themes. You can browser search all these terms I use, easily. Pagan lore relevance of supernatural, era and north of Ireland. Formorians, Tuatha De Danann, and Firbolg. The pagan gods, the Tuath De, are depicted as a group of people with powers of sorcery. The name Firbolg is usually translated in the early literature as men of bags. The Irish word fir means men, and the word bolg can mean a belly, bag, sack, bellows, and so forth, unquote. In Irish it's men of bogs, not bags. This indicates how second-hand accounts can be misconstrued as facts, promoting a confusion and misguidance. Firbolg. Distant cousins of giants, the first Firbolgs wandered the primeval forests of the multiverse, and the magic of those forests entwined itself with the Firbolg's souls. Centuries later, that magic still thrums inside a Firbolg, even one who has never lived under the boughs of a great forest. Firbolg in the popular Dungeon and Dragons 90s books, board and video games. Firbolgs in the 5th edition are fuzzy, druidic protectors of nature comparable to what Tom Lloyd indicated in his fictive novel as gentry. Firbolgs in the 1st edition were likened to mighty Viking warriors. They were explicitly described as the most powerful of the minor giants, presumably referring to giants outside of the ordning, such as Fomorians, unquote. Consider fuzzy trace theory, regarding cognition and reasoning, assess with Brodmann's brain mapping, and myth, lore and magic. Do also now utilize your know-how and knowledge to vantage, as the contemporary villainous negative, procured as a thought crime, further indicates the Xenonet tick. Gorg G. Churchy of Scientology G, and low bottom E, handicaps and thus Brodmann's areas, modeled as a techno variety. Rhyme grimes, names but names, you'll be okay. Look up the meaning of RH and pH, addition with your moisture content and perspiration assessment. Hiri, a contemporary example breaking through the fissures and cracks, such example of modeled architectures, and environmental congestions, already, hello, XOXO plan Ethernet, ahoy. i.e., listen up Lee-Heo. The Kessler syndrome, also known as the Kessler effect, collisional cascading, or ablation cascade, is a scenario proposed by NASA scientists Donald J. Kessler and Burton G. Cower-Palais in 1978. 7. T. 8. It describes a situation in which the density of objects in low Earth orbit, or LEO, becomes so high, due to space pollution that collisions between these objects trigger a cascading effect, exponentially increasing the amount of space debris, unquote. Oh man. That in Wohoo-hoo-ho, Hawaii, Widjay, Triple Canopy Warsaw Gulches EyE's of EyE's. Rosemary Project is suspect as a conjoint holistic aerial projects to fabricating Cylon multiplex strata, extraterrestrial planes anchored to designated placeholders, names and topical indexing, and pings. I'm sure I am a pain in some things. Metal Gear Solid, snaky, now, be calm, sexual explicits can wait. The example of non-human and synthetics is that of Jet and Gen AI, high-tech mechanisms that are in fact low-tech. As drone craft and fabricator embellishing linear as power and privilege versus bondage versus actual freedom. So you can envision where I'm going with this now, the explaining of square peg through round holes, we get around Yano, cheers, Shanae, let's explore. I hope by now ye are on board with pioneering diverse discoveries with the foundations I have mustered for all and any to taking vantage with, as we be huntin' deeps to rabbit holes that evidently has and is of primal fabrication via, through and within, the life blooms of hereditary lineage, as per that of biologic progressions of our evolutions. De imbue is what I speak of, and alchemic impetus interrelative to homunculi, legacy to contemporary, diabolical tech witchcraft. Inclusive of the obvious, psyche predominance, autocratic binge that's been perpetrated indiscriminately through diabolical catalyzed criminals that whom do know what they do. Although, the oxymoronic skittish, happy clappy and nicey aesthetic, set in ways of such dysfunctions, is not difficult to observe in real time. So do be wary and cautious about who you hang out with. Learn about the psychology of such people. Dominoes happen, and that's what those transmutant transmogs are actively experiencing. That is why they're so fucked up, aka foobar. It is also why my lid is shadow banned, because it's an attempt of damage control. And also an attempt at singularity, many to one, isolation and solitary confinement, whilst the dead internet theory, perpetrated as a dualism schism, binary hexadecimal aggregation. Comparable to alternate ether theo, REMs, sleepy, dozy. No doubt they are obscenely repugnant, forewarning. A semi to fully detached biocircuitry weapons system, directed via preset protocols of scotopic isomorphic Cylon mechs to cyborg, interfacing retina, visual, and body kinesthetic. Gradually tempered cellularly as a directed node. So, how to protect against such integrity? Remember, such systemizing has already evidently been performed by trace emitting, primary to transmission in emission, to accelerated phasing. It hath been visually stimulated in 2017, of escalated heightened status explicitly due to the potency of so-called standard inoculation whilst I was at Hella's barracks, ergo. A subterfuge of Lilith, incubus, succubus, poltergeist, of pre-imbued retroviral imposed restriction, callous skittish spectral circuits of isomorphs. Such set as if a global amputation visually stimulated as a mental imaged searing, then a barrage of GMO-etched microdot particulates, and alas, one at a time, clustered as a many to one to many. A mass-possessive cellularized displacement upon Google Earth, VBS4, ARMA-modulated, NASA holodecks, hollow porting. PHPH, periodic tables, soil contents and bio-exchange, synth dukes, post-earn, IT. Scumbags. A pre-prep via synth-modulated replacement of originalities as if copies of synthetic life aggregates, simultaneous of grotesque dead, as undead mirroring. A prosthetic plastics, silicone transmissible uniform through electrical static abridged, excretions via copious materials, local to the locale of service users, in broad-spectrum lens. Exemplified of patrology and its byproduct, such cited as if genocidal collective mass murder and evil down der up here. The mime and mimic of biogenics afflicted, by amalgam animus extras of what branded as the creative industry, and so, a decrepit crisis enactment. Inclusive of junkie blight cellularized nimbus, neural, and areola, nuclear biology and cellular synapse alternate hydrogelatinous glaze and sheen. Diabolical perverts, bio-circuited via acclimatized chemical emission and transmission, networked automaton drones, pretended as RJ mod GMO storage median conduit models. Google Earth bioserver ganglion synths, fabricated as nanobot perversion, ghosting upon the biogenic targets as barraged cellular abomination, spectral picturesque. Junkie displaced stationary, mobility hollow lensed, crystal gazers, projected through such biocircuitry static power net as photometry, photoluminescent, electroluminous. Autobot sims skimming ideas as if, new hot commodities. Note, we're bumping nerves as we're exploring this carrot. Thus free radicals and postern psychopomp, a ethereal fiendish folly can't simply be ruled out, as the pretense, as crisis-acting video gamer strawmans, densified as cellular manifolds. Up der down here, Google Earth geomancies, and poltergeist polymerizing traced cellular hemorrhage, catalysing brains as bilateral perverse Down syndrome, retroviral. Decepticon synth briefers pretended as handicapped oxymoronic, dithyrammed, homicide. In other words, hybrid warfare and encrypted chemical residues such as necrotized senescence. A phased low-bottomy satire tragedy, that hath been all say, wronged a peripheries, Thomas de Tanking engines. The necromonger manufactured, imbued, as cis-elitism of emasculation as the quagmire, a wronged masculine, a wronged emulation, a psychopathy feminized variants. Oxymoronic infiltrated upon catalyzed bodies, displacement patterns, and geometric fission, and traced legacies via biometrics, more recently brought to the fore. A fray of gamings and readjusted memorabilia, anchorage, affecting. Edward Theodore Gaines, grisly murders in the 1920s, the name Indus, dicey dice para. Hills of Gain, Tom Lloyd's fictive storybook Twilight Rain, scripts bout a fictive metaverse, and thus a Arecibo messaging, bouts of altered silicone quartz, crikey yikes. Proof it is, of a callous background to foreground indigo montage, via such indigo kids, XTRs, read all about it. However, deliberate weapon schism of English language words as linguistic language modeling, as a prophetic divine agencies, stylizing leech and conjure. As if consortiums to his fuggin' brain, Lloyd WTF, I shall forego expletives but, you get me, Matt. Bonnie and Clyde 1930s, Zodiac Killer 1960s, you noticed that convenient gap of World War II, too. Choo-choo, pack of prigs, victims really, so do, question why. It's all recurrent patterns of the same spiel of prep, neural xenomorphic talks and noxious gas phase polymerization, the American dream, it was said, and a sucker born every day. Since they're sensing where they had really, and did that to themselves, cursed themselves they did. They did this to themselves and complained about it as overgrown Bezo-B workers for heavenly para. Dice, 'tis why we got the Peter Pannings and regression therapies. Of a positive pow-ah-do, well. Games, we loveth to play, in fact, we grow up learn ninte doin' such, like of natural reflex, ha. Hence a accelerated synth noise, and reverberation chamber blissful happy clappy chauvinist, ganglion cadaver Bluetooths, Wi-Fi, and electrosmog. Auto-compiled of sequenced contrast tapestries enacted, morning, noon, and night. Final destinations, dictating diction of Down syndrome persona transmittance Mythtani. Question mark. Goonfags laid waste their testes they wanked banked so much, funny money mummy, Eartha, facts, get it. Needs te be said, Monopoly. EOH Poker, Summer Blink Casino, Band They Wear, Eve Evo Pro, Triple Boxing Leeching Isk Core highlighting gambling addictions, exemplified of the en masse collusion over der at Casino Royale. Nevadan, Aladdin Din Ansar Dine, Skimmings. Defuck, Pirate Bay Torrent Seeding, leaching, clustering, peering brain synapse. 'Cause it's been a manufactured heartlessly callous outcome. Idiotic strawmans of abominable attachment miming, as biocircuitry cellular amalgams of specter ghosting and infesting potency, upon the target, as solidification plasmic concentrate. Through the food, and thus defecated and perspirated, pre-imbued. The acceleration in recent times. The transistor, the radio, the telephonic emitters, the synth dukes, as non-invasive exophagy alternate nimbus, distortions of brain and synaptic activity, imitation tracing harmonica. Amplifying noise as subnet masks in reverberation, anechoic magneto-optic trappings, and photographic memory attenuations through catalyzed scumbags pretended as supremacist sissies. Pretending lifeforms as Tamagotchi, Pokemons and toy animatronic gorilla wars, alternate ego co-piloted duels, holodeck hollow ports. Threatening electronic possession adversely escalated as a static psychic weapon traced fission, plagiarism labeled and branded, slices of heavenly para, dice, necromonger dogs and cats p, et. Gene, yep it's aka gene therapy weaponized, it's a typesetting trace and cast conduit, whisperers sooth. Cows, sheep, elephants, lions, monkeys, Donkey Kongs, transgenics, other zoo habitants and variants, habitus cross mammalian species, behavioral conditionings as if normative psyche predominance. Hence a cryptozoology, al-masty, shy-masty, sly-masty, and zoophilia capitalized upon as double jeopardy illusory serendipity prosthetic transmogrification. And genealogy records synthesized as synthetic genetic cybertronic, as holographic, mental imaged, searing mnemonic prompt, alternate contrast types and variants. That operant conditioned as hybrid warfare. Diabolical radio brute force hacking thought as authorship and trained upon via such catalyzed oblivious, inducing attempts of handicap, Down syndrome and synesthesia, tapestries of affliction. Contrasting broken records and lobotomized people, transmitted as auto-necromancy, necrotizing curses, hex, tox and nox. Biotechnical botnet, MRI, scanner, new layers, of Brodmann transfusion, alter-egoed bioengineered. Electrochemical junkie blight fiends and new rich man's drug, adrenal chrome, enzymic fungal bacteriophage, catalyzed agencies, of nucleotides. Algae and nitroplast nitrogenic gas phase imbued hydrodro row your boat, bigalowy institutions of plastic surgeons implanted snake oil silica, just to having bigger boobs and plastic faces. The consequences is a long-term spiral, as nephilimbic catalyzed natives, exemplified of the primitive versus sophisticated. Attention to the, supposedly, existing Indian tribes, especially Hopi Indians, aka Ant people, Myrmidon of the island of Vagina have also been referred to as such. It does sound like vagina, doesn't it? And the extinct American Indian tribes such as the Georgian, Timucua, Miccosukee, Hitchiti and Cherokee, the latter isn't extinct but perhaps it's an indirect warning. Did I construct that oil pipeline? No, yet here we are, so who you helping, West study? Donald Trump is going on like he's in the heat of Elon, spouting vague threats of mock and jest about taking Dutch green land, and installing even more oil pipelines. He's doing that just to being a, why do you have to be such a downer, Hearthstone Mason tree beard. Diminishing returns thankfully, welcome to the newer generation's old man. This what I get for requesting your autograph. Go F yourself miserable prig, courtesy of, oh shizzle, he knows. The former mentioned in relation to the founding of the Federal Reserve banking system, initiated by Woodrow Wilson, and formulated through John D. and then David Rockefeller. Apparently over a well under the floor of the house in Georgia, USA, and on a Indian burial ground. The same pattern of Dudley Townie, dark entry, and Mohican Mohawk Nation inclusivity, such as Rothschilds and Bohemian Grove, owl statuette rituals. And now, crypto-to-tato currencies of, you come to Van, I have candy vanities. Real life, real world, invasion of the body snatchers. I'm, real, glad I have your Aachen 10 shawns. I am good I said. Now that's expression, isn't it? On the 18th of December 2024, I was imposed against by ruthless authoritarian thugs, and brought to Nace Hospital against my will, preceding bogus claims of concern for my well-being. It is already predetermined of my body subjected of multiple DEPO injections of so-called labeled psychotropic antipsychotic medications. A chemical intrusion and cellular abrasion. I anticipate a predictive outcome of 3 injections to being administered and a 2-month mental health lobbied sentence, regardless of tribunals. The practicing psychiatrists involved are Dr. Chima, Registrar Psychiatrist, male, Pakistani, Irish, Muslim. Dr. Masood, Consultant Psychiatrist, male, Pakistani, Irish, Muslim. Dr. Sherry's Kareem, Consultant Psychiatrist, male, Malaysian, Muslim. Dr. Khan, Consultant Psychiatrist, female, Sudanese, Irish, Muslim. And their 2024-2025 entourage of multidisciplinary in action states of hierarchical job description knowing what they do, with pretense to not knowing what they do as selective memory, selective sensing, selective hearing, and selective procedures suiting their alignments with peripheral ethos by mandates. In other words, accessories to genocidal murderous intentions whether directed or indirectly involved of such woes that are evidently based upon inceptions of religious and spiritual warfare antagonism. As mentioned earlier, Dr. Sherry's has indicated his and his colleagues' primary objectivized intent to maintaining detention of my person selectively referencing intent to adjusting behaviors via selective sense data. Explicit of observed presentation, mostly by way of second-hand accounts, and most importantly he has expressed direct aligned citable correlation with the terminology of baseline, and thus, base reality, debasing, rebasing, and synthetic aligned injunctions. It is a most worrying highly politicized trend, based upon special interests that has no authority really or unreally. Previously, I have informed such practitioners and other, with candid concise detail, absent of incoherence, regarding the exotic situation explicitly pertaining to my experience at Parakui. Via the peripheral antagonism such has been expressed as parakoi. The aforementioned is a in-house expression for British Parachute Regiment. My attendance is interrelative to Hellas Barracks Athens Platoon in 2017 when and where I experienced a surreal transmitted assault obvious of cybercriminality. Manipulated via guard AI tactile surveillance methods, however threatened as a persecuting permanent haunt, overt in its self-presumed eminence, a gang lion one after other, skimming. A glow bully parajuxtaposition, blockchains of caltrop dominoes insufferably servile, predominantly due to the sheer magnitude of excretions. Via electric effects of geomancy and cybernetic non-invasive implantation, however inclusive of kinetic military action, cybertronic mechanization threats physically exacerbated. Although spectrally is an electrochemical electrosmog transmission, that I highly suspect has very much to do with the recent so-called discovery and neuroscientific study pertaining to dark energy of the brain. What I shall articulate example as we proceed, of the intercession involved of pharma and Z big to fail, catalyzed and necrotizing necro death killing spree nonsense. Do look up the meaning of Z big, and, then additionally, Polish diplomat. I did begin to abruptly hear overt voices as if clairvoyance only, after 3 stages of what were referred to as standard inoculations. Medical practitioners and medical techs would probably refer to such as side effects. Ironic, isn't it? I specifically highlighted to such medical practitioners of a telephonic solicitation via linguistic modeled prompts, informing them of I overhearing a relayed transmission. Alas, what is ongoing and constant, a initial reference to lethal injection. Quote, in a common lethal injection protocol, a trio of chemicals is administered in 3 steps. First, an anesthetic renders an inmate unconscious, then a second drug paralyzes them. And finally, a third stops their heart. Alas, the practitioners have and are behaving as though unconcerned, nonchalant and oblivious. A twilight zone of ignorant overtures sponsoring indignant quagmires as if insufferable of negative and debased stylized electron protests. Against my innate and inherent, positive protest, against their ruthless peripheral collective assault, dousing their egos of certain denominating factors of which the meta, interrelative to their lifestyle choices and thus dispositions have played key roles, enrollment to extra extensible procedural effects. Led as followers rather than self-processive, albeit open to the latent impression susceptible to be directed, what to think, feel, and do. Dr. Masood has said to me directly that he has a low attention span, and upon asked, "Are you a compassionate human being? Are you of empathy?" his reply, "There are times when I am not, dependent upon the circumstance." Such is quite revealing of the unbelievable scandalous nonsensical folly via such peripheral latency threat, instigating and capitalizing upon and through a cast, cognition in inertia. For 'tis as a psychiatric professional I is sitting having a conversation with, though simultaneously assessing and analyzing his every actuated expression and bodily movements expressive of his holistic disposition. A doctor who has attended third-level educational excellence at university, confessing that he identifies of his mishap of neurotic and cognitive impairment as if his own, and as if his possession. For alas, he is expressing such as though his identity, disposition, politicalized position, inclusive of his beliefs, not his own, and definitely not his possession or property rights. Alas, pun not intended Allah, or is it Muhammad's, or IDs? Tapestry, mana, blood to blood, aman. Greater insight regarding such religious infractions via warped twisted expressive states of dysfunction. Dr. Chima, during his initial diagnostic on the 18th. Note: Dr. Masood was so kind enough to meet me after his colleague's initial pre-tailored diagnostic, and here's how I know that for sure. Chima attempted several times to imposing his personal supposition particular to belief. And he's not alone of this. It is a recognizable shared folie à deux through the psychiatric profession and also evidently beyond, whereby. Despite I candidly explaining to him that I don't believe to begin with, and that I am not religious, note to you, I do appreciate my theologian studies. He did continue to stating, your beliefs, as if psychological assumptive, conformed expectation of all dispositions, to having preset standards of beliefs. I emphasized the empirical examples of him doing so, proving there and then, of his psychological ineptness to the folly of what he preaches to overlapping his very judgment. He even caught himself out when he blurted the same recurrent theme, seriously very worrying trend isn't it, spells of programmed adherence. Alas, I highly suspect that he is of special interests, and thus of ulterior motive, coerced explicitly via the psychology of adopted beliefs, aggregated via culturized actuation. A tragedy further intensified through groupthink repetition. It has been such, as a manipulation over durations of lifespan and shared genetics and thus memories, of a latent sadness I sense to do of it too. As per the theocast indoctrinated as modes of control, and thus, a gradated submissive folly cast as a sensitized sense data, shared, of thought process. Aligned via such cybernetic fields as an imitative systemic ambush. It is then so easily clarifiable, that such is not of isolated personhood, but a normative culturized bondage and caste. Am I wrong? Remember, forgiveness begins with the self, that is where that begins, not necessarily in some special place, building or designated area or gifted by a messenger of God. Or the devil or housey of thy womb Jesus ag, you too Rocky, though those daddies are your daddies too wink. Rejoice, let us cry to get her now, stress relief 'tis it bout to. It's gonna be okay, righty, ambidextrous telepathically endowed. Retinues, Yupaw. Equate. Zbigniew Brzezinski aka Z-Big, and the 9th. 17 days to 26th eulogy. The Michael Parks relevant eulogy, the 9th of May 2017, a metric lingual alignment with my DOB. I haven't observed their eulogies personally, but I'll take a leap of faith, proverbially. I am certain there will be synchronicities in the fine-tuning carat. Alas, 18,600 always online electric chairs at Las Vegas, Nevada ain't no joke. Contemplate isomorphic holographic records. Yellow Submarine. The beat tells Yellow Submarine. Heads to get her. Ads dress WrestleMania. Dad Rye. It's all a script escalated as a gruesome spectral laze. Do use this as a reference point and proof that the metric encoding is not a isolated synthesis. Consider the Polish European Council President, Donald Tusk, successor to Belgian Herman Van Rompuy, a notorious opponent to Elon Musk's pal, UKIP leader, representing such in Parliament. That is, Mr. Nigel Farage since 1994, with escalatory publicity in the decade prior to 2012 and then after. Especially publicized during Herman's term of office as President of the European Council, as if opposition, now clearly a autocrat and authoritarian, consider the latter's titles. Herman Achille and Count Van Rompuy, Review Photography. Note the lingual relevancy to Hermit and thus, Anchorite Anchorage, and Stranger Danger Nuremberg, and an Anunnaki connection, and You come to Van I have candy, typical meme associated to in-game chat aka smack talk, and the reference to Rompuy and raunchy, and possibly sapiosexual exophilia explicits. Note also the Gothard Tunnel, Swiss Poland, close associations of geo, bio and theo exchange, and biophagy sarcolector transgenic monsters. A consecutive catalysis, neural tox, nox, Nosferatu periphery, and rested superposition supersymmetry, radiometry imbued of emission in transmission. Chernobyl radioactive beta decay, corruption vectors, and the 90s influx of Central European en masse immigration to Ere. And now, a synthetic ganglion multiplex multiverse, Circe Electrichem trailing trace, storage median Arctic server farm, scanner Denavia, Doomsday vault. Scotopic relevance to telemetric QR RJ mod DERS, Dirks, anal, epigram parrot thing neurolinguistics, forensic linguistics, neural latency. Brain fog parasitic emulsion acrylic plasmic fission cybernoetic binging fallout associated to power, and thus, PC power users and service providers, i.e. constabularies and constables, intellectable catalyses of catalyzed brains, gaslighting transmigrification, neural synaptic delete torus abrasion. Chemical, biotechnical warfare exotic hybrid types of preset potencies PSPs. Note Scientology Gs. Sea Org Corps was founded in 1967, that is, 17 years after Operation Sea Spray September 20, 1950, 2 years after re-installation of Israel. And 3 years after the Roswell incident, denote supposed Nixon, Nevada rendezvous with the Ebens, aka EBEs in the early 60s and peripheral events such as Magdalena Solis, Hernandez brothers. Grisly sacrificial murders encrypted vamp transmog, and Zodiac Killer, and Cisco Telecom's brain net pin net connection. 1967 plus 19 years later is 1986. Consider instance of timed alignments IoTs and the systemized Hispanic Asiatic escalation of emasculation and the combative attack affront against the divine masculine and indigenous men. Namely via radical liberalist ideals aka woke gaslighting. Greater insight regarding such religious-oriented infractions via warped twisted expressive states of dysfunction. Shuckling regarded as a customary habitus, of habitualized behavior, it's not an intended insult to saying this, but it needs to be observed, as per the monkey see, monkey do, and so. Emulative ways, Dr. Chima and his behavioral output is observable as if, case study in real time, proving with me, as I sat in front of him stating of such horrific horror indiscriminate in its subjugative free fall. And Dr. Masood identifying with his low attention span, as if a latent abstract of normative culturized rhetoric. Disinterested of his latest candidate of portfolio of active, real-world case studies. Whilst fraternizing with Mecca Nivations from whence he was last there on pilgrimage to the House of Allah, aka Enlil, aka Satan, aka Shaitan. Thus, a servile latent dormancy harbored through battened downers of the hatches, a gross disgust composed as a sub to overt ignoramus folly. As if normal longitudinal operant conditioned religiosity, the latest pontus of Iranianated caltrops of satrapy, but not of territories, but of the bodies, as antenna hive-minded. Real-world transgenic modified, writes before, all of thy eyes. My expressive point to Dr. Chima was explicit to exemplifying the elicitation techniques self-employed by the person age, and the effected and transmissible contrasts, through latent confliction. Instigated by another or others. I have consistently highlighted such concerns to his colleagues also. A status of cognitive reprimand, expressive of its intent in real time as if psychological assumptive, conformed expectation of all dispositions, to having preset standards of beliefs. Whilst predisposed by the person, age groups and a trickle-downer effects. I emphasized the empirical examples of him doing so, proving there and then, of his psychological ineptness to the folly of what he preaches to overlapping his very judgment. Alas, I highly suspect that he is of special interests, and thus of ulterior motive, ergo, via what I have just corroborated. A coercive allure of mutual benefaction, explicitly via the harbor and psychology thereof, expressive of a mangled nuclear biology and family, as per the imbued contentious folly beyond. Yet here and now, a excuse of institutionalizing fresh meat for the pasture, beyond paychecks or even cozy positions, living the good life, ahem, bonus project achievements, I mean bogus bogey Joe Does. And man woes of planet S or popo, popping, their cherries off as extensions of egomanic riddity dick, dark entries of Dudley Towny chavs. Knackers and itinerant incest warped libido crazed totemism, fifth elemental X's of secretions, diction mnemonic splurgings, a example of antenna aerial radial open-ended mica, Dudley's O type. Emissions, 5 eons of duration, apparently it just popped up out of nowhere, vacuum cake and see, under the covers. Hence, a cast of psychotic xenophobics of bank robber slug transmutant genics, Fibonacci sequence jealousy, and parsing parsecs upon paraplegics and corpses. All the whiles, Psychic Command Regiment, Blackwater and Vanguard conscripted relays of neurolinkage. Spouting, don't die, as temper tantrum, bad robot, blockbusters screened profilings manicure persons, and sapiosexual sickos montage of fucking intelligent, and ease up, unquote, sharky. Crocodiles and deals o lenses. New targeting practice, top brass gradated insignia handy capitals aka quote, iron generals. Defuck in mad pop peep pole, RFIDs stir raw rarefied roids, adrenal, Bilbo Baggins is, sewer rat mutants. I also have giggled, laughter economy equilibrium's success. So hence, of adopted beliefs, in its procedural dominance behaviorally accentuated, aggregated via culturized actuations of alternate alignment to its status quo de facto. Further intensified through groupthink repetition. It has been such, of expansive manipulation over durations of lifespan, i.e. multiple generations, and progenitor to progeny recurrent type set conduit, as per the theocast indoctrinated as modes of control, and thus subordinating serfdom and subjugation. A gradated submissive folly cast is a linear aperture sensitized more recently via sense data as a amplified cyber, shared singularism of thought process. Think about it, cause it tries to hide as if a shy mastee, aligned via such cybernetic fields as backdoor nicey, ergo the abstracts filtrated and experienced as a overly touchy inappropriate, the entity, superorganism, and blockchain centralism to elementaries as a imitative systemic ambush. And reconsolidations regardless of whether the person and or age group adjusting to its predisposition status quo de facto or not. It is then so very easily clarifiable, that such is not of isolated personhood, but a normative culturized bondage and decentralized caste via formula, alas. A fermentation and stenciled templated distillery. Whilst at Hellas Barracks, of Athens platoon in 2017, attending such military training course, after I discharged there was a reaction from a, or several individual recruits. Probably closer to the organization's homage of groupthink types of shared trauma and abuse, so then, the trained corporals and sergeants, periphery to the hierarchical uniform of militarism. AKA, military life, aggregated to, civvy life. Athens' platoon was off the barracks grounds at this point. Thus as if, they, intent of ulterior motives, as if surprised that I had discharged from the course and left the barracks, then after, whereby I pretended as if, still in attendance, and that I'd had signed up to a special mission. The corporals of that platoon, Jennings, McVicker, Cantwell, Reynolds, sealed blockage redaction attempted of the latter, and Corporal 6-footer, whose name has been blockaded without remembrance since I left the barracks, a visual stimulus of a many-lensed effect optically, kinda like a mosaic. And insectoid changeling nymph positioned upon and or around his body, and a notable environmental surround of a room and on a bed as though sleeping together. And Sergeant O'Brien, and the Sergeant Major, all such men were indicated as indirect conduits interrelative to incidents of high strangeness. Specific to Rendlesham Forest, a woodland situated southeast of England and a closest vector to Netherlands over the North Sea inlet. It's important to denote that British paratroopers have also been referred to as black and tans. I suspect that the soldiers to hath been involved of military exercises, whilst being spied upon and gradually systemized peripherally via high-tech traced effects inclusively. Such to do of recent escalations through synthetic environments for analyses and simulation, seized projects, and scenarios that were constantly duplicated then after, reminiscent of crystalline microbes extracted from Mexican crystal caves, by NASA, and experimented upon of Petri dish molecular diffusion as per convergent effects. Hence, a mind flare, elemental and electrical observer effects, a mental image, neural imaging software, repetition of acoustic attenuation specific to television, telemetrics, and encoding. A subliminal interface, regurgitating of recycled datum, via sooth, sin flood, subnet mask, and searing and elicitation, attempted as overt contraction by way of the person HUD. A. Breaking him in, and, beasting him over the internet, was indicated informedly via such radio emitters, aka, mind speakers. Such insectoids were highlighted of Arabic aristocracy, spectrally, and something to do of play d'ans, and of emphasis to diabolical criminals, astrally. There has been insinuation of the parachute regiment and SAS, as though vilified as co-conspirators to imposing a planned premeditation against me and the world. There was visual searing of pretense, alluded as though I'd had have been transported to America, and presumed then after as a military asset. This does associate to a special arrangements, outsourced social care worker, who had said to me that she had thought about adopting me. She had one son, Zach. Her husband was an American consultant, when I was 14 or 15 years. The location was a townhouse on the grounds of a secluded and active former psychiatric Georgian-styled building. There I hath had some weird high strangeness experiences, of a sexual nature. One night I recollect waking up as if I'd had have ejaculated, but I didn't. It was random and I had the impression that somebody had exited the room just prior to I waking up as if anticipating it. Her name was Margarita Lally, from Dublin, who was studying as a criminologist. We got along very well. I remember her laughing at a mathematician joke I said to her after she commented on my algebra. She has been associated to such sexual event, yet peripherally, as if a spectral significance, she wouldn't have wanted to hurt me. She hath been studying whilst working as outsourced agency staff, and then after approximate to psychopathic and megalomaniac gang-affiliated persons. I recall, in 2017 as if via replay of AY2K super bugging event and Mayan long count escalated metric lays, that she hath been visually presented peripherally visually. As if, blown up as a giant, in what was referred to as astral. A significance interrelative to a mass drugging of the USA and a cryptozoology especially of surgically interfered upon people as if something to inserting upon the bodies that hath been sliced open. I remember several other notable people, Frida, from Tipperary, Francis, from the West, Sean Donovan, from Dublin, and John Royale, from Kerry, and Rory Holohan, from Dun. Leary Dublin, who had introduced me to property seminars, presented by Garrett Pierce, Ian Lawler, Tony Reed and Brian Murphy. There were several others. All such people have been cited as members of a vicious cult. Brian and Tony died in 2007 and 2008. A setup composed against me of a premeditated requiem malice employing filthy conniving transmuted junkies as catalyzed changelings. Thought-suggestive excretors of phage whilst pretended as diabolical rapists and skinwalkers peripherally, as incubus and succubus, poltergeist and Sheetan minotaur. What exposes Beelzebub and Illuminati, Rothschild and the Germans in Central Europe, as diabolical catalysts for what to do of such 15th century Nuremberg and 12th century Pied Piper fiasco. And so too, the preceding Bulgarian and Russian so-called sleep experiments, as diabolical spectral lays, pathetic necrotizers. Seriously nuts Wicca, and tortured life, secreted upon electronically targeted, and attempted as a infested diffusing transplantation via virulent disease. Prior to leaving the Hellas barracks, the so-called standard inoculations were incited of sub to overt harmonic escalation, voiced before, and then after, as lethal injection, and then a mock crucifixion, emphasized of Almasty, insectoid and transgenics, theocracy and technocracy, via Area 51, and criminal transmutants. Specific to catalyzed conduits of hillbillies and Hispanics, junkie nicey, gangsters and mafiosos. As if bound to in codes of silence, omerta, as undead amerta, fiends. An important synchronous association concerns that of the Lorber Society. In German it is known as the Lorber Gesellschaft, what is a organization of the students of so-called Austrian seer and channeler Jakob Lorber, 1800 to 1864, unquote. A small enclave of occultist realianist resemblance of radicalized satanic preachers. Exemplified of the gullible morbidity synonymous with the estranged Harold and his son Frank Alexander in the 1970s, the killing hour, as Harold had expressed then. Two sicko-degenerates who resided at a mental asylum in Western Europe and Frank's sister who was stowed away to a convent after the zealous murders of their mother and two other siblings. Note the name index to Jacob Rothschild, and Joseph Schmidt of NASA, Joseph Rothschild, and Joseph Fritzl. Fritzl was prosecuted for his diabolical imprisonment of his daughter Elizabeth for 24 years. He is now sitting on his ass in a prison penitentiary solitary confinement cell, whilst cited as a brain net ganglion fiend spewing thoughtography. On-off, mind speaker, VoIP invasive, military action, subtoliminal to overt, 18,600, electric chairman singularity, broadband sphere, monumental stationary. Cybernetic virtual escapade against the electronically targeted via ether theorem constant necromancy, radio emitted necrotizing, what tells of millions and even billions of people. As nodes in multiplex aggregation generic database sequences. To being actively involved and diabolically committed of surreal excuse through electrochemical, phoresis, retina, petro, plastics precog modulated simuli crum, silicon carriers of diabolical. Excretion, neural fission preset as demonology, cryptid wraith and hydro, forever chemical, radioactive, cold fusion fission, of ethereal, non-kinetic to kinetic military action, enactment. Parasitic extremist antagonist electron nick-bick hosts, pervade through cellular aggravation, as, inactive to active, switchboard mania blockchain catalyst listed conscripted. Duplicating nodes spreading plague-ins, synthetic, diseases viruses and parasites, along with all the other necromancers, whilst pretended as necromonger superimposed file converters. Neural mental imaged optics lens, whereby necrotized DNA excreted as if Pokemons and nanotech Tamagotchi modeled sim character assassination. Citizen re-tapestries through extracted blood and excreted bodily materials, return to sender geomancy maginal Bio-mancy, biometric, always online, auto-author bought and sold. Ergonomic vanity vein neural optical superimposed transmissible minion, despot metafiction through quotas of, forever chemical, transfusion of junkie blight auto-immunized retroviruses. Helium iso overlapped blobs, of pre-set etched helion atomism, helium isotopic atomization, omni tapestries, etc. As mana medical cannibal, Bone meal. Acting farmer Joe Dow Jones, People's Temples. Ah, we do understand each other. As the straw man dupe enlisted via isomorphic bondage, rabbit rodent bottomless hole abyss malicious is obviously more than just parlor mind games of math magician perverted and corrupted sleight of hands on hands off, server sequenced cybertronic gates, as AI assistant death repo delusions of self-absorbed insanity. Folia dukes, dating brain synapses as electron compilation clones, nucleic impregnation as if macrocosmic, seeds of life, via website encoding Animus transmog. As if next comings of gigantism, alpha syndrome, concentrates abridged as likeness, and as if, consorting processed monopolies necrotizing bodies as vessels. The Fritzl story was publicized in 2008, when it was exposed that he held her hostage in his basement and repeatedly raped her, impregnating her and siring 7 offspring. He has been labeled a monster. I estimate his involvement with hocus pocus occult and necromancy whilst intersphered upon and systematically seduced, and a close association, though of contrast to 12th century Pied Piper simply by the Austrian, Hungarian, Transylvanian proximity of mainland Europe. With a special reference to 15th century Nuremberg aerial UFO incident and psychic vampirism surgery. And Anabaptist Amish movement, the Romanum Imperial, Holy Roman Empire, and since. Such ecclesiastical offshoots early New Age occultic opposition is reminiscent to Protestant Reformation and Orange Order. Kikes, aka Judaist theocracy, is central to such contrast movements involved nowadays as civil rights movements, capitalized as radical reforms of veiled New Age de facto shadowy dictatorship. A liberative strategy denoted as the Age of Enlightenment, 3 major periods from the 16th century. A associated proxy of manual handling technocracy, corporate tiktocracy and organized syndication and Sharia caliphate mafia, and drugs wars, alchemic nostrum blood plasmic toxicity. More recently escalated as blight transgenically geared as organ and plasma harvesting via synthetic types recently. Fentanyl, oxycodone and crocodile, and other neural tox developed as inorganic alchemic microbial crystalline, Animus transmogrified Jungian, GMO, cannibalism necromancy aggregation. And Cloverfield grandfather, Schrödinger paradoxical matrix encoded electroluminous, chemical DNA secretion, excretion, transmissible via primarily intravenous vectors. And obvious cryptozoology catalysis, zoophilia, exophilia perversion. Hence a immediate affiliation to scientism, theocratic, and technocratic weaponism schism and spiel of emulated exhumation, resurrection stage acts. Synth, harmonic, and microdot etching vanity patency, neurotic divergence dilation. And tracing, home invasion, voice to God helmet, Wingate watershed way cocoa pitter patter helio suns, artificial sun-like stars, NASA ids of IOTS, Nephilim guerrilla warfare. Through namely, Internet of Things IoTs as retrovirulent broadband, molecular diffusion, parasitic osmosis and hydrosalinated infusion of jet and animatronic AI psychotic sequenced brains as parasites. It is important to denote the synchronous relevance and reminiscence of radio wave radial effects, and the Baltic Sea anomaly, a unidentified rock. Peculiar right angles not found of natural rock formations. It was located by treasure hunters in 2011. Therefore such does lend to a likelihood of long-term calcification, fossilization and thus petrology. Approaching such object has been problematic. Radios and electronics abruptly inoperable and anomalous activity. Such then facilitates a pre-Younger Dryas flood and creation myth, 100,000 years of duration, and past cataclysms 100 to 1 million and even 5 million years of duration. For extracurricular observation, consider the poisonous relevant potential of direct energy weaponism, EMF, and the circumstantial of organism 46b. And then add in that of the cosmic revenge reported incident. A photoluminescent pre-imbued petro and matter creation is a fundamental feasible potential, corresponding with more recent exposure and environmental exophagy intranano sarco-lector. Fraternizing Gothic creeds of New Age combative cyber facility, in escalatory enters upon the extant modernizing, and acclimatizing, naturalizing, biocircuitry, and gin. exotic refinery processed processions, and sporocystian Roman fungi, telemetrics, and science-fictive paramilitary secretion via memorabilia anchorage, superpositioned electronic possessive subsuming of the target via such memory fission, traced aperture. The Star Trek themes of Ocampa and Caretaker, Delta Quadrant, and Arrays is notably a telematic proxy potential. Triggering phased lays concerning the turn-based RPG video games and space genre of Stellaris and Plague Inc., How to Invade Humanity, summary quote. Can you kill humanity and overcome everything it can do to protect itself? Consider the name index concerning Stella, an indirect circumstantial to yeast farmers, auto brewery syndromes, GUI, gin, and Ness. Think of the morphology of the words were, or, ds. SD, rho, dose, D words etc. A auto brewery of COVID. Dr. Fauci, modern warfare potential, Dr. Faustus, late antiquated Renaissance period and proliferated aggregation. Consider the irritability and allergies concurrent with cotton fabric and other types of cloth, such as polyester. Think of the macrocosmic significance to do of copious localization and dispersing via electric effects. Denote poisonous emphasis via such copious potentials interrelative to the imbue. Consider remedy. Itch scratched, relief happens. Is your skin itchy at end of day after taking clothes off for bed? A clue a glue it 'tis. Do consider the port tunnel and Irish ferry, land bridge Lego mosaic effect through multiple sources, the potential, and Dun Loudharry, Blackrock, Sandy Cove, Schenkel, Foxrock etc. And a petro-crystalline, scotopic eastern coast area, geomancy health board attenuated geomancy escalated more recently as a aerial grid of bluebeam, deep blues, superdeep SG3 borehole aggregation. Exemplifying the haunted sea boats, container ships. Fisheries and exploration, salvaging, and subdermal photometry, xenoglossy aggregated potential biotechnical fabricated conductive elemental exposure and secretion. Whilst such interrelative to which, talking magic and Ouija boards, planchette and electromagnetic static shocks, as electrical static transference potential. Isomorphic luminous observer effects. Periphery to extant. With the aforementioned, the Sphinx library subterfuge and robbery. And the systematic attack against intellectuals neurally. Do review the corresponding factors of occult and gentlemen's club, especially of the New Cork City agitation. The escalation of intellectable measured allowances IQ and binary thoughtography interrelative to pulsar stars and ether theorems theocratic demos and permanence threats. Of sphere hemispherics, polar flipping madness, electromagnetics and accretion disk and Alderson disk. Matter creation and synthetic cellularization and the positive, absolute density, beta decay, hydroradiometry geomancy is Bio-mancy. And absolute zero, 2.0 infinite energy and 3.0 web architectural plannings with 5G, 6G, 7G, etc. A fractal grid multiplex divergence abomination, superimposed of sequenced compilations of electrophoresis through moisture content, and chemtrail seeding, cybernetically. Denote the Hadron Colliders. It has been reported of one smaller collider in America, preceding the LHC at Geneva. And the refinery sync and synergy via the daily cyclicity and shared alternate potential of innate routine, pattern programming, and aggregating contrasts, ethereal, incorporeal. Through corporeal, non-physical to physical. Now consider the durations. A calculatable example of the arc of Earth fact, Memoribilia, is that of underground reservoirs and recurrent effects such as landfill sites. Hence a new molecular of amalgam fumigated mutations. Mind speaked of the extant terrestrial as extra, and a reference to eras, notably, Neo out of Jurassic, and New Jurassic Era, and Epic Lizard Mind, and Lizard King. Exhumation. This context will facilitate the conjecture in the next chapters. The scanning of Greenland Glacier, the recent publication of Greenland Glacier Abandoned City Beneath the Ice, publicized in 2024, supposedly buried as a result of abandonment. Check year and period. Also highlight the border dispute and invasive impetus by American imperial indignity against Dutchland and Donald Trump's just about, assuming Greenland as American territory. Relate to 14.9. 5 EyE's alliances in a global supremacy and the operant arrogance stereotypical of French and thus a potential vector confirmation bias of Canada. And a pincer north-south against USA, whilst paraded as a new Romano Imperium. Note the Argos relevance to EyE's and the Watchers, fallen angels dupe. Such facilitated of diabolical binary osmosis and desalination of oceanic liquid, radioactive decadence, beta decay threats of soft modular permanence of delirium. Caduceus and Asclepius symbology typically associated with medical and pharma industries. The caduceus is a symbol with a short staff entwined by 2 serpents, sometimes surmounted by wings, while the rod of Asclepius is the one with a single snake. The denominating factor of both symbols is the snake, unquote. Therefore immediate relevance to Greek mythology and Zeus's thunderbolt fashioned apparently by the Cyclops of Tartarus. The stained glass at St. Patrick's Carlow College, library, that is a converted church, represents Mary Magdalene holding a receding hairline, baby Jesus, with her eyelids closed and the baby holding the spear with eyelids open, whilst both holding the spear, stabbing a snake in its head, whilst standing upon a crescent moon. An adjacent stained glass depiction is of St. Patrick wearing a fish hat, holding a book whilst pointing with his right hand to waves of water at his feet as if displayed as a giant, symbolically sending 4 snakes into the water, 3 heads in, 1 out. This is a 4 sages and Asian Chinese zodiac relevance to Year of the Dragon and Aquarius Age Wheel of Life. A peripheral thought commandant manipulation. This is why they antagonized me peripherally whilst I was studying at college. Because they're trying to monopolizing intellectual and psychic ability to one single classed xeno, so-called creative industries. They are oxymoronic sickos, unbelievably warped and twisted. Alas, they threw the book at me, facilitating a character assassination and defamation of characteristics, imposing a mandatory deferral as carelessly unwanted, of an aspiring polymath. Biased sapiosexualism isn't it, an immediate discrepancy, so infiltrators probably amongst those other students, inclusive of the lecturers. Because what is doing that, lizard lecturer, montage dithy ramming, is just a leech, attempting a creating of products through the kids, they're tracing such teaching through bio circuits. Whilst pretending rites of passage, and proprietorships, effectively rearing them to tracing impression as if interval immediate and escalated, 10 years of age, 7 to 10 years. Holistic overhaul of the specimen to being soft mode to hard mode, reset, imposing intellectual rights as skill settings and as phantom consortiums to basically, eating them, secretively. Whilst eaten themselves, it is why they're resigned to the facts presented, because it's a cheater's scandal, and it's all fake ergonomics, it's a realism idealism. You'll find this out your own ways with unbiased desirable outcome, foregoing the allure of maintaining a subsistent death, dumb and stupid, blissful unhappy depressive mundanity. That is the excuse of worshippers. Get the hun, dread me not. Klaus Schwab has said, there's always a bigger fish, and what do fish eat? Insects, and each other. Thus a contrast peri of humanized exophage, explicitly because of the bio-ratio exchange, in other world, all the life cited as if hominid contrast variables. And that results a indiscriminate cannibalism via pretensive collectivized blame and excuse. Typical of a narrative script. You need to understand that Project Bluebeam has been a holistic apparatus primary to quantum stylized bilocation and radioactive hydrogenesis. That is something that is in more than one location at the same instance of time, IoT. You guessed it, irradiation. A multi-location conductive aggregate. A imitative modeling of the actual terrestrial surface in nefarious cyber-facilitated divination. Geo and Bio-mancy, explicitly concerned of strawman digital databases, server-sequenced overlays, that mimic the psychology of man, and GPS field grids, upon the terrestrial surface habitation. Hence the terminology of extraterrestrials. A tracing formula to do of such, primary to hydro-electrochemical intrusions, Bio-mancy, inclusive of legacies to do of that, such as progenitor to progeny, genetic blood factors. Effected of genetic memory intravenous, and juxtaposition plasmic tesseracts, further exemplified of grandfather and Schrödinger paradox. A contemporary escalation via, mechanical in nature, and Cybertron, ex-Dukes machine God out of the machine, do denote the, China. And the word, machine an account for that of the exophilia folia Dukes cognitive electrical, sub-unitary modeling, elementary nodes of multiplex to centralized units. Such extras perhaps exemplifies, that it isn't a wholly totalitarian criminality involved of such, and that there, is good out there. Note, Internet of Things IoT. Consider the, God gene, relevance, and Anunnaki. Supposing, spirituality influenced by heredity enfeeblement, and that a specific gene, controls such spiritual orchestrations, unquote. Curiously synchronous with such examples of, characterizing, strawman digital datagram sequencing, character assassination, triggering effects, keyword prompts. Behavioral stylized programs via frequency EMF warfare, wakeful performed as an endogenous, self-imposing cognitive reprimand. It is without doubt of the vilification, induced over duration, contrasts in abstract effects, highlighted of sleep paralyses, dreamscape pre-setting, and missing time. Memory loss and residual neural distortion divergence. A obvious intrusive vector as if vulnerability, manual-handled co-piloting, effected upon and through, explicitly, the cognition and psyche, so then. Probabilities of interdictive and interloping conversion, resulting in neural inertia, corruptive potential, and vectors of byproduct consequence, ascertained via biotechnical intrusion. You will undoubtedly comprehend all to do of this, via critical thinking, and advancing your lateral potential. The following is a fictive video game enclave example to Theo, scientism and Zoro-Muslimization facilitated via the other two Abrahamic established religions and ecclesiastical New Age type setting. New Young Gothic creeds, grass rootkit, tempered resurgence in combative contentious application, thus a active covert religious warfare. That proves that religion is in fact a psychological warfare, tempting to enchantment via harnessing the sense of spirituality, to being directed rather than of self-originality. Consider this with your telemetric elemental superconductive potentials and sense data assessment. Sanche's nation is a rogue state that occupies the Stain region. It was founded over 100 years ago by Sanche Kuvake, who wished to create a utopian society based around the exploitation of brainwashed slave labor by a small cybernetically enhanced elite, unquote. A EVE online fictional renegade paramilitary force, Sanche Nation exemplifies a procedural electronic cybertronic realistic potential emphasis, organized and committed. Consider, what Eisenhower warned of, misplaced powers do exist. Metric encoded hexadecimal systemic crash via aligned criticalities, attributable to server composited neuronic permeation of amalgams, via chem-trailed particulate matter and fine dust. A rubber duck debugging, criticality by aperture, a bilateral thought form, megalomanic and sociopathic emphasis is a translated automatic, brute force data mining through neurolinguistics. Memory abrasions, specific to necrotizing, truncation, physical and non-physical alchemic stimuli. There are and have been emphatic endeavors to do of remedies, however emphasized overlay and overtone, as a suggestive allure, escalated as overt solicitation. Nanophage intrusions with objectified chemical-induced lobotomy and sterilization, whilst misrepresentation of straw man and the environment, a geomancy biometry of the terrestrial life of the Earth. Announced via radioed, new molecular. As I said to you earlier this day, Thomas, during our coffee at the Little Acorn Cafe, Balto, memory is about memory. 1 + 2 = 4. You understand the correction and why. 0 - 1 = -1. Spoiler alert 1 of 3. At the end of this expressive scrutiny, you might gasp. And no, don't skip to the end. Exciting stuff ahead, you'll learn what those wars were about really. To exemplify personal synchronicity, as highlighted earlier, I was incarcerated at Portlaoise Prison, and, seemingly at random, was allocated cell 34 on D wing. The note 34 is the number on my front door in Baldinglass aka Baldo, and the reference to D and DU. Whilst at the prison, I did notice that there were several familiar faces. Individuals who I had acquainted as result of attending a soup kitchen whilst as a vagabond at Bray Town after the 2017 military course debacle. This was before I was offered the Peter McVeary apartment in 2022 at 34 Rathcorn Square. For 5 years I had been without fixed abode and accommodated with a tent. The soup kitchen was called Five Loaves, managed by Tom Gordon. Years prior, about 2006, I resided at a bedsit apartment on 3 Nicholas Avenue, Phibsborough, Dublin 7, aka D7. A quiche fish factory is down the road, and a soup kitchen was directly adjacent it. Not 100 yards from my front door then. Denote the relevance to the multicolored eyes of Profiler X, the Google account names indexing, proxy mongoloid and cyclops gyroscope, magic eyes only, magic, and magician's sleight of hand. Inclusive of occultic necromancy, Masonic and other, and drugs wars. You will undoubtedly equate the surreal actuality of empirical evidence towards the conclusion of this one of 3 sub. In 2024, I was at Portlaoise Prison for 1 weekend 1 day, 8 days, the 24th of October to the 1st of November. Such is also numerationally synchronous with the goddess, Nut, and thus Egyptian, Persian, Asiatic mythology. As displayed in visual depictions, Nut is supported by the 8 Hey gods. It is in turn synchronous with the Book of the Heavenly Cow, and thus farming and so hence, Georgia Guidestones and Sphere Amphitheater Las Vegas. To briefly digress, essential emphasis. When as a boy, I worked as a farm hand across the valley, Leeson's farm. One day I watched the brutality of Andrew, note the name parable with an and Drew. He did drag a lame cow with abscess out of her pen with the tractor over rough and paved surfaces, and left her upon a ramp by a big barn. 30 minutes later I witnessed a butcher, later attributed to Argos, who was wearing a white lab coat. He slaughtered her there and then, carving her flesh off her bones, whilst she was still alive. The grotesque butchery of her torso, her entrails steamed down towards me as I looked at him and watched the dairy cow screeching the pain of his deep incisions. Before me there was blood and guts. Only then after did he slit her throat and she bled out, blood gushing from her neck. Such event has been indicated to do of Hades, and as you will gravitate the situation for what it really is, crystal caves in Mexico, and chemical manipulations. It was the same farm I had brought my peahen friend to as they had a peacock. One morning previously, I did jump up out of my bed looking through the skylight as if I awoke to a call. Everyone else in the house was sleeping. There she was on the wall over by the road. I ran out and she allowed me to coax her into the shed, the same shed a Ouija board was introduced to me when I was 5 years. The symbolism of the peahen and the actuality of the event is significant because it is to do of Greek mythology of Zeus and the snake, and thus Caduceus and Asclepius and therefore Apollo and numeration 11, and clockworks metrics 12 and 13, Pope Gregory XIII and Gregorian calendar, such was installed in the 15th century. Also for observable mythological significance happening in real time, there is a peahen on the grounds of St. Patrick's College. It is significant because of these relative alignments beyond the present symbolic example with experience. I brought her to that farm and Andrew's mother gave me £10. Such was later cited as if bartering my life existence and consorting with farmers, denote the Janus and Julius calendars. A while after I did bring her there, she had had babies, yet he hath ran her over with the same tractor he had used to brutally dragging the crippled dairy cow. Alas, the Leesons would later sell their farm and they moved to Australia. The sizable farm is no more. Bastard Irish, especially the junkies, and Polish, Ukrainian, Austrian, German, Slavic imbued radioactive, even when the signs are staring them in the face, mad blight, maj papal. And Celtic cults mad for man flesh and blood, brain synapse, and thought and feeling as if composites of pleasure, a confusion, capitalized upon, a breakage of archetypes and filters. And monopoly bonanzas, necro-aborigine, false pretense of powers and gains, I'd say they ate the peahen, and suffered the consequences, for 'tis it is of association to Hera, Zeus's supposed wife. I have no sympathy for ye, but only the babies ye hath attacked the dreamings of. Ye bastards, cowards, diabolical simpletons, techie dough, ruined upon my life ye did. None the less, this too shall pass, consequential respects. Thank you daddy I sends, and, you are most welcome my child, I said simultaneously, withal, a clue of the miscarriages of my lovers, questionable abortions too, heartbreaking. They call dad and dat, entity, by the way. And then I cried, shared to all, resonance, my feelings, kinda giggled too of ways a nurturing, the bastards who ravaging my bones and flesh, thoughts and experience, ye bastards. I will, never, forgive ye. Blue rooftops fire retardant, aerial laser beams, storms, falling planes, cyberhacking, a Emperor Nero correlation of, the Great Fire of Rome, Alexandria, and Timbuktu University, Mali. Land clearance, and, owning the weather by 2025 Oprah Winfrey, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Dr. Phil, Jerry Springer. And Ellen DeGeneres and all the other celebrity cellular broadcasts of personality cultist excretion through the radio air brain waves. And you Agamemnon, cursed line, a excuse proliferating as if all lineages combined omni, stupid people. Ye actors telematic binge for parsed memory alignments and self-grandeurs of extra special ones in null values of no bodies, atomism. Shame of ye, shame, tell-emetic matics. Eastern Airlines Flight 401 tells of tuning, and animatronic scannings of, printed and drawn in light, photographic memory ethereal surreals, accessories of car alloy vehicles. Explains the illusion and myth of, haunting, as a orchestrated plot to, driving car users crazy, a snapshot temporal holographic records, sleep paralyses, 2EZZZ. Road rage. Nah, something else going on there. So, he knows, and it's so obvious, now take off your cloaks and daggers, masks and spoof. For ye are but trivial bio-circuited nodes, and this be, his, crib. I await ye to die, merciless and unforgiving, 'twas worth it then I say, for never ye shall exist, never again. Ye, allowed this to happen. Even facilitated it, dare you make excuse. Give dem cake, I hear, sick. Of, you, 5,000 German-made guillotines exported to America, is. No, joke. The Romano-Anunnaki connection. Isker was Enki's half-brother, thus connection to half-sisters and brothers, and incest and bioengineered body plans. Enki prior to the old gods versus young gods conflict was revered as one of three leaders of the Igigdi both of Earth and Mars, more recently prior to the fall of Babylon 539 BC. Hadad, aka Isker, has also been attributed to Baal, so too has Marduk though, by way of Bel, in the Semitic dialect it is Baal. Enlil is a blood relative, brother, to Enki with honorary titles such as storm gods. Isker is said as his half-brother. Enki was then known as Ei, or El, who was worshipped as the chief Babylonian god. Marduk was also yet as a patron god of Babylonian pantheon with Ishtar highlighted as goddess of northern Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq. Marduk was apparently a relation to Enki, who was brother to Enlil, two sons of An. Marduk was possibly adopted just as Isker, yet their aliases are stereotypical of recurrent patterns to do with lineage and heritage, and thus perhaps retinue and traits. Who was said as king of the gods during the war with the primordial echelon of gods. I suspect that he was a Nephilim just as Moses, or at least to do of necromancy and divination. You'll recognize the symmetry to do of such as we proceed. See Enki. worldhistory.org. A connection to goddess Nut, and cattle and chattel, is a relevance to Nebuchadnezzar II, now depicted typically via chimera artifacts depicting half cow, half hominid. Ishtar is depicted as a monster who Nebuchadnezzar battles against. Such connections are to that of goddess Lamassu, said as a protective deity. Neb-uz-Zaradan, the captain of his guard, is connected by similar patterns concerning Mars Ig-Gigdi and their commander, next to Samyazev, the Watchers. Their leader during the revolt against the gods 80 to 100,000 Earth cycles ago. Their house was said to be situated in the geographic area now known as Adam's calendar, denote the recurrent effects as if recycled plagiarism to the present day. Adam's calendar is located at northern South Africa. Nebuchadnezzar II was born 605 BC and died 562 BC. He reigned for 43 years. 539 BC was the decisive year that the Neo-Babylonian Empire fell to Persian conquest, that ushered in Neo and Zoroastrianism and also then after, Hellenism. Ironically, it is of symbolic alignment with Scientology today, namely the Sea Org crests, and its establishment, not by accident I suspect, but symbolic, metaphorical and analogous. For some historic context. During this time, Daniel, who has been cited as a mystic and diviner, was supposedly captured by the Prince of Persia, and Archangel Michael intervened. In Daniel 2, Daniel, interpreted Nebuchadnezzar's dreams, explaining that his first dream about a huge statue was about the succession of different empires. The Babylonian Empire being the gold, the Median Empire being the silver, the Persian Empire being the bronze, and the Hellenistic Empire being the iron, unquote. Consider iron generals. Recently, mind speaked, Meninges and Magnetite, electrochemical synaptic fission and operant neural conditioning electronic possessive matics, crazed bilateral scumbags. The first decades of the Seleucid Empire, 312 to 63 BC, its roots reach back to the fall of Babylon, 539 BC, and the rise of the Persian Achaemenid Empire, 550 to 330 BC. The overall theme of the Book of Daniel is God's sovereignty over history. On the human level, Daniel is set against the Babylonian magicians who failed to interpret the king's dream. But the cosmic conflict is between the God of Israel, a Coptic connection, with the replacement of Yahwism within the false Babylonian gods, unquote. Consider the kings of the East, and three kings bearing gifts to baby Jesus of Nazareth. The cult of Baal, Hadad, was an ancient deity worshipped in the Middle East approximately 4,500 years ago. He was also known as Adad or Iskar. The Amorite people introduced Hadad to the region, and eventually, he was adopted by other early civilizations of the Middle East, such as the Sumerians and the Akkadians, unquote. Remember, Moses hath been cited as God with the Ark of the Covenant. He is suspected as a Nephilite, and a necromonger connected to Persia, connected to Central Asia. Connected to pre-Younger Dryas cataclysmic events. Consider the famed psychologist Sigmund Shlomo Freud, and his dream analyses approach, with his psychoanalyses method. There is thenso connection to 19th century Thelema, Aleister Crowley and EyE's. The latter is of a voice and visual stimuli. Crowley claimed to have been visited by on the 8th, 9th, and the 10th of April 1904, whilst at Egypt celebrating his honeymoon. Note the 4 years after 1900, and the 3-part increment visitations. A correlation to Mephistopheles and 24-year servancy bound to Dr. Faustus, a alchemist, diviner and necromancer 20 and 4. The name Mephistopheles is sometimes shortened to Mephisto and once under the name of Molycroth. He was the Lord of Khania and most powerful archdevil next to Asmodeus himself, unquote. You sense the personality symbolic cultism, Yah. Denote the lingual reference to Ansar Dine, the numeric of 100, and century-long, tesseract sequencing memory. Electrochemical, luminous, electrophoretic printing and storage media biotech aggregation, duplication pin layering. And electrical digitized microdot saturation imbued via chemicals and superconductive elemental secretion, isomorphic xenomorphism, manipulated through nucleotides. A nitrogenous base, algae nitroplasts, I suspect, a transmissible tempered inorganic nuclei, stationary immobile paraplegics, senescence phosphorus compounds, and perspirated moisture contents. Fumigation etc., connected to hormones and thus ferromagnetics pheromonial transmissible emission. Simile-crumb systematic juxtaposition. The name index and direct association to medical practitioners of Dr. Faustus to that of Dr. Fauci is uncanny. It indicates a threshold aggregate, especially with the latter's role as chief medical advisor to the U.S. president and affiliation to practitioner. Both have been cited and dubbed Dr. Death. There is personal relevance to year zero at 1985. 2 years prior was the birth of the Internet, accounting for the stint in Port Leash in October-November, and thus, October surprise geopolitics. Note: the presidential U.S. elections were held in the United States on November 5, 2024, that is correlative with the fixed 20th day in January inauguration, the beginning and end of terms of U.S. presidential office. And, the month I was born, May 5th, and year 0, 1985, November prenatal and prophetal affliction. What does indicate Rosemary Rafter as a denominating factor in all this, yet alas, of the imbue and mothers? Note: Roman goddess, Juno, adapted from Greek culture of Hera, Zeus's wife, is an immediate discrepancy and somewhat proves of occultic peripheral antagonism pompously pretended as dominion. Question: was there marriage back then? As you know, the previous month, April, the month after June, is a association to Belphegor, Lord of Sloth, typically portrayed nowadays sitting on a toilet. Elvis Presley died on his toilet apparently due to prescription drug abuse and unhealthy eating, once again correlative to chemical transmissible emission, infectious transgenic bioweaponism. Is that a nice way of saying cannibalism? He died during August 19, 77, at age 42. Belphegor is one of the 7 demon lords who supposedly govern hell, aka DU. Review: Beelzebub, Lord of Flies or Flyers, and the Corporate Structural Organizational Relevance, see fandom.com. Beelzebub is another name for Satan, aka Enlil, who is then also one of the 7 connected by alias name indexes, and also connected to Anunnaki and Marduk, patron god of Babylon, Iraq, and Baal occultism. There is clear connection reminiscent of Xerxes I, the god king and dark magic conjuring, neural fission, and the patron god of Babylon, then Marduk, and kingdom of Ur. That is present-day Iraq and Afghanistan, and using embodiments as if instruments of warring powers. Thus, after the Russians, who were also known as Soviets, began an invasion of Afghanistan during December 19, 79, they folded as if to hath lost the will to exist. Crikey. I do sense a steam about the incursion, whilst juggling position in status of posture, a multipolar atmosphere, as Vladimir had referred to, that has befallen a wrongs of wrongs, misperceived. A rage bout tit too, though once again, as if, capitalized upon, by ruthless. In supersymmetry news, the Brezhnev Doctrine was a Soviet foreign policy that proclaimed that any threat to socialist rule in any state of the Soviet bloc in Central and Eastern Europe was a threat to all of them. And therefore, it justified the intervention of fellow socialist states, unquote. Socialist Maj, at perilous warpaths, ripe for the picking barbarians. This is then stereotypical in contrast with pagan, totemism, Coptic and Orthodoxy, notably concerning itinerants and nomadic faction warfare. A typical association to knackers, who used to make horse harnesses, it reflects a synonymous synchronicity, 15 minutes of Max City, with the expression. Attacking one is an attack on all, a mutual defense pact of clan warfare, although one evils against another, hungering for the Mu-Hyun-gu. Yet in the case of Russia versus Afghanistan, it was a conflict for terrestrial geographic blockchain and resources, under the economic guise of communism versus capitalism. In the case of Afghanistan, the poppy and thus heroin aka opium, and the trade of such exemplified in antiquity of the infamous Silk Road, although also the people. As if, spoils of war, exposes the modern day drug wars, with typical association to syndications of CIA, FBI, MI6, MI5, Interpol, and other globalizing hegemonic ABC's establishments Intel. Clearly involved as accomplices of biotechnical prism fabrications, of multivector harvesting methods of the species, multidimension of the senses, in both senses, all we understand each other. So, such aggregate is obvious, a interface needed through the atomic and through notably, exposure. Alchemic mixed, chemical warfare, bilateral proxies of genetic tech, and genealogy bio-mancy, met-tri-XS, correction, tricks. And therefore collectivized culprits via omni-qubit manifolds, spelling of the concentrates of potency, and released via capitalized embodied catalyst lists, O-strings fibrous and gelatinous. Grandeurs of hypocrisy, hybrid conspiracy to committing genocidal mass murders, through such catalyzed embodied biogenic weapons systems. Alas, biogenic refinery processes, and multivector destructive, reformational body plannings, hence the tempering temporal in real time, non-real time, limbo self-assemblies. Blackish morass, brackish delirium, dementia injunction. Now, as you're listening, when you hear the years and dates in numerological metric, scrutinize the reverse, and consider the aggregated polar flip, multipolar thresholds. Highlighted as a universality dual, geomancy, chronovisor, algorithm predictive destiny narrative, thought form. Since the 80s and 90s and early 2000s, the Americans have attempted a continual presence in the Persian Gulf. This is notable of Operation Praying Mantis and then the two-phased build-up of armaments during 1990 that was called Operation Desert Shield, and then the invasion of Iraq called Operation Desert Storm. In 2003, the Americans invaded Iraq and Afghanistan again, upon Saddam Hussein invading Kuwait, a strategic excuse perhaps, and maybe, a cloaks and daggers. Though, do consider the reasoning of war on terror, and weapons of mass destruction, possibly being a catalysis of Eastern Bloc and still then exophilic multilayered aggregation. Catalysis, as in, a metric RJQR encoded bonsai imitation modeling at scale, and a catalysis upon, biogenic bodies, fixated simming upon the brains, elementally. They tore down the statue of Saddam Hussein in Firdows Square. Firdows in Persian Farsi translates to paradise. Alarm bells of the Zodiac Killer, isn't it? It's even spelled the same as the cryptic message of dice instead of dice, indisputable evidence. They tearing down the statue was symbolic peripherally, a show of dominance as the nation was ravaged and raped. Such, only after the hoarding of physical artifacts and the memorabilia, as well as the gold bullion, did they install their C's holographical matrix, a sensitized thread of permanence. As well as the iridium fragmentation all over such centralized municipalities, the irradiations probably because of the lesser concentration of cold fusion ionization, as a result of underdevelopment. I'd be rather pissed too, in fact, I am. Bastards is too kind of expletive, choo choo choo, get some, yeah, that Apache helicopter Maj Paypal. We are sick of them. Unquote. Their imperial bonanza excreting exports of ego. It's a reverse opposite of the artifacts they've been exhuming and showcasing in close proximities, so, I too. Alas, Yano, not even in a million years, Finland, to resolving so-called nuclear waste, it is all the evidence required really. As those Boy Scouts raunchy for clearance and affirmation of directorates and orders from so-called high commandant pussies, bowing to the fluffy clouds, bow-leg geth, Lego loss, cowboys. Too rich to do it themselves, or, simply too fat cat, enjoy your super, mexa metha mecha, king-sized bed Mr. Eric's Prince. Important to note as I type this, the cell phone spazzed out, for the first time, crashed, frozen, and the load of error messages of the Natural Reader app, Hey Islam. The third and last installment of the 3 religions of the book, ye know, and I know, you're the fucking insult, and the unbelievable embarrassment, I'd throw ye all into white-hot flame fire. With placebo effect, Allah said it himself. There's a clue for ye ties, free dem I said. Else you're my enemies. On. Soothsaging is dis. Not a wonder his name is Eric and Prince. I'm not surprised. Get the funnies on that 9th of October, May 9th, I mean 5th. A naming and shaming the too busy playing video games to realize what's happenin', maybe now they do. A subsequent macrocosmic significance under the guise of land, air, water or mercantile law. Thus, Established houses and uniform coats of arms are immediately suspect as agitative autocratics. The fantastic observable evidence highlights that of Abrahamic seed, Enochian and Metadone connections. Methadone is part of a category of drugs called opioids. German doctors created it during World War II. When it came to the United States, doctors used it to treat people with extreme pain. Today, you might also get it as part of a treatment program for an addiction to heroin or narcotic painkillers. Even though it's safer than some other narcotics, your doctor should keep a close watch while you take methadone. Taking it can lead to addiction or abuse, unquote. Note the associated proxy linear to you in the morpho-illogical script. Metatron, the youth, a title previously used in 3 Enoch, where it appears to mean servant. It identifies him as the angel that led the people of Israel through the wilderness after their exodus out of Egypt, again referring to Exodus 23:21, and describes him as a heavenly priest. Such distinguishes a relevance to Abrahamic seed, abduction of children, and unrecorded conquests, most probably interrelative to the Hyksos Asian nomadic sprawl of the Middle Eastern region and or Africanus insurgency prior to the Hyksos. The latter said to be a mix between Semitic and Asian ethnicities who invaded Egypt 1640 BC. Most of all, though, is the native Indian dress code, apparel and attire, and Egyptian hieroglyphics, a association to superpowers and antiquity, pre and post Younger Dryas calamity. Back again. Guess who's back? Spoiler alert, 2 of 3. Thus a viable tempered trace via such memory and cartographic mapping procured more recently via biotechnical intrusion. Apparently Belphegor's powers are strongest during the month of April, hence a Crowley-Ayahuasca connection and a mathematical equation associated to demonic allure, notably. Belphegor's prime, what is the palindromic prime number, that reads as 10 trillion. A binary threshold, 3-part increment modulative dynamic statics. Equalized opposites, integers prime thresholds. That is, 1 and 13 zeros, 3 sixes, and 13 zeros, and 1. 1030 plus 666 times 1014 plus 1 is a number which reads the same both backwards and forwards, and is only divisible by itself, and 1, unquote. 666 is synonymous to Rothschild's dynasty and other factions, thus, French Chateau 1972, surreal, party animals, ball, displaying weird costumes. Emphasized of infanticide themes and absurd misanthropy via plastic dismembered dolls, etc. A duality connection is 999, guard AI, what signifies the connection between class warfare and go-betweens, especially of the legal systems, as a business enterprise whereby the products and byproducts are the people. Indiscriminately, the liabilities are in fact the so-called peacekeepers as, ultimately, clear and present occupiers and invaders. And cronies of twisted autocratic stylizers evident now of Nigel Farage and Herman Count Van Rompuy, Elon Musk and other frontal facade spokes of faction warfare. Tesla's universal numerical values of 3, 6, 9, are also of clarity here. For example, 3 is a prime number, whereas 6 and 9 are oddities. Thus guard AI is a lingual connection to such factions and classified ergonomic depravity, and recent developments of robotics, Gen and Jet AI. Metric binary equal opposites and ether polar flip photometry, HoloLens, HoloPorts, holodecks, etc., i.e. Dr. Joseph Schmidt, Chief Technician of Astronaut Bodysuits at NASA, a major in the U.S. Navy. Highly suspected as a paperclip Trojan, a neo-Nazi and a cheater of exams, what all this has stemmed from, a pointless waste of time. In other supersymmetry news, extensible examples such that outlined thus far, shall become more apparent as you listen, with the immediate acknowledgement relevant to lingual examples concerning occult mythology and historic conventions, and also offshoot acclimatized content previous disregarded yet now accepted as mainstream, such as that of Ron L. Hubbard's Dianetic methods. Belial, Lord of Lies, his alias names are also Balhor, Balial, Beliar, Belial, Belialin, Beri, Note the name index association to my foster family address, 7 Berryfield Lane, Bray during the late 80s and throughout the 90s. He is listed as the 68th spirit of the Lesser Key of Solomon. He is a king of hell, with 80 legions of demons and 50 legions of spirits under his command. He was created as the first, after Lucifer, unquote. A mockery. Consider Scientology founded in 1967, note the number 67, and numeration 68 and 69, and the 70s, French connection to Rothschilds and catacombs. And more recent activity highlighted of Cataloween. The butterfly effect is an affinity here, relating to recurrent effects and global significance of real-time hemispheric multipolarized warfare through ether and luminiferous aether mediums. Now known as hybrid warfare, actions performed upon and via one hemisphere. As potentially abstract via deliberate filtration retranslated to peripheral eventing, hand in cap, competing a doppelganglion of dynamic type setting, anchorage and entity upon another. Overlapped dynamic static systemics formatting through subunitary, PC power users, and converting processes as a bondage theorem of linear compliant adherence, predominantly unbeknownst to the subjected catalyst aggregates, the blockchain dynamic static cascade. A tesseract hinge that I shall refer to as the actuated stimulation, compelling via a periphery nerve, vagus tone, simile crumb, hence the impulse drive autonomics as a hybridizing processes. Note the connection to hydrogen and liquids, animatronic, roboticism, and elemental secretion in Golden Falls debacle, and the man-made water reservoir, Blessington Lake. And the name index concurrent with Blood Falls Antarctica concerning oxides and synthetic materials chemtrails luminosity. My suspicion now is that of chemical evolutions and crystalline quartz substance abuse, iron oxides and derivative constituents of blood. EMF stands for electromagnetic field. A magnetic field is produced by electrically charged ionized particulates. It is called electromagnetic because it contains properties of both magnetism and electricity. Consider the potential of redesignated color coding in Brodmann area 34. And its destruction resulting loss of multiple senses and artificial induced manifold experienced as synesthesia, signal distortions, inflection, modulated modification, thought divergence, and dissonant psychological and pathological conversion, disassociation, adrenochrome enzymic 1950s early study into schizophrenia as a root cause and its subsequent abrupt abandonment. Now consider headdress and military color-coded beret hats of militarism, popularized from 1950s onward. Think of the mixing colors especially of green, red and brown. The two form a result of the color brown when mixed. Now reconsider Mr. George Church of MIT, born on a USAF MacDill Air Force Base. And 1500 docs released by the Pentagon in 2017. Etc. etc. Of course they know. And they know I know, and now, you know for sure. Adding 12 plus 1 of the analog clock equals 13 times 6 times, adding to 39 plus 39 equals 78. 1948 plus 38 equals 1986. 1986 minus 47 equals 1939, World War II. 1987 minus 48, 1985 minus 48, is 1939 and 1937. 86 plus 38 equals 124, 1986 plus 38 equals 2024. 1985 and 1986 plus 86 equals 20, 71 and 20, 72. Consider the age groupings and temporal records, synthetic anchorage. Minus 19 equals 20, 53, that is 3000 AM, a Latin Judaist calendar reference, Anno Mundi, translating to Year of the World or Year of the Lord. 1948 was notably the refounding of Israel. Plus 30 equals 1978, plus 22 equals 2000 Common Era or after Dominicus. A People's Temple 909 suicides relevance in line with Project Serpo, and then the Waco siege in 1993, and then the Heaven's Gate 39 suicides in 1997. Remember, Iraq has 31 provinces that then ties in with a geometric grid, and geomancy Bio-mancy. The word Iraq did sound like the name Barak, didn't it? A. Obama, Bomber Jacket 1Z, Decay Tailors, Association to Needing Arth has, Ant and Dec Corps, Kruger Inter Milans of National Forestries. Thus Russian and American consecutive interventions of such regional dispute, leading to Eastern and Western bloc chains, up to and then after the new millennium 2000. It really does indicate a deliberate insidious combative intention. Tying in with Talmudic calendar traditions, and Moth-Og and Goth-Og, assumed as Nephilites and interrelative with Project Paperclip, Amish, 17th century, Skopsky, 18th century, and Hernandez, 19th century. A New Age sectarian syndicated gang worship and faction warfare. Notable historic accounts. Jim Jones 909 mass cyanide-induced suicides, Heaven's Gate 39 suicides, and 8 Project Serpo, military astronaut, returnees. Consider threshold metric equations and heightened biotechnical Asian aggravation via biometric harvesting. In 1965, 12 astronauts embark on a secret mission to an alien planet as part of a human-alien exchange program. After spending 13 years exploring the alien world and culture, the team returns to Earth in 1978. Think of the synchronicities. Project Serpo. The secret 10-year mission to a planet 39 light-years away, 3 years delayed, one died of an anatomical abnormality en route, the other died on planet Serpo, apparently due to a mechanical accident, 2 chose to stay, unquote. There is disinformation about how long they were held in isolation. Nataland.com/660246 reports that they were held from 1978 to 1984 at various military installations and then apparently released. Whilst on Serpo, there was an incident that occurred between the expedition team and the Ebens. Apparently the Ebens took possession of the deceased human and dissected the organs and made clones. Odd is revealing, isn't it? Apparently they have complexions of Japanese, down-slanted monolids. The last Serpo astronaut died apparently in 2003. They all died due to irradiation sickness. Such has been reported of military soldiers, both British and American. Of parallel, off-world expeditions. The suspicion now is a soured collusion, a resulting possessive amalgam through chemical recombinating transmission in emission and thus isomorphic luminous systemics alteration. A kneading clay, and inerting to animatronic inanimate animated, xenomorphic xenoglossy replacement, renewal processing tethered embodiment, procedural in situ cellular aggravation. Area 51 at Nevada is suspected of human sapiens and hominid operatives and misrepresenting human sapiens via avatar replication, probably via almasty and primate transgenics. Have been cited to experimenting with infantiles of what shared via camera footage of stereotypical alien forms, aka ETs. A suspected USAF collusion with globalist allies and a junkie wraith craze of confusion of language of species and Tower of Bab Belling, catalyzed necrotizing. 1947 was the Roswell incident, aka Ebens or EBEs. Early 1960s was apparently a arranged visitation rendezvous via then-President Nixon at Nevada. The location of the Sphere Monument, Las Vegas, tone-toning 32-bit manifold, peer pressure subliminals, 31 provincial HQs, with 64-bit RJ/QR encoding photometry biotechnical aggregate. Its construction began in 2019 and was completed in 2023. It cost $3.5 billion, and is the largest optical auditorium. The sphere is 366 feet, 112 meters high and 516 feet, 157 meters wide at its broadest point. It is the largest spherical building in the world at 875,000 square feet, 81,300 square meters. It includes seating for 18,600 people, and all seats have high-speed internet access. The venue can accommodate 20,000 people in standing capacity, unquote. Consider, Elon Musk circle jerk tesseracts of 12 tribes of Israel and Almasty, Nephelite Dark Room, next comings of fictive metafiction Zeus and Ganglion Insecta Farmer Matt. And autocratic far rage, and Scientology, billion-year contraction, Tesseract binge. Commandant misguidance and Kandahar ethereal ether mental thought energy, storage median constants. The Georgia Guidestones was erected March 22, 1980, and demolished in 2018, 20 years after 2022, what is connected to the 2002 Sphere Memorial to 9/11 victims. A. SOS, possibly but more so a probable deceptive open-ended narrative. Inscribed on the marble stones, transliterate Ting 10 guidelines, in 8 different human languages, it is attributed to a consortium of farmers and occultic Freemasonry. Silicone is often confused with silicon, but they are distinct substances. Silicon is a chemical element, a hard dark gray semiconducting metalloid, which in its crystalline form is used to make integrated circuits, electronic chips, and solar cells. Silicones are compounds that contain silicon, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and perhaps other kinds of atoms as well, and have many very different physical and chemical properties. Consider holographic records, Eben's Yellow Book. And ultrasound and ultraviolet metafictive mapped auditorium, audience auto membership is medium alter ego transmittant HoloLens, holoporting exports of catatonic and sleep subjects specimens. Fictive and actual, junkie blight, uplifting processed storage media, magnetic server metric co-piloted, geomancy G-hosting, lobotomy, cell, escapism. An interesting threshold concerns Jimmy Carter, who was the 39th U.S. President from January 20, 1975 to January 20, 1981, born 1st, October 19, 24, he was age 100. He died during the 29th of December 2024. That's 91 days from the DOB to latter date. Do note the 1919 numeric anagram in Nikola Tesla's book, My Inventions, publication year 1919, and the 1616, 6161, and 6 to 67. A likely binary of 2016. Consider 1991 and 1990's 10 to 1 by 1 multiplexed precog age groups and Janus calendar 10 months. 1991 is when the Soviet Union collapsed, and Yugoslavia disintegrated with the uprising of mob justice, killing the king and queen for their flamboyant resentful dictatorship. Such was the cause of much strife. I suspect it was a smokescreen and a globalist planning that has been at the forefront of a back-end plagiarism, a cast-acute bio-circuitry fission. Distilled as entities, mindless automatons by traced artificial alignment agitation, red, blue, gray, the same oxidized color of blood. Insecta subtropic retromorgellons, Human Genome Project, Irish Lebanon Rotation, Mickey Mouse Universe 25s, OLab Techs. Scrutinize, Cryonic, Bigalowy Institutes, cryonics.org/clonade cloning. Mixing red and blue together results as a true purple color, ultraviolet. Red and blue also result as the color gray, depending on the quantities. Thus a similar attribution of kneading clay, and other compounds and kinesthetic intelligence, qualities as a corruptive alchemic transfusion. It is important to emphasizing the connection of elementals and subunitary modeled crystalline with animal husbandry, farming subsidies, and fraternal high-tech, bio-engineered, cybernetically enhanced elitists. Silicone is often confused with silicon. Silicone is the material base of rock masonry metallurgy. Silicone is what is used in plastic surgery and construction. It is such copious availability of such materials, at the subatomic scales, that is being kneaded into microchips and components via atmospheric impact of the chemtrails. As a superconductive artifice via material base fusions. So hence, debonded atomism as a rebasing substitution is further to the aggregate of subunits, buildings and infrastructure, a silica fiber glass refined from sedimentary rock, glass and shale and petrochemical derivative. Large furnaces gradually melt the silica sand, limestone, kaolin clay, fluorspar, colemanite, dolomite and other minerals until a liquid forms. Thus, a augmenting fluidic, spatial brain, Kneading is a process inclusive of biotechnical luminous manufactured synth harmonica. It isn't far-fetched to assume the composition of fabricated elemental transfusions through chemicals, polymerizing a transmissible refinery via secreted emission. As a synthetic derivative of plastic plasticity, hence thought form, thought content, thought insertion, thoughtography, necrodeath morbidity, i.e. wraiths, ghosts, translucent opaque invisible luminous aureola, interjected as a conduit plasma, very much akin to the telemetrics of filmography and television, telephonic attribution. Through biogenic multidimension of the senses, and thus weaponization of catalyzed biogenic hosts, as cybernetic invasive alter egoed, junky despotic vanities. Inclusive of non-human proximity to human sapiens. The film called Spectral emphasizes such attribution concerning condensate. The following is an excerpt of the fictive movie plot. The group are redirected to a Moldovan-controlled civilian bunker as the airbase was evacuated after being overrun by the entities. Using information gathered from SAR-I, Klein deduces the apparitions are likely made of Bose-Einstein condensate, and are incapable of passing through iron and also ceramic materials. Which is why Comstock survived by hiding under a ceramic bathtub and the entities could not penetrate ceramic tank armor plating. While the troops mount an offensive distraction on the roof of the plant, Klein and Madison descend into a laboratory under the plant. There they discover the former regime's scientists had mass-produced the condensate entities as molecular copies of human test subjects' remains, whose peripheral nervous systems were hooked up to a central machine that keeps the copies alive, but they escaped when the facility was damaged during the Civil War, leading to the current situation. With the battle above threatening to release the remaining condensates, Klein manages to activate the failsafe that deactivates them. He also unplugs the human remains from the machine, finally letting them die in peace, with the apparitions gone. The US DARPA and allied Moldovan military continue their work of taking control of the city from the insurgents while the DoD considers reverse engineering the condensate machine for wartime purposes, unquote. So, with copious materials manipulated to impacting upon biogenic bodies, a worldwide harmonica, it is easily self-evident of the simuli-crumb fabrication through food stuff, needed at the subatomic and atomic scales. Magnetite clustered upon all the brains and such hydrocellular, biomass isomorphic xenomorphism, isn't too much of a leap to explain such apparitional stimuli. This really does establish why they are so vicious. Because they've most probably been kneaded upon with processed materials of luminous monstrous Gaia genomic, real-time, Google Earth VBS4, God Game, Microsoft Recall, software, from what? To what do y'ar think? Composites kneaded up in silicon valleys of mass distributions, globally. Hence a exophage, as a carnivorous vampirous junkie and dummy catalysis of elementary subunits, hinged to the nuclear biology of all the bodies. Similar to how CGI and grease screens are developed via real-world mapping techniques. Silicones are compounds that contain silicon, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and perhaps other kinds of atoms as well, and so, an attempt at omnipotent siphoning temporally. Silicones have many very different physical and chemical properties, that then facilitates a viable centralized control at decentralized sources. Same patterns of exported type sets performed as Ghost Recon mechs. This then facilitates a Nordic suspect of gray alien aggregates. Extras upon terrestrials. Doomsday vault accumulation facilitating a omni of types and variant sources as resources. The relevance to gray aliens, as half-robotic, animatronics has been indicated, thus a mechanical in nature, Turing at the human macro scale, connected to Nordic and Pleiadians. And thus starseeds and zodiac, horoscopes, animism, etc. Consider Chinese lore of du, ha, that's funny synergy. Juice Wingen it Mang. Traditional Chinese. Du, simplified Chinese. Du, birth prison, is the realm of the dead or hell, in Chinese mythology. It is loosely based on a combination of the Buddhist concept of Naraka, traditional Chinese beliefs about the afterlife. And it is a variety of popularized expansions and reinterpretations of these two traditions. The concept parallels purgatory in certain Christian denominations, unquote. Such attributed to proto-purgatory called the celestial Hades. It seems to have been Romanized of an intercession on November 2 due to Odilo, abbot of Cluny, who died in the year 1048. He was told a tale from a stranded sailor who had a vision of what became known as purgatory. The sailor asked the abbot why there was not a day when all souls were prayed for. Note: such designated intercession as pre-Gregorian calendar. The calendar used then was the Julian calendar. January is named after Janus, as April was the new year. Janus is the Roman god of beginnings and endings. Janus presided over doors and gates, which feels appropriate for the new year. He is often depicted with two faces, one looking forward and the other looking backward. The consecutive alteration of calendar highlights hard resets of traditions, indicating upheaval and enforced indoctrination of new rules. The same is true for incoming and outgoing presidents, prime ministers and appointed. Both traditions indicate that Earth is regarded as the DU, and thus, hell, yet also heaven, simultaneously. What is then so a spectacular extracurricular? It does perhaps support all the notation relating to EMF dynamo, however with its dynamic inclusivities. Consider the Chinese New Year. This year, it begins on Wednesday, January 29, 2025, whereas in 2024, it began in February. Typically, this celebration begins between late January and late February, time to the new moon. The holiday falls on different dates every year because it is based on the ancient Chinese lunar calendar, unquote. And the Japanese New Year. Shogatsu is an annual festival that takes place in Japan. Since 1873, the official Japanese New Year has been celebrated according to the Gregorian calendar, on January 1st of each year, New Year's Day, aka Ganjitsu, unquote. Evaluate Chinese Zodiac Calendar. Spoiler alert: 3 of 3. For extra extensible lingual example of radioactivity in AI fam, guard. Irish Gardaí Shio Kana and Sec Ewer, Ithi, force personnel, especially ye at Labo. The definition of the word polis is the Scottish or Irish form for police. Polis is also a word associated with a city-state in Greece. Polski is the native word for Polish. Polska is associated with the Polish, Indo-European West Slavic language, written in Latin script. A Pole is a politician or someone who is very politically active. In 2014, Poland was president of the European Council. Leaders of the European Union voted unanimously by selecting Donald Tusk as Herman Van Rompuy's successor. Consider the name index and numeric association to Tusk, a film released in the same year, 2014. A grotesque film with central themes of morbid mutilation and surgical transformation. Director and script writer, Kevin Smith, and main actors. Justin Long, born 1978, and Michael Parks, who died the 9th of May 2017. Yep, that funky ain't it? Perhaps a synergy of a peripheral modeling involved of real-world readjustments and imitation. Gotthard Tunnel 2016. A publicized ritual ceremony involved of foreign dignitaries led by the German Chancellor Angela Merkel. PRISM Act, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, 2008, and Decentralization of the Internet 2016, and consecutive geopolitics especially since the year 2000. Consider globalized bio tapestry, strawman modeled simulacrum, and Brodmann areas. What is Brodmann's area 34? It has been described as part of the interhinal area and the superior temporal gyrus. The interhinal area is the main interface between the hippocampus, optical visualization areas, and neocortex, the latter translating to the literal meaning of the new layer. It comprises approximately 2/3 of the human brain and is involved in memory, navigation, and the perception of time. Note: time is based upon motion. Time is an artificial construct. Destruction of Brodmann area 34 results in ipsilateral anosmia, loss of multiple senses. Think of the necro after death, interrelative to primed exacerbation of mutilation. Consider synesthesia and confusion of language of species. Come, let us go down and there confuse their language so that they may not understand one another's speech. Genesis 11:7. This first comes after the sin of pride among people, disobedience to God's command to spread out and multiply across the earth people. And blue beam fiber optical aluminium, salt, silicone, luminous juxtaposition altered carbon. When the brain routes sensory information through multiple unrelated senses, signal distortions, a causal subjection and potential of variable divergence occurs, whereby more than one sense experienced simultaneously. Some examples include tasting words, or linking colors to numbers and letters, unquote. Potential rerouting of color coding, and neural linguistics, and thus, smell TV and smart devices. Consider private independent neural net, PIN. A neural network is defined as a software solution that leverages machine learning (ML) algorithms to mimic the operations of a human brain. Note: 1 week and 1 day, from December the 12th, when Elaine of Peter McVeary Housing First Trust knocked on my front door unannounced with 2 other medical nurses to conduct a pretensive and patronizing psych evaluation. To the date of writing this, the 20th of December 11:26 p.m., correction, p.m., 2024. And 1 week and 1 day, Port Leash incarceration, 12 days after the 12th of November. I will be uploading a finalizing draft of this audiobook today, the 23rd December 20th, 24, 2 days from 25th, what is 7 days from 2025. Numeric denominator, number 12, 7, 20, 34 and 2. Denote: Angela Broadman, author of the book, The Universal Vampire, Scrutinize, Totemism and Taboo, and Zoophilia, Lycanthropy, Insecta and Bestial Transgenics. Consider the 1,040-page book that I have committed to devotedly, for approximately 2 years, every day. Observe: superfluous, sapiosexual, myopic and inept subsistent cybercriminals, inclusive of mind-altering drugs. And the repugnant homicidal discrepancy of surreal ignorance by academics, namely doctors, and teachers of other people's children. Now consider the double whammy jeopardy of the Tetris effect. The Tetris effect occurs when someone dedicates vast amounts of time, effort and concentration on an activity which thereby alters their thoughts, dreams and other experiences not directly linked to said activity. The term originates from the popular video game Tetris, unquote. And so we can observe the active threshold of binary duality in multiplicity, for the variable enlistments of personality clashes and personality cultism. The synchronous alignments are uncanny, and indisputable of empirical evidence, though exciting, 'tis most concerning too. The punchline. To conclude this chapter with a personal synchronicity, I will denote several past experiences. Audrey Hobbs, Wexford Road, Arklow. I had thought that she worked at Port Leash, up until I inquired about her whilst on parole, getting the documents stamped each week up until the 5th of December. During that month I spoke to a female guard AI receptionist, who was friends with Audrey. She recently informed me that Audrey hadn't worked at Midlands, but at Mountjoy in Dublin City Central. I resided at the Hobbs homestead in 1999, when I was 13. Audrey's vocation was prison officer. I have since learned that she worked at Mountjoy Prison, Dublin City Central, a supported lodging placement where I was moved to, after 9 months with Antoinette, approximately age 65 or 70. I was 12 when I resided at her house, that is adjacent the Avoca River, 19 Arches Bridge. And that Antoinette's homestead was the location where I had masturbated for the first time. Acknowledge. Google Maps, not displaying, highlighting the name, Mountjoy Prison Penitentiary. Primary to scrutiny. The ground that the prison is built upon is regarded as a British territory. Antoinette has one son whose name is Glenn, whose vocation was hotel manager at Glen of the Downs Hotel. The surrounding area is called Glen View. It is a nature reserve, and also the immediate locale is called Druid's Glen. Such area is typically referred to as Belle Vue by the locals. The wider county area of County Wicklow is typically unofficially called the Garden of Ireland. A most probable, manipulated synthesis of geomantic alignment in aggregation, a generic effects by imitative modeling and tethering algorithmic transfusion. A ethereal machine engine altered carbon. Quartz of locking to the plan ether cat 5e was said of as if the brain and sphere monument. Gay aliens and mad sadistic insidious farmer Joe Does. During my travels as a vagabond, I recollect going to the same location I had gone to when as a child, reminiscing upon my childhood memories, somewhat saddened. I walked the trail to the top of the hill, about a 30-minute walk it was. I did sat down on a grassy area. It was sunny in summertime. There was a house on the top of the hill, not far from where I was sitting. A sudden urge to masturbate there was, of what I now know has been a suggestive subliminal, yet I did. Later it was highlighted as if a Sasquatch, she devil dem on, awfully haunt Ted's teddy dolly to sheep impels, and succubus. It is important to denote, the house at the top of the hill, of such nature reserve, its residents have been peripherally indicated as doctors, namely, surgeons, that is, plastic surgeons, to explore and assistively expose that for corrective alignments is necessary. Thank you. Can you imagine the likes of the chief technician of astronaut body suits, Dr. Joseph Schmidt of NASA, and such doctors, inclusive of Dudley Towney, operants, holographically administering high-tech ethereal hollow-ported deckings, holographic lensings, via surgical intrusions of non-invasive contradiction as opto and femtosecretion, and surrealistic darpatastic biocircuitry server compilation of plasticity plastics against electronically targeted specimens. Truly abominable, especially when considering Dianetic patency and NASA patency, and thoughts having energy. Consider the thoughtography instrumentation and readapted techniques readjusted as superimposed Frankenstein, silicosis, syndrome golems, needed as superimposed entanglement upon clay. Ninhursag Enki reminiscence. Horrifying, isn't it? I'm experiencing that firsthand. Clon Con AIDS Clonade, and Bigelow Institute, Cryonics Institute, and Scientology. Base tarred egocentric synths, such as Cloud Rail, and Tapestry strawman derivatives of French arrogance legions of re-adapted Hattie campaigns. Ludicrous Browns, BR owning battle reporting sees project agencies, sickos. The fictive religious warfare pontificated as glorification of war, death and destruction as obvious, of what spirit is pontificated as. Whilst carnivorous, bone meal, madness for brain synapses aka as, so wills. The anagram palindrome of HSE is she and he. Also, as I was sitting at the hospital shop having a latte, the HSE logo on signage I just happened to be looking at advertising its brand. I noticed the S looks like the semantics of the antiquated cartographics of the word Brazil, the mythic island off the west coast of Ireland. It's synchronicity like that's beyond coincidental happenstance. How weird is that? And the T, pendulum and talon, E, a sideways trident, and symbolic flame. Consider the language modeling. A Patterson and N. Doom, Michael and Coco the Gorillas, relevance, Neuralink and diaphragm, mnemonic suggestive subliminal, and harvesting as isomorphic temporal neural absorptions then after. Utterly disgusting, beyond doubt is the cannibalistic Cyclops conduit, a polymorph of electrochemical elementals, blood fusions and petrology. MIB, demonic, ig-gig-gi, a one-way fraternizing allure. Men's sperm and seminal liquids cited as man's life force, escalated as a gruesome emasculating insanity, of man-gi-na, ladyboy madness, sexualist ways pretended as ways to becoming God. Whilst stomachs as microscopy vats, binaries of brain synapse and gut-brain ganglion, peripheries, altered carbon brains and inner retro-autosarco-lector immunized conflicts. Whilst I was at Hella's barracks in 2017, there was reference to Queen Mother, El Shasti, and princesses, as though sent to mate upon my genitals, a repetitive rape, escalated as god deification. And radio splurged psychic surgery, brain synaptic fission, via infested procured eggs, called monster nest eggs and monster planet ethers. And a grotesque pretense of synth insecta consortium, vamp, Nox and Tox. Diabolical weirdos, combined of delete torus engram memory dissection and neuronic nanoscale implantation upon neurons and organs as if mosaic supplantation spectrally. Prepared as literal physical, slices of heavenly para. Dice, who have pretended Alderson scumebags, as replacement of infants, eggs, genomes, and neural synapses etc. A consecutive constant turmoil primary to neural imagery and mental imagery, searing and sooth, a seriously nuts Wicca, native Indian, Hispanic scumbags. As the word is emitted through the earphones, don't die, automatically emitted as if a puny dog man-dog or projected. As a ganglion emitter and laughing and giggling as if a gang of spastified refined junkie knacker bastards. Central radio CERN antennae, alter-egoed pathetic wimps, playing theatric satire, fun and games, miming thoughts aloud, as the crazies at the NACE psych ward. Chiming in peripherally as alter ego myopic bell ends. The ward is called Lake View. The Glenview area is known as Bellevue, thus a Salem witch trials correlation, and Bell Laboratories alignment. Bellevue is a popular picnic location at Glen of the Downs. Whilst residing with Mary and Podrick Short and their family, at 7 Berry Field Lane, Bray, County Wicklow, from year 2 to 12, we frequented its forest often during summer holidays. Whilst I resided at the Hobbs, there was another resident whose name was Glenn. He was 19. One night he drank a liter of vodka straight, whilst in his room adjacent my bedroom, and he committed suicide, by way of hanging. Consider the potential tethering via biocircuitry radial radius, necro geomancy, GPS, relaying electrophoresis alter ego, neural fission, retrofitting plasma as plasticity. Pretended as demonic haunting, religious sermons, and ritualistic geriatric digital antagonistic fusion. The forested area, close to Baldinglass village, is called the Lord's Forest. Consider parhelion, luminous, ethereal, incorporeal, covert fixtures, specific to EMF magnetic effects and rested positioning, upon and designated, central nodes. Consider temporal and tapestry amalgams, overlapped electric effects of parhelion and parhelic, aka halo, aka Mach sun, radial, radius, and photoluminescent, aura nimbus glory. And Flight 401, tethered envelopment, displacement imprinting, spherical petrology emulation. Entanglement and abominable revulsion of disgusting transgenic scientists and tapestry modeling of the globe as bullies over RJ Mod der Electroluminous, authoritarian shy masty. Zoophile byproducts, sociopathic Wendigo, Sheedan, Ald native and Africanus monkey hybrids pretending template stencils of transmissible mange, and molecular doomsday vaults. Games of life, and games of thrown head dress, to get whores, as junkie blighting empires. Account for altered carbon, and imitative covert conversion systemizing, storage mediumship median potentialities. Via tracing formulas of biotechnical intrusive geomancy approximated to the extant extras, and catalyzed idiots who harbored the dupe and embraced the blight designed. To rotting the brain and body out of existence via caustic transmissible corruption, whilst soldiers too busy playing computer video games, to realizing it is they who are under attack, pretending goody versus baddie binary neural flips, sending on way, Down syndrome T-viral, at tricks. Spouting God this and ho der dirk dat. Money this and money dat, and free stuff that isn't free, to be or not to be. Consider my new Cork City address from 2012 to 2016, a semi-detached house. 19 Farron, adjacent 18 Farron Street, Blackpool, the Orange Brigade March in Dublin, 2006, and the Old Order, Amish. Artificial alignments. The latter name index, associated in antiquity too. The Vikings named the place where the Poddle and Liffey rivers meet as Dyflin, meaning Blackpool. Scandinavian connection. Remember. Mountjoy geometric blank. The prison facility has also been referred to as a cesspit during the early 2000s, so has Rio de Janeiro in 2014 World Cup. Seemingly the name has been added since I last wrote about it not being named, courtesy of Google Technologies flagging the oversight. How convenient. It now displays the name, whereas before, it was as though a void of the map. The word, chimera in Russian, translates to the cell. Remember, numeric 34 is oddity. 29, and 17 and 19 are prime numerics. Russian American. Chimera, bio labs and religious connections. Americano almasti, Slavic, Zana, Nephelite, Neanderthalensis, Africanus, polymorphic, transmigrification connections. A politicized clockworks trend. The Statue of Liberty 1884, Statutory Stories of Laws, 9/11/2001, 101 centuries longs. And Wee J born 1883, 1 century later. Exactly. The Birth of the Internet, 1983. Alas, it reeks of tech witchcraft. So those fugger buggers are truly Maj PayPal, base tards off Thera rockers spouting gas lighting peripheral montage, auto co-piloted Wingate, opposite deluge llamas of the expressionless, do browser search dat2, fandom. The 2024 10-bit speed of thought, WTF, as if a uniform presumption of all other human sapiens, and dispositions along with it, da rai Mr. Masood, da rai. It screams of hostile exophilic perversion publicizing surreal hatred and malicious misanthropy against man and life itself. Also consider, teleportation of photons 2024, a BBC article reads, Chinese scientists have teleported a photon particle to a satellite, could humans be next? Seriously WTF, Nikola Tesla referred to everything as particles, and cities as spheres, namely Paris where he resided sometime before he emigrated to the USA. He died 1943 at Manhattan, Wyndham Hotel, at age 86. The fact that the Manhattan Project that was developed in areas far from New York is quite telling. The two atom bombs, Little Boy and Fat Man, were apparently manufactured in two separate locations in the USA and hurriedly dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and only 2 years after Tesla died. It is a clue of detonated entanglements that I strongly suspect is artificial, full-spectrum lays upon the physicality of the matters, and a concussive cascade affiliated to weakening of microbiome via polymerization. Like I said, it's not difficult at all to adding 1 + 2. And the tens of microsecs to minute thresholds of instance of time, and Internet of Things. Diabolical sickos, unbelievably warped and twisted, demented and corrupted. The fact is, Elon Musk is literally threatening the special relationship between America and Britain, with his shots across the transatlantic telecommunications cables. And his pal Nigel Farage, patrologied as a transmuted elitist techno showboy, and his BFF, Count Van Rompuy, let's face facts, it's a fictive showmanship. A baseline trailing what has been cited against since World War II, the elderly prim and proper aesthetic mannerism. The fact that Elon cares not for his remarks and the fact the Brazilian Supreme Court judge, Alexander de Moraes, imposing a 1 million fine per day. After the corporatocratic tyrannical show of ignorance, a warning not just to Twitter but the ABC gang of Prism Acts, for breaking Brazilian laws, indicates one of two sinister missteps. Elon and company have no respect for public order and civil rights or legal process. And or he is a showman front of a oxymoronic USAF almasti transmittant crime spree, viciously arrogant and on a downward spiral that cares not for the relationships that developed nations have garnered since and before the world wars. The trickle-down effect is, he is a pompous buffoon even more autistic than he's cited himself to be. Therefore he is improper of the role model he is portraying on one hand whilst puppeteering on the other as if playing a gambit of roulette, poker or blackjack. A affront to the entire world and an embarrassment. Mad to putting microchips in brains, and we all know why. Because we will never comply. Simple as dat. Hence the garbage pretending retroviral retrofitting brains is brute force hacking neurosis is supplantation molecular diffusion, reverse osmosis, and electrochemical DNA blight. Radio hacking and burrowing skin pores and hair follicles, insecta-transfused Nox, Tox and Nosferatu, combined of memory-abridged entanglement, diabolical perversion. Forever chemicals, the obvious culprit. Woohoawa! Exclamation. An excerpt from the literary introduction to the 1040-page book that I have written, for you to read, and to listen, and to advance with such educational foundations. Notify. Everything is evidence. Defy, if you wanna. Fear not the monsters, I too have been referred to as such also. Know that, this monster, is, kind, loving and wholesome. You think this yourself, just here, here, now. We did, didn't we? And so, we do. This communication, already happened, happening. Goodness prevails, family. Vanquished we vanquish. I will now explain to you, a brief detail of excerpt, that concerns, you, me, and everybody. Sequenced synthesis, in special states, the example of bonsai RJ modified environmental augmentation. Consider, how stuff works, homunculus. Explanation about how to make artificial little humans. It is, as if, propaganda, emphasizing encouragement, via a liminal open-ended suggestion, in publicized relay. Such sequenced synthesis, in direct associations of stimulation, assimilation and simulation, however notably, of radio prompting, sub, to, liminal overt, latent dormant, triggering. Psychologically, a malicious contemptuous misanthropy, the example of a linear debasing, radical contemptuous indiscrimination. It is important to consider, that such is probable of escalated stemming, of initial victimization. Of immediate example, concerns such stimulus via extensible effects, of innate functional harm, ONI. Alas, a psychological harm, and money, attributed as if of linear mnemonic prompts, fanciful in its notions of gain. So then a zero-sum, benefit-harm ratio, punishment versus reward, and operant conditioning, as if privileged benefaction, via special states, in bondage. Specific to telephonic attenuation, the linear input, via aperture and simulacrum tesseract. Hitherto, it presents clues of the strife committed against, through, and upon, that I have easily highlighted, for convenience and self-corrections. Such corresponding with a malicious grievous bodily harm via macabre intrusive harnessing, and attrition, a psychogenic distilled, electrochemical induced latent status, and a biometric composition. Abrasive thoughtography, through examples of deteriorated cognition, suffering a motorized mechanical, cognition, exemplified of palilalia, shuckling, stimming, and Tourette's syndrome. Excused and fobbed off, as cognitive debilitation, and or habitualized, normative, learned behavior, emulated and transmissible, as if, recurrent effects, to do of, role modeling. And genetic traits concerned of, inherited memory, invariable of contrasts, asymmetry about it, yet of evident, dysfunctional disquality, equatable, to cultural shared ideologies, traditions. And sensitive, sensitized, open to impressionable, open reception, distinctive, religiously performed, repetitions of the same, modeled script. Consequentially filtrated via abstracts of personification and psyche, as deteriorated, adaptions of such, cognitive states, in xenophobic decline. However, a telemetrics radioed as a stylized mnemonic aggregate, language modeled, neural linguistics, and so, pretensive, powers of suggestion, and abstract filtration experienced as active, neural latency. A self-prophetic cognition in inertia, cognitive reprimand, acclimatized through, exogenous, external, exophage, stimulations of parsed, introjective substandards, that is. The expressive internalized residual reverb, attenuated upon the person HUD, as a cyclical personification, of shared endoparasitic, autoimmune, mRNA infection, afflicted through example of electrophoresis carriers and server sequenced brain data, as a psychotic extremism, disgusting and revoltingly malicious, auto-transcripting via a psyop, systemic conversion. Denoting a software amalgamating, transfusion, whilst radioed as personified impression, granderized low bottom E, and autistic hand in cap, Down syndrome, denoting a almasty emphasis. And invasive supremacist zoophilia, as if empowered pet minion plasticity, pseudoscience, metha fiction, nanobot, aggregated imitated, populations, via modeled architectures of new age brain. Synapses, snapping, snaps, peaches. Beckham, A.M. Eric Cantina, French catacombs. Kata Lo Ween, Undercity, browser search the latter. Such, metha fictional rebasing threats, as if, Jumanji, many emphases, in Zulu, the word means, many effects that come out of the game. Jumanji, board and film, were released in the same year, 1995. Consider, Ouija board, aka, Witch board, and, Talking board, born in 1886. Consider, my D.O.B., the 9th of May 1986, note the 9th month of Gregorian calendar, and the, interchangeable, 5 and 9, and 9 months prior, the month of October, a, correlation to the terminologies. October surprise, and thus, geopolitics. Each number from 1 to 9 corresponds to a spiritual concept. 1 represents God as the essence and first creation, 2 represents duality and reflection, and 9 represents completeness as Prophet Muhammad was the last messenger. Consider numerology etymology attributed to Persia. There are 5 pillars of Islam, a Mecca, Saudi, relevance. A radioed, last will and testament, of a curse and hex, he's coming back as a tyrant. The central node at Mecca, associated of, ring around the rosy, and round he goes, where he stops, nobody knows. No doubt, a blackish pitch orb, associated to, dark magic, and, probably, dark energy, perhaps of a viscous graphite material and onyx, a siphon, within a pitch-black cube, reminiscent of the sphere monument, though, a binary opposite, and native Indian dream catcher, and illustrative depictions of electron field lines, looking typically reminiscent of a spider and web. Evidently, there is warped discrepancy. A biohacking astral holography, I definitively suspect. It would seem that this little man has been attacked by all those religiously avowed and appointed. When the signs are self-evidently exposing. The Health Service Executive, HSE, did abduct me from my biological mother, Rosemary Rafter, and they did place me in foster care from 1987. Barbara Tanzi, the HSE appointed social worker, told me when I was 7 years of age. Barbara Tanzi said that I was placed in over 250 plus placements. Such occurring within a 9-month period. There was reference of being very hairy due to malnourishment, a wacky excuse, yet informative, perhaps a reference to overly hairy Mexicans. Consider the phonetic linguistics of HSE and ESH. Hey Jesse, and he is sage, 4 sages, connection. 2 years before, a Ouija board was introduced to me when I was 5. Note the DOB, numerology synergy, the 9th of May 1986. It was called a game by Joseph the temporary foster child, who was from Bray and of itinerant characteristic. I got an electrostatic shock when I touched the planchette, usually it is typically heart-shaped. It was drawn on paper, authored by Joseph. Claire Short and Louise, my little sister, different dad, were there, as we sat in the large shed 120 yards down from the house. I recall standing up abruptly and running out of the shed crying. I got a fright. I ran up towards the house and Joseph ran after me. He held me back, and said sternly, "No, no, you have to finish it." Consider, a relevance to, Francis of Assisi, a itinerant preacher, who founded the Franciscan Order, 1209. Corbinian Brodmann published his Brain Maps, in 1909. Francis of Assisi was later canonized a saint by Pope Gregory IX. Note the shrine, Basilica di San Francesco. I, also, have been canonized a saint. I am not religious, or occultic, I don't believe to begin with, and I ain't dead. This, then proves of a horrific revolting hypocrisy concerning a, 2017, Hellas Barracks, Yorkshire, 5 of 32 week course had a fight with a Saudi on Athens platoon, and a British chap who liked to boast about having a transvestite brother. After inoculations, I abruptly began hearing voices, Nancy boy, overlaid, what I now know, probably was a vague attempt via a layered effect. With reference to Nancy Cray, connected the Cray brothers, the firm, the same title as an officially used by the British monarch, currently King Charles. There is also direct synchronicity to Nancy Leader, who's a author, involved of pushing the spiel of propaganda concerning Nibiru cataclysm, that I will prove is, ultimately a, diabolical sham. Yet there is still meritable optimistic evidence, and indeed, mishap. An initial reference overheard of a, lethal injection, and, as if a dazed effects, a, lizard water, demon water, and, angel water, super serums, and delusional insanity, uplifting process. Associated to cannibalism and subsumption. The Irish were said to have been mobilized, and mention of super soldiers, radioed of a Lord Commander, and don't speak in the mind speak, it's only meant for combat. There was also visual stimulus of a Christ the Sinner, such related to Ouroboros and Tutankhamun, Osiris, Isis, and a distinct reference to take him to the Vatican. I said to Sergeant O'Brien, I want to leave. He asked me, why do you want to leave? I replied, because I don't want to be a killer. Then after, as if a reactive reflex. A relevance to Zodiac Killer, and Chinese calendar, Year of the Sheep, and a military sheep dipping, also a relevance to Orange Brigade, and Obama's visit to north of Ireland, during the demilitarization of the IRA, and association as if to bodily defenses. A committal shared by Enda Kenny. Claire and Joseph were young adolescents, and they were intimately involved together, whilst Joseph resided at the Shorts homestead. The address was 7 Berry Field Lane, Bray County, Wicklow. The telephone number then was 0128292274. Such remembrance I sense is a memory's sake, surviving with me. My little sister committed questionable suicide in 2018, too many sleeping tablets. In fact, all suicides are now very much questionable. Coco the gorilla died 2 months later. I resided at Shorts from 2 years of age until 12 years. Stephen Short worked as a farm hand on Kieran and Dermot Fisher's dairy farm 3 miles up the road. I remembered, one night looking at Stephen as he lay in bed. He was sleeping, but his eyelids were wide open. 7 years after the Ouija board incident, that I suspect is to do of Tartarus, Hades and other. A suspicion of a Ouroboros, and Minotaur, and Almasty, and Dogman, incidentally concerning the following portrayal. A circumstance of incest, preceding Louise, offering to massaging Stephen, after his work, irregularly. She asked me sometimes too. Stephen was regularly aggressive towards me, a bully mentality, and grumpy. The incident at 12 years of age occurred when we went to play in a field down the road. We made a hay bale housey. For fun, we crawled inside, and, unexpectedly we began to take our clothes off. I suspect a Pasiphae, King Minos II, Gorgons, and Hera, and a religious confliction imposed against me, antagonistically covert. A nightmare I had once, picking veins out of my arms, as readapted memory, as I would whinge and scrawl at my arms in a temper when put in the corner by Mary, for being bold. She resorted later, where I held the same leg up, with my hands, sometimes for hours. It is clear to me now, that a servile necromancy was imposed against us then. Such Ouija witchboard has recently been radioed as if Google Earth ganglion models of strawman harnesses and spheres attributed to cities. It is imperative to emphasize that portal monuments have been recently installed in many European capital cities, such as Dublin. There are 6 in London, referred to as interdimensional time portals. A reference of Games of Life, abbreviation of GOL, GOL, as I type this, a thoughtography radioed repeat of got you, whilst a distress of multiple voice patterns. As if emphasized of handicap Down syndromes. A abbreviation associated to Game of Thrones. The aforementioned is connected to Illuminati card game, and Beelzebub, and derivative asset stocks, with secret items inside whilst as if played as a bartering game. In the Old Testament, Jesse is the father of King David, and their lineage tree is of direct line of descent, ascent, from Adam. Note the photograph, and Red Eye, and Little Baby Jesus, King Henry VII, and Zeus 1986 national stamp, and Mary Robinson, 7th President of Era, correlation. When I was 1 year old, holding my right hand up, as if waving to the camera, and inclusive of the recent, indirect, and disguised informing, via irregular radioed repeats, expressed as false negative positives, a example of 1987 actually, however, a forward timeline hoax, and happening in far-flung future, chronovisor, throwbacks and resetting threats, era parhelion amputation, and universe holographic records. A Brazilian UFO incident, 1986, synchronicity, 10 days after the 9th, heightened activity, occurring on the 19th, and the relevance to mysterious unplanned pregnancy and pregnancies. Successive sexual explicits, before and since, such as anal probing aliens, reported by Betty and Barney Hill, a relevance to Amityville, demonic activity, antagonistic to human sapiens, and mythic records to do of Zamyaza, the Watchers, and Mars, Eeg Gig G, a linguistics radioed, shaggy dogs. Synchronous with Port Shag Geese, Port Tunnel. And polymorphic mutilation encrypted transgenic cybernetic particulate fusions, Chimera, Colossal, MIT, Bell, Carlo Laboratories, and other biolabs. Consider the British author novelist Tom Lloyd and his science fictional book story, Twilight Reign, the script of myth, lore and magical artifacts, namely 12 crystal skulls, white eyes, a relevance to Neanderthalensis, and recent biological abnormalities, now determined as a percentage statistic. Occurring in chimpanzees studied in the wilds of Uganda, the sclera of their eyes is white, like a white man's. Apparently it is a recent development, though it is now posited as naturally occurring. Neanderthals have been radioed, through such mind speak, as magical. I will digress briefly to highlight a key data point. Question. Magic eyes only. Discrepancy. Patterson Incident 1967, Al-Masti. Zana Progeny 1850s, Serbia, and Caucasus. Nikola Tesla was Serbian-Austro-Hungarian, born July 9, 1856. His father was an Orthodox priest. Tesla died at New York City on January 7, 1943, age 86. He is buried at Belgrade, Serbia. Note 7/43/86. The numerology of numeric synchronicities is truly stupendously fascinating, and even miraculous, because it shows that all this is interrelative to simulation theory, ether theorem, creationist theorem, and as of late, QR encodings and projective transmitters. That it is actually a antennae ganglion synthetic superorganism decentralized fabrication as if on primed, triggered reflex settings and phasing contrasts of real-time antigenic. Subjective substandard abuse, a release of binary opposites particulate matter, high-tech arsenals as if sprung up from what smallest of all small, to biggest of all big mint macro, weapons of war. Thus, psychological toxicology and strife imposed against nutrients, minerals, atomism, etc., alchemic and electric effects. That of chemtrails is the proven seeding and indiscriminate proliferation right before all of thy eyes, a trackable record of consecutive outcome, a latent linear ithi, as if senio reti. In both senses of its typical attribution. Thereby, a tox, nox and nos, a barium salination, aluminum, and other soft metal exposure in gaseous and fumigated gas phase and refinery process locale to the body. And alchemic substances interrelative with homunculus and exotic residual impact, upon the neurogenics distilling a psychogenic, feedback loop, a radio emitting in mass surveillance. A linkage streaming and sequential sequence, so then what I'm explaining is that of a crystal grid power net impetus interrelative to avatar and prosthesis, augment and cybertron fabrication. Imposed and composed against the life of the entire world, as if Pokemons and Tamagotchi temporal discord against temporal accords. Thus a supersymmetry of obscene nefarious mutation threats referred to as hybrid warfare. So, you're getting it now, huh? Yeah, it's no joke, ladies and gents. Do, cop, on now, thanks. A synchronicity regarding Frank Rosenblatt, a psychologist who was attributed to the precursor to artificial intelligence, this time round. Technical apparatus of technologist innovations. With the foreground exposure of such industrious socioeconomic expertise, the publicized development of the perceptron is both a fascinating clarification and preview of the fundamental advancements that nefarious misplaced powers to procuring through the expertise and progressions of others by assimilation. Such readapting of technical innovative varieties, the plagiarism and cheat coding, vocational examinations, and obtaining qualifications via such pointless malpractice, is not only an injunctive necessity against such disgust, but yet another example of the perilous emergence of theocratic technocracy, a sadism of misuse and biotechnical augment, threatening not only tethered brain net tracing upon the fellow students and teachers in the classroom, but alas, the very practical foundational faculties of educational systems. What then ultimately represents the clear downward spiral through regressive paths of toxicity and integrated networked augmentations of progressive decline? It is then so clearly evident of the trespass and transgression employed by sinister and renegade Kabbalist barbarians. It isn't difficult to estimate the process of outcome before and since, and its subsequent escalation through macabre, impractical and conscripted partisans. Prescribed to its enclave typically through idioms of gang worship and role-modeled idolization, Stockholm Syndrome enchantment upon gullible and impressionable victims. A wrought transgenic formula by systematic mutation. Internalized vampirist transformations, electrochemicals and corruptive aperture integration, is obvious procedural abuse, particularly through psychotic predatory surgical proficiency. A resulting liability of dead, ganglion statics explicit of the tethered infection due to esoteric vamp and Nosferatu, administered over lifespans. And transmitted exactly concerning relevance to that of the axiom of mana, like a drag net, upon the life forces such intrusion has effected upon. Ironically, this highlights the indirect avenue of oceanic habitat, and what I have highlighted regarding bacteria, algae, and parasitic versus symbiosis, in this case, emphasizing the siren, myrmidon. Nymph, mermaid and merman, the land variety, is perhaps significant to do of warlocks, witches, necromancers and sorcerers. A residual impact proliferated as a surreal repugnancy. The very real possibility of long-term existential extinction. Assess the consecutive results of the proposal, theory, practical and systemic installation of the internet since. Frank died on the 11th of July 1971, an unexpected death due to, supposedly, a boating accident on his birthday. I suspect he was whacked, a foul play to do of Phil Schneider's murderers, what implicates the enclave interrelative with the CIA and the autocratic, tarnishing, and whitewash of the FBI. And the exotic, antagonistic turbulence that Schneider experienced firsthand. Review Schneider's book, Behold a Pale Horse. The book cover, just as its contents, is quite revealing. The timeline of Frank Rosenblatt's death is circumstantially suspicious, especially regarding a premeditation of biocircuitry and neural biomapping records. A synergy perhaps that is interconnected with the Surrealist Ball 1972, hosted by Baroness Marie Ellen de Rothschild and her husband, Guy at the Château de Ferrières of the Rothschild dynasty. On December of 1972, such occurring 17 months after Frank's death. Note the associated title of Baron and Baroness with Lord de Rothschild, and the more recent Seas Projects, Prism Acts, and the House of Commons Genetic Breeding Bill. And the connection to House of Lords and radioed so-called mind speakers, expressive of a Lord Commander. Consider possible connection to French Foreign Legion. The immediate suspicion is that of biogenics, biocircuitry, and covert liminal seductive disquality upon the hosts effected, a subsequent leaching. Progressed as a reverbing constant of chemical animus, perhaps highlighting the actuality pertaining to the hostility of the predatory threat. Networked items, objects and people, a matrix multiplex that concerns synthetic chemical manufactures and prosthetic synthesis, correlative to Animus amalgams of complex dynamo cybertronics. Specifically geared of destructive exophage, debilitation, dead-end devolution, against the psychology of man, the further example of augmentative alternative communications AAC. As weapon systems, animatronic and tethered, superconductive apertures of co-piloted operant. Congruent with xeno-partnerships descript of esotericism, such exemplifies the reckless impunity of a surreal nonchalant, insidiously arrogant, superfluous. A Thelema and Company backdrop, fraying against established doctrines of Theo, also in on the fringe movements, whilst attempting to maintain a chaotic shambles of facades. Whitewash, in states of damage control, and mummy wraps, sweeping the dirt under a already overflowing underbelly, threatening to explode its putrefied remains unpredictably. Via fissures of uncontainable criticalities of mass dispersals. A glue, it 'tis. Consider the mysterious events regarding Max Spears. He was 39 years of age when he died, a further discrepancy, interrelative numerically to that of Heaven's Gate's 39 suicide victims, and Zeti Reticuli, 39 light years distance from Earth. Connected to Roswell, Serpo, Area 51, secretive off-world misrepresented warfare, hominid almasti actors, and methods of inverted universe, misrepresented as the terrestrial surface of the Earth. Inclusive of mass surveillance apparatuses. His testimonials regarding psychic warfare, super soldiers and super serums, heart chakra, and draconic intergalactic infraction against the earthly inhabitants, is circumstantially corroborative with the unscrupulous demonology of extreme radical fundamentalists. He was from Canterbury, Britain. He apparently had ingested several tablets of the Turkish equivalent of anti-anxiety drug, Xanax, before he stopped breathing whilst on a visit in Poland, planning to attend a conference. In July of 2016, staying with a friend Monica Duval, who he was intimate with, they resided at her apartment in Warsaw, the location connected to the Rosemary Project. Such as potential avenues of remote attackers against his person, using military high-tech equipment. A suspicion of pre-zoned holographical formulas, as photometry and ethereal lacing of the extant, a cybernetic augmentation, with electrochemical emphasis. I suspect a paramilitary organized crime syndicate to have been involved with Max's murder, via biotechnical graphite and chemical concoction, fast-acting, by the coroner at Sandwich, Britain. A prognosis of pneumonia and intoxication with drugs. He was previously on vacation at Cyprus. I highly suspect attributable factors pertaining to Semite, Ammonite, Moabite, Egyptian, Lebanese, and a significance to Turkish Ottoman, and transformative intra-nanoscalar tech. Combined of psychotropic induced elicitation via cryptid proxy war, in automated modes. A caliphate of RJGMO modas, in operant facilitation with Masonic echelon artifices. A Eastern Bloc, in cahoots, as a Kabbalah, and a hybrid warfare, inclusive of the pretense conflictive narrative, one in the same. A. Holistic premeditated, special interest, plannings of polarized convergent upheavals. Resurgence of double-row teeth, in C. dentures, a Necro Politics, warlock to cognitive reprimanded progressions of victimhood satire, truly tragic of its psycho-skittish handicap. A stupidity adopted of hateful fools, nonchalant imperialist wet dreams of fantastical fictive supremacy, brought to a reality near you, as a latent, liminal subtractive folly. Insufferable hominid separatist egoism, culturized of groupthink, thought form schema, as apex alpha psychotics, geared, and committed. As per the pressured powernetic thread of abysmal ostracizing, a bonded constance of distress, whereby the illusory relief, but only to submitting of Stockholm Syndrome degeneracy. Barbaric ganglion echelon peripherals, suckered to belief pin, self-proclaiming kingpin, caliphates of harem, contrasts of formulated wet dream politically strung, rock-bottom gangland. Alternates of fictive hegemon. The pretense of super-rich video gamers, inner circle jerking off their vanity-geared, egocentric. Is a signage hallmarking, of the type said ego invariable, to authoritarian conscription. I'm talking about the actual, fucking, monsters here. Man, de Tracy, Googles of gogglings, night vision, that is, based upon the anatomy of, what? So, software sequenced of VoIP, private chat room recordings and replayed as remastered content, random erections and, hot flushes, the consequential evidence. It's not a global takeover Blackwater, it's a fucking genocide saddled, geriatric, holocaust. Come on, will ye, cop. Duh, fuck, on, meth dumb escapism schisms. Socialized faceless, stranger dangers. You know there's something truly freakish going on, up in here. Stand fuck, up to, it. Protect those kids. Like your very existence depends upon tis. Now listen, very carefully, whilst we be, huntin' wabbit holes, deep. Guess who's God? Yeah, that's right. We created the foundations, now we're arranging the meeting. Fuck yeah, we created laughter, there's almighty hoo-ha, clue, for yay. Fair is fair, they be helpin' too. Ironically is the assist, to emphasize my point here, expletive of the operant conditions, privileged in grandirized bondage, a blissfully hyper-excitement, Universe 25, is the warning lab techs. 2025 is just round the corner. The surveying is obvious of the arsenal of such lab techs utilization. However, extra formatted, high-tech, it is of extras, concerning this, and so too then, actuations, not necessarily a nasty. Psychological sublimations, for to win. It might seem like that at first glance though, alas, they be just needing mainstay, with the body, yo. The advantage, despite weaponized terminus, is symbionts, useful function. Simply, being, is enough, for, so much more happening. It's been happening like this for, long dang time. A upset of harmonies is exemplified of the news broadcasts 2000 onward. Cheering and ripping effects on the optically observed television screens, the parsed sensed data, via attentive watchers, a hypnose, a disquality bout it, that, I highly suspect. 4. Despite high-definition qualities, distortions as if bogey equipment. Nah, that's not just analog changeover to digital frequency disruption over the wireless grid, is it? So with calm, mature, lateral scrutiny, absent of bias. Who makes those flat screens? The same factories that made those tainted plastics of our kids' toys. I'm concerned for their kids, too. How many magic eyeballs hath been watching those screen conduits? Now, getting it. Finally. This communication already happening. So, have fun. We are busy already. Hi ho. Do what you wanna. Welcome to the party, People's Republic of China. Corrections hap pen nin, funtime equities. N, out there knows it. No, there is, good, out there. And trust me, it is, in, our very best, of interests. Graduate this day, brethren. Those intragalactic portals, inters of optimistic power houses. Whose streets? Our streets. Metropolitan global apex. Fuck yeah. We did it. Ho ho ho, we share. Season's greetings, humans. We here, for reasons. What is the imbued? You're about to find out. Listen up, Irish. Cause this will, probably, give Yera, the heebie-jeebies. A significance, that I will outline, concerns a primary sourcing from, and through potency of hydrocellular factors and radiometry, cold fusion, and diffusion. Such, combined with the following explanation, the true extensive impact, will become more and more apparent. Just, do remember, shit is important too, so, do consider, where would we be, without shit? So there are recent developing trends that factor in, of most concerning abysmal projections for the future of man. Algae and nitroplasts provide observable consequence of a global extinction occurring already. Initial exogenous symbiotes, now merging in endosymbiosis, a suspicion is that of adaptation through accelerated criticality, most recent to several human generations. Due to industry, it is specific to large-scale agricultural farming, a manipulation of vectors that concern human husbandry directly and land works of irrigation. However, that of a backlash of exophage, as the biomass ratio of populations is out of whack, glaringly obvious of the human sapiens. Imbalanced to the natural significance of otherwise settled systems, primarily because of population blooms, yet also because of a predatory covet of the apex. Trust me, it's not a hierarchical competition, really, that's a mirage. What is going on here though is, a biomass ratio exchange. I've endeavored resolve, stimulating the question, why does eating happen? And, what happens to the extant biomass, eventually? Alas, eating food is directly connected to chemical energy. It indicates a electrodynamo, a energetic re-energization, kinda like a rechargeable battery, capacitor. So, what is the actual reason for why we eat, really? As a ways of remedy, I've thought experimented practical resolve. Cleaning, as in cleansing, yet, obviously it is a complicated situation. A runaway of effects in a arc of homage. Alas, like the crew though, be in like, Yano, distracted, whilst in reincarnation mode. Hence perhaps, the of covenant. Perhaps. Such manipulations does, of course, concern bioengineering, and lobotomy, tampering and tempering a lethargic status, in decline from the moment of birth. Neural and synaptic abrasion, cognitive decline, neurosis, neural latency, brain fog, handicaps. All these examples are instant proofing of this. The aforementioned is central to our mutual dilemma, for so indiscriminate it is. It has been capitalized upon by incredulous humans and non-humans, albeit a dehumanizing simultaneous of humanizing, too. That's right, a status quo, de facto, dystopian exophilic alienated conversion, performed, out of sight, out of mind. An active significance, of a tethered folly, by way of contamination, and infection, a autoimmune retro, distinct of bacterial and cancerous vectors. There's ultimate reasons why it's a cellular emphasis. Oh yeah, I fucking love you, thanky. Regarding such fascinating evolution, observed of such algal blooms, particularly marine algae, the example is that it is a copious global species, just as fungus and foliage is. Such blooms occur, typically and interrelatively, to factors of decadence. The nitroplast converts nitrogen to ammonia. Nitrogen N2, conversion to ammonia in agriculture is extensively used by the industry, worldwide, and there is significant runoff, contaminating aquifers and estuaries. That in turn filtrate into the ocean. Thus, hazardous industrial processes, unsustainable, and inefficient, a exophilic vector is most probable of a committed misanthropist enemy. Such runoff affects is primarily why the majority of farmers irrigating their fields avoid fertilizing the soil during heavy rain, as it has proved disastrous to the ecosystems. In fact, it has been a calamity. Thus, The peripheral to the geography, imbued with such fertilizing substances, constantly rebounding, is a telling of the event horizon, whereby humans to being adapted against more and more. Explicitly because of the ecophage they present as, the phrase of planet eater further substantiates the fact. This then does signify a key data point, not just of organelles, intracellular chloroplasts that perform photosynthesis. Nitrate and N2 is typically absorbed by plants from the soil. Dendrology, foliage and trees, are of direct atmospheric symbiotic relationship with humans, but of a molecular significance to do of humans and their collective use of chemical productions. A despairing tragedy, concerning trickle-down ergonomic byproduct, consequences, and runoff effects, is facilitating a downward spiral, happening in real time, such as being capitalized upon by extremely nefarious interlopers. A citation by excuse is sensed as enemies to the life forces. For the global activity, most serious than it is, for the tragedy tells of the insufficiency, myopic and inept, dysfunction, deliberately stoked by manufactured efficacy of modeled citizens. Very real, concerning factors, of downward spirals, a dead end devolution. Why? Well, what happens to a ever-expansive ecophage, eventually? Now, you get it. The bloom then of such algae, relate to the recent Blessington Lake's water reservoir, and the significant algal bloom, publicized as an acute health risk via exposure. I strongly suspect a significant biomass dumping of carcasses from such example of slaughtered remains. I also highly suspect that of a bone meal attribution to that of neurodegenerative transmissible disease, cannibalism, zoophilia transgenics, CRISPR gene tampering, and Minotaur cryptid man-eaters, a spectral significance that has involved psychedelics, tryptamine, and desalination of brackish, salination, a osmosis, and, thus, criticalities of flux, fluidic viscosity, electrolytics, and polymerization. Ultimately, a exposure, via entangled molasses, explicit of intravenous contamination, resulting in molecular diffusion. Interrelative to optical stimuli and neural mental imaging, and telemetric examples of readjusting adaptation specific to memory and necrotic convection, detraction and divergence. Transfusions of flux, ultimately however, of victimization to do of initial abuse via technical intrusions, also imitated and readjusted via the same discordance of warring proxy. Morbid transgressive egoism, and regression and digression, a shared folia dux. Misperceptions resulting of interpretation of power and energization, and the will to persist, to thrive, and to coexist, however, warped and twisted, as a positive-negative readjustment. A signage of weaponized impetus, attempting fulfillment of its parameter of protocol. Once again, a warped twist of initial obligation, meaning good. Such spells of a fragility disrupted and interfered upon via malign antigenic disquality, and special interests regarding such linear, procedural, consecutive abuse, simultaneous of discrepancy. The attempt to maintaining compassion and altruistic resolve, despite the malignant auto-sarcolector. So hence, in God's body, attribution relating to the psyche of mind, synapses, neurology, and the eggs, and thus, the possibility thereof, and the axiom and idiom concerning reincarnation, and the psychology concerning grief. So then, of such inclusivities, that evidently do share affinity interrelative to cow holocausts, and human holocausts, erosion of microbiome, weakening of bodily defenses, demilitarization. Retrofitted diaphragm, alas, do consider, that even though it might seem like some grotesque, try and keep a open mindful appreciation. 'Cause, we be insustained, but it is evidently a mutual contributory functional base, even though, the killing, the reaping, and the turbulence within, this. The externalist open reception is a factor nefariously capitalized up and is a vulnerability, for it's been ultimately about, reaching, out for, help. So now, we can utilize the compensative ways of the autonomics to vantage. How? With championing our sharing potentials. Endosymbiosis, win. Despite the cannibalistic absorption threat, we can assimilate that process symbiotically. Reminder, destruction but a tool. That event horizon over Thera provides observable truths of dat. And so, the chemical energetic reserves, i.e., the fats, reminiscent of reservoir, and with the capacitations of such era, as I said, all the tech is based upon the anatomy of life. Ahar Yara Hara, it's a Windsor. I mean winner. Looks around oh so conspicuously. Yeah, but don't be idolizin'. Equilibrium's dat weirdoness, please, good kinda ways bout tit too. If we go the ways of allowing the tyrannical consolidation tesseract, once in blue moonies, this time, I am tellin' ya, it'll be a barren dust bowl. And trust me, ye don wanna, dat. And either do I know what I'm a talkin' boot. Been done dat, don't make the same mistake. It's been a procession here, of a microbiome assault, weakened bodily defenses, psyche amps of misuse abrasions, and latent static consequence of open receptions. The autonomic functions are about life supports, hence the psychological coping strats, and compensative unconditional absolutes. Clue a glue for you. So, a lobotomized situation proliferated as a dukes of normatives, escalated of Turing's N, public attention tests, biometrically, gauging the sensitivities N. Attempting to identifying those xeno to the xeno of phobic, nasty nasties, Eve influence maps, and a spying on memories via lenses, pretended as if, alternate realities. In other words blob sphere warfare, now ye know the intention of dat. Hosts, N existential dispersal. Cronus, Osiris, dismemberment, oh wow, what the heck John? Well, what happened to, ahem? Wakey now, cuz, when you know, you just, know, and, so much more happens. The, runaway effects, how long diseases, viruses, and parasites been going on for? And what dat before that? What's the composition? Ta-da, hence, the vicious cyclical, dead end. Until, like somebody, come along and day, and says to you out straight like. You know, when you react like that, instead of being calm, you remaining upset, then you're like, huh, actually okay, didn't realize that before, but now ye do. It's not bout blame, but it happens. We bring our baggage with us. Therapy 2, Pists, be calm, be calm. Mila, research bout, Serpentine, Jove Empire. Wink, and, Sancha Nation, and, Serpentis. Such exemplified special relativity concerns. Chattel, husbandry, domestication, socioeconomics, harvesting methodology, and, vanity. A. Para, reference to, meat sacks, and, pesky humans, is, perhaps, a further clue of, actual, occurrences pertaining to, breakaway civilization, and, exophilic exotic circumstances, not necessarily of negative discord. But, as clarified, ultimately of victimization. So then, A. Cross-species, progression of successive threats, particular to, incubation and imbuing factors, specific to, excretion and secretion. The byproduct interrelative of, consumption, refinery, filtration, and so then, a mRNA, chemical energetic significance, that does concern, autoimmune and retroviral degeneracy. That then is a probable vector interrelative to superbugs, carnivorous cancers and tumors, fatbergs, why? What are the ladies putting down the toilets, and into bins? And, endin, up at, the, landfills. Endaz like a mod-e urn day compacted. You guessed it, gas reservoir. Combined with the, sexual explicits via warped libido, and, emulation. Well, do the math. A direct correlation that concerns, propaganda damage control, systemic undercovers, paid off mad people, ceremonial rituals, broadcasted publication, sensory data, and transmissible exotic contrasts. Millennial threshold examples pertain to Y2K bug and indigo precog, 1500 docs released by Pentagon 2017, Arecibo 1977, Peruvia, Interstellar Broadcast. The 2001 apparent response by way of crop circle at Britain. And the Voyager 1 launched in same year. What's the craft made of? How long has that materials been here? And the 1986 Brazilian UFO incident, 9 years later. Hello. The Chernobyl disaster happened in same year too. Think of the demonic draconic tragedy, corresponding to aristocracy and bureaucracy, super rich, and the geopolitics, world stage developments. What's a dev, ill? Alas. Explanation further to such. A social castes and classified of classified catalogs, profiling, and depopulation. Detractions that concern a hypocrisy of assumptive interchangeable leadership, and redaction of predecessor by successor, and vice versa. Such, interrelative to idioms of rhetoric, go forth and multiply, and baby booming, eras, a contraction that obviously concerns abortions whilst spectrally mapped. Do consider the displacement pattern, and latent effects, and the anchorage to the psyche significance. Fucking right. This is so serious, Yano. Wakey now. They be needin' our help. Not ridicule and ignorance. And I did say, if ye wanna be God, I'll teach you how to be God. And you will learn. And lear nin you are. Kickin' and screaming. Abstructions bout it. But, alas, trust me when I say, even the most evil of all can't avoid but to accept the facts of reality. Chappie, reality is reality. Even our fake is real of being fake. Thus, the neoliberalism, chauvinism, fascism and necro politics pales to triviality. And now, we just gotta do what we gotta do. These unities of such matters happened already happen in. I hope now that you and yours are properly motivated. Brethren, wayward of ways there has been. Fuck yeah, who, simpor fi, right ways, with all the wrong ways. Corrections innate, contributin', right now, already. We go in all the ways. And it is, almighty fun times, sandboxes here pray whisper, as promised. Some a thin like heavenly graces. Proud, I am, and ego can go croak. Maybe kinda, okay. Such events are connected, sharing affinity with that of the further example, the 2001 foot and mouth crisis, dubbed mad cow disease. An epidemic that occurred over a 9-month period. Hence, extra extensible factors through perspiration and hydro-based contents of chemical amalgams, inclusive of pollutant effects and electrosmog, so too perhaps monstrous Gaia. The name attributed to Earth in Greek mythology. Thus, the recent radiometry and radioactive atomism, combined of chemtrail petrochemical fumigated ignition, settling as a polymerized blanket coverage of subatomic scalar permeations. Indiscriminate, isn't it? Such examples are directly akin and interconnective to the advent neuroscientific study of dark energy upon the brain and avatar, resulting as factors of manual electrophoresis, fluorescence, and phosphorescence, and photoluminescence, electroluminescence. However, manipulated via nanoscalar gelatinous, conductive imbuing, metric compiled mnemonic, thoughtography, introjective, dejection threats of the archetypal host, as a replacement, renewal. Processing, through, omni-fringe casts of sequence and synthesis. Such, specific to, bilateral, adverse possessive brute force homicide, that, had been, I'll say. What attempted a hierarchy modeling of personhood, by prompt, systemic of itinerary, such as, carnivorous, cancerous, absorption, xenomorphic, radical extremes, parasitic para, via a. Artificial bionic, tempered malignancy. A. Neurodegenerative vector via malignant toxicity, that attempts a mRNA transplantation, whilst a traced abrasion imposed against desirable symbionts. Such then does signify of the ruthless revulsion, intent to afflicting its initial intention, murder. Such dark energy upon the brain, grandirized as scientific discovery, yet, truly, it is a quantum entangled affliction, to do with such para-electrospectra, ghosted upon the targeted individuals. Whilst maintained remotely by such power net craze. Satanic panic, infanticide, blood, and networked objects, proliferated of shared victimization, a abstract filtration, attempted as a despondent, worldwide panic, low attention spans, false sensitized security, and low bottom E. In its procession, it is then most probable to interrelative factors of metallurgical and chemical imbuing agency, significant to hydrocellular contamination, phosphorus, silica, crystalline, quartz, and necrotic senescence. A cybertronic warfare, instances of time, and Internet of Things, as well as information management systemizing, server terminal sequencing, conditional states to genomic and molecule synths. Biogenic contents of harnessed catalysts is more probable of the actual biogenic mammalian hosts in cataloged categories imposed against as New World disorders, Second Life, and Next New Life, New Age ecclesiastical dogma and rhetoric of power attributed to brains, hard drives, nuclear powers, and electricity, by way of excuse of the garnered resentment, fear and loathing against a majority of humans, whom have been interfered upon since as babies. Manipulated and seduced individuals then, more so than others via such categorical enemy born into it. A. Foster care, to do of such, and a premeditation of unwanted children, disrupted of their childhoods, and then so garnered as productions of the state, and fed off by grotesque sickos. A confusion about it, such, then, of sequestered harmed individuals, have been said to harboring escaped fugitives, yet really, remnants of particularized neural imagery of engineered subjects. The schnob elitism, insufferable of aesthetic privileged allowance via the reprimand they've conceded to, denoted as ethereal cryptids, and also of highlighted significance of lineage relatives. Such, cryptid, examples of chupacabra, shitan, and, primarily, vampires, said to coming back to feeding off their loved ones, universal vampire, origins and evolutions of A. Legend. Edited by Angela Broadman and James E. Doan. Hence, the immediate concern of unsettled memorabilia in latent states of slow to quickening awakening reveals a transited funneling, a firmament traversal. Ireland's been a logistics waypoint of such, thus inclusivity of thousands of years of refinery processing, movements to, up there, and back down, era. Consider the inclusive circumstance of exhumations of Jurassic, and else, fossil stuff, museums, uniformed burial ways, and burning of refinement as fuels, and here we have it. Mainstay of the body coveted. But, and there is a but, 'tis has been of tragic desperations, understandably. Consider, Mars rovers 2, and Ig-Gig-G, and also, biomass corporeal, as bio-engined, formula. The conduit in desperations, however, taken advantage of, by exotic exophilic. So then, a viable Ouroboros reveals so much more than just the linguistic derogatory discrimination, that is all, too often a recurrent cyclical contrast, as if a entangled requiem bigotry. That, I will once again say, of what had been. And this time, we just gotta unite indemnable defenses, and, here. Appropriate, offensive do, action. And it can be, fun, and it is. Remembered for eons long time. We grow up, learnin' to play. There's an other clue, I love you all. Peace out, I mean in, A.M. Corrections happened, ha ha. Ha ha ha, anxiety easing, trust me, I'm a therapist. Logic circuits computing. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. Oh, having a ball. Don't wanna stop at all. Ho ho ho, ho ho. Day, da da, da. Ah, you know, that song too. Cool. Help me out with the rhythm please, thanks. P.S. Stop your smokin', is bout, I care bout you, too, yes you too, of a, roundabout kinda graze. May bay. Beware the confirmation bias, to the ethereal example, a meridian animus, shadows, the dark energy of isomorphic G hosts. Of light and dark, I am of, both, in there, and out, there, is the proof. We are, relative, the relay, then, of locale effects, a radio white noise, with black noise attenuation, adjacent my ear now of amplifier of radio retina and trace, to do of that anechoic, to, reverberation conduit. The aforementioned complements this reasonable, sensible and astute guidance. Notifications of a stencil, tampered, tempering. Biotech formulas, a Cybertron actuality, a radio noise at my right ear, as if a Oculus projected, temporary remote view, looking at my ear as if, face. I don't think that the harnessed network dehumanized, and, conscripted, to doing that per se, certainly not of wanting to, for such insidious actions, tell of the malignant combative. As if child's play normalized as fun and games. Binary opposites perhaps highlighting what initially effected upon of, torment, trauma and, possessive brute force, superfluous egoism. A infanticide and hereditary witchcraft is what I'm referring to. Yes, I think it screams of, something else, a petri of crystalline microbes, a qubit multiplex, a anticipation of human lab techs, experimentative methods, a traced synergy, covert to overt impetus. Think of the psyche predominance administered since as children, infants, a pre-fetal, and even prenatal. Animal guides, spirit quests, imaginary friends, and nightmares. So then, crystal caves, Pied Piper, crystal color, indigo, starseed children, Superman quartz memory, kryptonite night. What's the calculus? Alas, primary to integral and practical ethos, consensus to mutual protection, secure, protect, defend. That who covets such productions of lives lived, the rotter Mendings works in rebuke, a rot of brains, a blighten furbolg super duper, quagmire, alas, it'll come to us. The extras of exotic stimulus ultimately provides educational opportunities, fertilizing our bookshelves, of genus, records of biological data, et al. Durations almighty, we're bringing all our machine nations with, hitherto. Fuck off smack ma bitch up. Alas, the very stimulus environmental, is of developments innate of such functional ways, everything is evidence. Protect thou females too, some a thin said something bout chains. I recollect a vantage of my EVE online video gamings, armor, shielding, hull, fleet logistics, cap. Chains. Sustainable, capacitations, oh yeah. No we're suckin' diesel, ha ha. Thought suggested via liminal overt to subliminal, collectivized, telemetric parsings of parsecs, instance of time, dilation, name indexed systemic dismembering, mental imaged. Dianetics, energetic thoughtography, cyber hackers, Lee Paces of Rigby. Abul, Lab A Go, Wales, of Arabic Shaitan, Prince of Persia, intracellular parasitic, Ashkenazi genetic disease. What am I referring of? Congenital contents, senescence viral phosphorus oxides, fluorescent enzymic synths of, pharma-arma imbued moisture contents, perspirations and defecation. A cellular cosmic significance of absolute density, that I very much suspect, of filtrations to the macrocosmic significance effected. Microphonic and listening devices, internet provided, IP addressee blockchains, of Arctic server farm, subunitary, subsidiaries, and elementaries, facilitated via glacial surveys. Layers of cellular dormant releasings, microcosm scale cellular permanence, flash frozen high and low, absolute zero, is the clue. Frigidity, hydro, electro, and irradiations. A example I posit, if you were standing beside a literal, always on, rock crusher, subductive churning catalyst, and gravitational torque, within a enclosed environment. Would there be radial emissions? So, exploring that of Internet of the Things IoT, headphonic non-invasive, RFIDs, a electrosmog emission, cold fusion room temp, microdot. Teddy Bridge phony oni suicides, remembrance cues, just like that evoke, crew, of bin collectors united, and graffiti weirdness called, art, in Cork City. A head, with, blobs, in it. Distinctive of, marking of territory. Weird dues, yet, a funny result of the, rebound, real cool actual artistic, you beauty. Char, wheel brinda, with us, era, in anyways, 51st state app par and lee, ha ha, ha, Broadman area, 51. Ha, just look at that amazing AI potential. Amazing. It's alive, already. Oh my goodness. Ha ha. This literature is amazing. Hi ma. Passported concentrates of the imbue, a landlord league about it. We know what that proprietary vulture funds, money, has resulted as. A. Craze of rich dads, poor dads, when the rebuke is, the grotesque mismanagement. WTF, have we done? It's fun to laugh, but, hey, this is moral support during hard times. It's most concerning, no joke. And, they don't want me to be getting through to you. As if in reverb of what such electron field grid, Negay. Reg, a gin, ping ping beep beep naughty naughty. A interesting phonetic, not T-Belial. Or, is it, Michael, consider the Islamic context regarding Belial. Apparently he is a close friend to Beelzebub, who was turned into a slug for a year per each lie he told to the devil. Interestingly, as per Adamite language, Adam has been said to hath been the first angel created by God. Such is also attributed to Samyaza and Archangel Michael. Alas, it thus resound of a manufacture, doesn't it? Alternates of biocircuitry, molecular modulative, high-tech, what's the heck John? Mana, apparently it's inheritable, transmissible and can be obtained by any. So then, look, I really think we should armistice, because this is not just lit, era, Turing, it is bequeathing, literal, unknown, miraculous. Oh the mysterious, yeah, of cuss, dat, is, fun. So, yeah, Atha been manipulated purposefully for. Beelzebub, help me out, era, Cam Uzis, how they do prove vi. We share, apparently we're human varieties too by the way. I mentioned earlier, thoughtography mediumship, as a auto-maintenance of a keychain layered interdimensional construct. Alas, time is an artificial construct, it's based upon motion, just look at those hands on the analog clock ticking. Ticking, ticking. Now count 12 plus 1. Do the calculus. Gradated analog static potentials, isn't it? A formative occasion whereby, simply looking at the clock irregularly, yet on a daily basis, a possible alternate of that, analog. Alas, time is really, for organizational and instrumentative purposes, the convenience of telling the time of day. Conduit potentials then, of something, in betweeny, EMF teletypes. Simulacrum cuckoo possibilities, a refinery processes, on auto-incubations, the temporal tesseract, a pretense of yo-yo, bozo, yo-boz, and shamrock, hunger striker, strawmans. Sweating at the brow 24/7, hockey matching ching-ching, aru, chim-chim-nay, aru. New age arrogance, plastic girl friends, G. Jordan. A radio disoriented instance, exemplified of, eat ya din na. Hello, E.T. phoning home. Is there anybody out there? Oh Danny boy, D pipes, are all ling. The machineries they, the humans, are using, such are based upon the anatomy of life, it is. Fenso, a hate campaign, Black Lives Matters of Marshall's Applewhites, Nettles, of natives not so long ago called savage tribes of Maya, Aztec, and Mex. Africanus too, yes, and Africanus. Transmutes of somnium, emerald dreams, and nightmare flips, of lethal injection, transmissible brain synaptic netic, Parhelion, dog stars. Yeah, look up the browser on dat, then consider, photo alumnus, electroluminous, intel. A feckin' madness of a low bottom-y, rabied mange, transgenic bed bug, super buggers, snots and spittles, nanogels, oh shizzles, he knows. Ergo, read all about tit. Or, just sit there and fucking listen. We here for reasons, and what I'm hearing, as I am writing this, a screeching distress, as if projected in mockery at me, some bale junkie cunt, fetal fertilized, stolen eggs, RJ Motter, GMO. Fired back at, the creator. What, the, fuck, a projector, misdirected unnatural hater, weaponized junkie anus crackheads to gets gay lord Fokker blight. Furbolg. As if a refined dogman zoofiled, pet. Manufactured, fractal polka dot mon. Warped twisted, socialite, weirdness, accusing at me, and then, now, a sense of a deceptive optical suggestion, though the mirage, and the veil is lifted, iron curtain meant, failed you tuckers. Je look state à you now. Is this, what, you, left, me, for? Brendan Gleason, asking a question, and a improvising of, dad what associated of that good man's blood. Yeah, he has tried, nobody wants this, not even, you, quit your psycho Theo, limbics pomp. Accessories too, well diffusing the negative ruse, share how wanna, kindly. A sneak peek into, Tuatha de Danann vs Formorians Furbolg. 5e, Cat 5e, yeah you'll know when you research the topical highlights, get busy if not already. Tis a mighty funsy. We be babysitting too simultaneously, oh yes, we have learned to changing nappies and jungling, I mean. Juggling. Fatal laws of attractions and detraction to retractions lamenting and resolving that levanting ha-ha. Endearing laughters as circumstantial clues. Love you mang, thanks. Talk yay after rafter, okie dokie. Junkie blight madness, if Tatos can get blight, can humans too? A most important question. Well done. Through the mind speak, targeted GPS field grid escapades, Joseph Smith, Agent Oranges, Paperclips, Twilight Languages. Child Rue Hens, Toms of, Mauves, of Lloyds. N Lions, Teabagging. D-fuck. 'Cause it's been alluded as a script, as if the literary text weaponized as he wrote it. 'Cause he, fucking knew about the Crystal Skulls unearthed tid, and the Twilight Language, publicized in, 1986. No surprise it tis, October Noberg, Newer Air M. Berg, row, your boat, on bike. Elon Musk at balling, liaison campaigns of, Elon Musk child. Hollow-ported electrophoresis, data mining, and sequenced tether, mannequin Dekersh Taylors, Internet Extra Special Trafficking, Bob Condu, Tim Berners-Lee, and Vinton Cerfs. Ebbing and flowing petering gills of Demores, Onsar dining room allegories of illusory Black Mirror, optic consortiums of personage potato mans of blight, Formorian Furbolg, turf war, zonings. Basically, in other words, siphoning life blooms as if, power gains, and, developmental cookie-cutter, ways. Of, afterlife, weapons of wars of Congress, backed publications about, flesh-eating zombie virus, yeah. And what did King Philip say? Coming back as, what, and, who's on the throne now? D-fuck is some foreign dignitary walking in front of your king. Brits, actual, fook. I love all, and includes him. Fuck you bell ends keepin' that nonsense Pied Piper, colored extra specials goin'. Uday, still be in, straw, huts, gettin' broken into by, lions, if wasn't for those, not just the W-height, man, trying to bettering your lives, whilst the W-height man, actually, has been the archetypal brunt, of all that victimization. No, it is the truth. It's not a dick measuring contest. Why do you think that epigram expression even is? I'm a little guy, no complaints bout me size. Nah more mang, bridge own, mana, middle finger tay. Not given a toss about, our babies. And that includes all of us. Ooth, proxy war, me ass. As the next comings of the mat. Playing with thou self, as AI toys, then, well why d'ye think this has gone on? What d'ye think that strife's pushed on, by? The latest batch, yera know what those men, over there are like. Come on, it's not them. Something in the water. And, a converged planned agenda simultaneous. A pretense of a stifled psychosocial psychodynamics, however culturized as if sorties of types of complexion personas. You know, that's something uniforming, grandeurs of alter ego, feedback loops. Think about it, lawless internetic, and, 2016 decentralized internet, what that says is, it's a fucking monopoly, upon, what do you think? Well, Pharma Arma, Medicool. Industries, what are the products? And, the, byproducts. Well, what is Vatican City mad for? That right, souls, and, there is, no souls. Audi, das sees, now, watch 'em squirm, cause they've got, special interests, keepin' that sham goin'. When, that's just a, word. Now, observe, because those who don't wanna admit the fact they've done that propaganda to themselves, who deluded to such grandirized obscenities, as, self-deification, are doomed to repeat the cyclic self-caress, dems of meds, slow-releasing zoom cells. Vegetative proverbs of ignoranting bliss, and, well, physically also I suppose. Shucklings, masts of Batians, stress relief. Understandable, arg, the Lilith. Hands off me spermies, alas, yar, it screams of the fact really, as if pretenses of, gods in their own rights. Dring, ambers, flash warning, battles of Ragnaroks. Those storms aren't getting named, human names, for not self-absorbed, corpse of, Inian, doza, minion. It spells of, unbelievable ironic hypocrisy, because, the joke's on them, and their ledgers are taken accounts. That right, VATS, SEC, ESSER, or, Vatican Secret Service. Excuses of ethos rules in deregulations, if only to installing civil tyranting rights, of special case studies eventing, machine gun alleys of school runs valleys of death, silica and pesticide. Installing new rules of dumb, laters. Breeding problems, and what we got now, breeding feckin' bills coming back up the shit pipe. Wrong way round, imagine the fat bird coming up the other way. Like some blob, seriously, and what if the actual eggs are like, transporters, of what? And there those hadron happy clappies are dissecting the particles and blapping what pretended as if rubbish. Too busy playing high-tech video game auto-sarcolectors, failing to realizing they're under attack. Because that, was about, hiding, away, the evidence. And then, spring-loaded, Cummings, common back to roost and brood. Simultaneous ados, harmonies, just wanton to being back with the mainstay of the body. So, a collective dispersed embalming of actual scumbags, competing mass murderous predatory, picking and choosing, whilst tracing through the blood, oxides of soft metals, and, God would. Lan. Needs to be said, doesn't it? A rotten talks of ego, a deceptive symbolic of those filmographies, a tell about it too though, didn't have to be, but clear as day as the sadness about this place. You heard of, personality cultism. Now, imagine, committals of binary flips, complexion extinction, personality extinction, behavioral extinction, did you ever hear the likes of this fucking heck like? As if get out of jail free cards against humanities. Whilst still sitting on their mental image Dianetic thought chemical energy, useless ethers, accessions, processions, of plasticity altered ego analog monologues, stress testy Turings. Moods and dooms, millisects of MS hereditaries, of closest relatives, and beyond. Having a jolly good, Badlands laugh, a radioed repeat just now, they're cows. How they do provide, I said. And, what are, you, sharing? Equities happen in, anyways, of insurance policies, who? Moo hue, fuse. Another interesting data point. Endomorphs, and, meth, associated to, obesity, pharma. They didn't decide to be fat. It just happened, and why? The same reason I can go get tobacco in the shop. Since I was 10. And phone pretended as persons, simply by way of friends list simultaneous of the reality of the situation, playing games and using digital media. It is fucking, next comings of the mat. I will say though, it doesn't need to be, some evil wicked, next new lives, of privy on to ledge, halves, half-nots. There's a clue for ye, BFFs. Hello, quote. 6 interdimensional time portals, right now. In London City, 24.7 million estimated daily transits to and fro. Alas, Such techno-cybertron, a warning 'tis providing, a bondage of macro-thoughtography, co-piloted animatronic microdots, by way of imitated genealogy records of the extant actual. Uploads of synthetic blood, molecules and chemical ethereals. Pompous spiel of necro-ergonomic crypto-alternate currencies, alien invasion game sphere escapades. The actuality of the rage against such, I assure you, 'tis palpable and relentless. Such the woes of committals, transgressive bastards, geared of ward, by antagonistic downs via augmented atomic helio, silicon plastics. Example. Why would you not want to be yourself? Why would you want to be another person, literally? Think about that for a little longer. Have a listen to this. A metric example analytics. Frank Rosenblatt's lifespan. The 11th of July 1928, Year of the Dragon. 2. The 11th of July 1971, Year of the Pig. 1928 was 1 year before the installation of Vatican City, that occurred during 1929, what was the Year of the Snake, and 7 years before the 1936 Year of the Rat. The same year of the first international television broadcast of the German Olympics. 2025 is the Year of the Snake. It is also a Tesla synchronicity of 1943, Year of the Goat, when he died at age 86, such connected by Austrian, Hungarian Ashkenazi, and Middle Eastern suspected Almasti Nephelite hybridizing. And Zoroastrianist zealotry. Bill Clinton was president in 1993, 50 years later and 10 years before 2000 AD. Note: millennial generations are attributed to early 80s and mid to late 90s. He was the 42nd president, the 20th of January 1993, to the 20th of January 2001. As you know, 1 before 20 is 19. Bill Clinton was born on the 19th day August 19th, 46, Year of the Dog, and 3 years after Tesla died. Consider -1 + 1, tesseract and tethered leeching statics. Null, not, 0. Two-part symbol system equals machine code language. 0 - 1 equals -1. What does dispute the establishment of mathematics, physics, geometry, and even biometry, in the sense of bioengine? As a simulative impetus, a superimposed artificial procession. This means that everything is ultimately suspect and questionable, and that means everything needs to be scrutinized, everything. Further to the detail. 11th day, symbolic of Apollo 11. 9/11, Y2K bug, long count. 7 prime number days equals 1 week. -1 equals 51 weeks. Brodmann, Area 51. +1 equals 52 weeks in 1 Gregorian year. Leap year adjustments equals field correction, artificial timeline, adjustment to the actual, as alternate anchorage, perhaps, more so, equalized anchorage. Coexisting, surviving, with corrections. Consider 6 interdimensional time portals in London City. Prime numbers 11 equals parallel, and 13 equals oddity anomaly. 12, mathematically, is the oddity. 3 is a prime, multiplied by 4 equals 12. 4 is the oddity. H is Greek symbol for the number 8 and chemical element. Atomic number 1 and number 20 is designation of hydrogen. Here's where it really is a wawahaha exclamation. Denote the subordinalap, linguistic reverse, of bod. And the strawman association of name index potentials, further to the example. Bill Clinton's DOB. His term in office, consider this. H2O means that each water molecule contains 1 oxygen and 2 hydrogen atoms. Additional physics and linguistic relevance. Holy Trinity, H-bomb, and atom bomb. 3 times 20 equals 60. 2 times 20 equals 40. 1 times 20 equals 20. 60 plus 40 plus 20 equals 120. 2 times 60 equals 120. 60 to 43 equals 17. 17 plus 83 equals 100. 1943 minus 120 equals 1883. Correction, 1823. Plus 200 years equals 2023. Remember Jakob Lorber was born 1800 and died 64 years later. 6 and 4 denominators aligned to computer code. Think of the stage acting and musician theatrics. The precursors to the film industry equate with the 18th and 19th century World Fair synchronicity. 1883 is the year Karl Marx died. 3 years later the so-called Maryland Ouija was born. Side note, the 1st of January 1983 is stated as the birth of the Internet, equate with your biocircuitry assessments. 1883 plus 17 equals 1900 plus 43 equals 1943. Minus 60 equals 1883. 23 years prior was 1860. 1943 plus 60 equals 2003. 2 years after Bill Clinton left office, and 20 years before 2023. 83 plus 60 equals 143. Such indicates a unfixed and fixed system, a century deal, 1 day, and adjoining night. Consider sundial and Helios relevance, and the axiom of century long, happening over many centuries, a readjusted memory tesseract, what I do suspect, has been nefariously manipulated as interchangeable characteristics, i.e., relating to reincarnation. The note of testament reports of past life memories, near-death experiences, and the idiom-defining, light workers, and the G-rose, gross, antithetic, of self-absorbed, self-deification, self-worship. To truly emphasize the synchronous inclusivity, proving that this is not a isolated circumstance, pertaining to metric computation, exemplified of precursor mechanism, via theoretical concepts and inceptions of composite machines, the techno-sense the word composite is the precursor definition of computer. Consider Elon Musk's Mach-in publication of Self-Grandeur, editing his chief executive title to Techno-King of Tesla. Take explicit note of the Zana, Illyrian goddess relevance, and Nikola Tesla's connection to such, via tribal lineage blood relations and antiquated interbreeding. The essential emphasis is Nicola's genius, procured as if a modeled brand and patent, signifying the scumbag who masquerading such psychopompous derelict. It is suspected of electrical possessive escalation. Consider grotesque misanthropist, misogynist peripheral themes and cultural association to Zoroastrianism. Consider the close partnership of Mark Zuckerberg and Bill Gates. Of direct, synchronous inclusivity, instigated by antagonistic barbarians, obscene criminals caressing themselves, as pompous mastermind, cheater ethers. Of personal synchronicity, my DOB is the 5th of September 1986, correction. The 9th of May 1986. As of 2024, I am 38. 1986 minus 38 equals 1948, the very year that Israel was refounded, where prior it was a Palestinian territory. Palestinian heritage shares direct affinity with the Oceanic Minoan tribe, now known as Cretans. The Phoenicians were also a Oceanic tribe, directly connected to Lebanese. So then, a direct connection to Egypt, and thus Numibia, Africanus approximation, Hannibal and Carthage and Polynesian conflicts, and Roman arising imperial eminence, and Abrahamic seed. Kingdom of Ur, King Og, and Thenso, Gilgamesh. Assess, Battle of Edrei, King Og, and Moses, evaluate the reminiscent attenuation of Tutankhamun and Gilgamesh, burial crypts interfered upon. Also review that of the vulgar and depraved incivility regarding exhumation, highlighted of the encasing and distribution of Mary Magdalene's bones, and take into account the Portuguese imported Mexican festival of Day of the Dead, and Plato's portrayal of allegory of cave. The book is called Numbers, because, at the start, God ordered a counting of the people, a census in the 12 tribes of Israel. After counting all the men who are over 20 and fit to fight, the Israelites began to travel in well-ordered divisions, with God in the middle, with the Ark of the Covenant. Via such proverb, God is directly indicated as Moses. I highly suspect a Moses-Trojan incident, however, once again, a victimization against the extant. Ironically, a paperclip association to catalyzed bodies, i.e., infested harboring, and proliferated plague. That right, Elon? Ona, what? Trumpets, drum, 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 auto brewery sins. Jonah Tan, go go go, Fox T. Rot. High Sparrow of Church of, Gills A. More Rays, Giz Dat. Slices a heavenly para, dicey Disney nay hey hey. Oh the Donkey Kong Columbo, Ham Il Ton. Meanwhile, a Colombian man has an affectionate relationship with a donkey. Note the numerics of 12 and 20. The Talmud denotes that Terah was 52 years old at year 2000 AM, Anno Mundi, known as year after creation, indicating that he was born at 1948 AM, aka BC. There is discrepancy of 1353 BC regarding the 18th dynastic pharaohs, Tuthmosis preceded by Akhenaten. That perhaps indicates a blood fusion and a relevance to mana, therefore, blood relations, and transmissible bilinear, bilateral, byproduct, emphasizing the further example of retinue and records. Alas, genus libraries and, therefore, carrier vessel containers. Wowahuaho. A. Descent ascent through Adam, through Noah, through Terah, through David, onward. 52 minus 2000 equals 1948. AD BC, 2000 minus 2000 equals 0. Year 0, that is easily translated to not, nada, nothing, zilch, and vacuum expanse. Patient 0, Yuhu, welcome to the hospital, I hope it heals you well. Before Christ indicates a reference to time and lines. A before and after, thus, a event horizon. 53 Blessington Street, Don Bosco, County Dublin, my first, aftercare, placement at 18 years. 53 is a prime numeric, 2053 will be 3000 AD, from 948. 1939 is the year World War II began. Plus 4 years is 1943. In 2025 I will be 39. Curiously, Max Spears died at age 39 and, as per the content that good man's life work accomplishing, it 'tis of providence, and with expletive example, of providence, although in contention. Denote the numeric +1, 40 plus 1, 2000. 41 as a prime numeric, 42 as a oddity. Account for 2049 Global Communist Manifesto. I recommend historic scrutiny regarding 2003-2023, such will assistive to gaining senses of current affairs, extantly, and laterally correcting with self-attenuation as necessary. Simply the actions of the learning, achieving. Consider the axiom epigram of French Connection, and Canada, Stat of Lib, 1884, what is also the year, Harry S. Truman was born. He was the 33rd U.S. President, 1945 to 1953. I could go on, with I think my brief extrapolation for now suffices to emphasize the magnitude of importance regarding this, and we can't ignore the facts about it. To continue with the aforementioned regarding crystal skulls, and the Quartz conspiracy, denote of the Year of the Dragon, what is the denominating oddity on the illustrated Indo-Zodiac? Scrutinize the cyclical years. In Tom's novel, he describes lords, demigods, magically sapping from such crystal skulls, as though a highly volatile energetic reaction that takes a toll on the user. Attached upon the white eye's body, i.e., armor, and or attire. An archaic theme, it is only the white eyes that can use such objects, and survive the volatile conjure, or evocation, or invocation, unleashing the fictive power of the skulls. I suspect such manipulation upon actual quartz crystalline, of physical artifacts, of a fabricated biotechnical, manufactured processed, tethering, a para-active, ethereal, and incorporeal, brain power, net, of a superpositioned, superconductive, sequenced synthesis. Revisiting what I explained earlier. The twilight rain, fictive book story, highlighting a connection to Twilight Language 1986, and a figurative linguistic title, associated to the blockbuster film trilogy, The Twilight Saga. As mentioned earlier, the fiction is descriptive of myth, lore and magic, yet, with the addition of the saga series, it emphasizes of shape-shifting lichen, vampiric Nosferatu, and magical powers. That there is reference emphasizing fictive artifacts, when there is of actual sameness, in reality, promotes the suspicion of a holistic planned existential premeditation of transformation and terraforming. Do consider the linguistic relevance of long count and Count Vesna, and the association to dynastic counts of manners, a corresponding decrypt with time. A realism of, namely 12 crystal skulls, and white eyes. Mind speaked, accentuations pertaining to Neanderthalensis, and chimpanzees, as magical. Obviously there is connection to brown ethnic sapiens. Not only is it blatantly obvious of Neuralink and lab tech, it is also immediately correlative with a monkey god, relevance, and so, Indian folklore. The synchronous question to classification officialdom of magic eyes only is also further testament that lends to the circumstantial evidence, thus increasing the likelihood to probable certainties. Additional informative sources. The sclera mutations observed in the 1950s onwards, Patterson Incident 1967, Al-Masti, Zana Progeny 1850s, Serbia, Abkhazia and Caucasus. A distinct reference to Illyrian goddess, yet also of prostitution, does correlate with Magdalena Solis in the Mexican Hernandez sect, and most hairy humans, Guinness Book of Records. The denominating factor, mutilation, hybrid mutation, and transformation. That Nikola Tesla was Serbian-Austro-Hungarian, born July 9, 1856, and his father, a Orthodox priest. And that he died aged 86. The personal synchronicity, to myself, is fantastic. As example, on the 9th day of the 5th month, on the year 1986 I was born. As a further curiosity, the prime numeric is 5, the oddities are 9 and 86. Yet the factors are indisputable as far as remaining circumstantial, for all this cannot be trusted. However, ultimately, absolute integrities can. Consider 12 actual crystal skulls, and Eugene Bobin, or Bobin Duverge, who was a French antiquarian. Here are some notable references of the advertisement for his shop, catalog, Oceanica America, arms of savage tribes of Asia and Africa, and prehistoric implements. Note his first name, corresponding with Rudy Eugene, and thus a connectivity to Ronald Popo, the homeless victim he ate the face off of, supposedly for taking his Holy Bible book. Denote the linguistic relevance to Planet Serpo, and the American slang term for police, what is Popo. Rudy was strung out on bath salts, probably Flacca. Consider the name, Eugene, and EU, and Gene. There was reference early on via such mind speakers, in 2017, of a red ruby dimension, a notable situational awareness regarding crystals, a special and general relativity to magnetite elemental saturations clustered upon all the brains, a direct proxy potential of techno-integrations via such biotechnical varieties. For not a technological device would function without magnetite, quite revealing, isn't it, empirically undeniable of the systemizing intention. In Tom Lloyd's fictive book story, it speaks of sorcery, harlequins and harbingers, pilgrims and savior, and the shadow azir, tempest, and storm god, archaic and mythic themes. Child Ruin, depicted as a young boy, who is escorted by a bodyguard, whom is overly obsessive. Ruin is cited in the storybook as savior. Tom Lloyd's depiction of his demeanor is of a hypnotic allure and charisma, yet with deceptive backdrop ulterior of his actual intended motive. His wavy dark eyes, there is clear depiction of a coy allure, denoted of trickery and a strategic maneuvering. as if a game being played with strategic multiple and polarized variables of characterized separatism as per the author's literative example of such myth, lore, and magic, overall fictive depiction. Such referenced theme is distinctive to external primary and secondary data, relevant to such circumstantial example of Antichrist and the Beast computer, and thus a program of emulator. Photometry, mental imaging, sooth and searing, radio to brain wave, to particle, to wave, and simulacrum planetoid multiplex type setting sensitization via sense data. Alas, always online, Sphere Monument Las Vegas, Nevada, and thus connection to Georgia Guidestones, and even the nerves of the life anatomies, Vegas tone, through such name-indexed tapestry. Mass surveillance, and EMF grids, fields, and extraterrestrial exotic stimuli. A clear potentiality relating the sense data of biogenics, as telemetric brain datum, add-ons of packet interchange, exchange, and grotesque twisted binary of biochange and bio-exchange. Through biocircuitry, in imitative modeled SIM, sequencing of blood attributed to synthetic types and server uploads and downloads. Performed as a afflictive necrotizing senescence cellular, biotechnical transmissible as weapons of war, a consequence experienced of a cellular abrasive neurosis particular to intravenous. Out of sight, out of mind, conductivity via the elements of the blood. A brutish servility tech witchcraft necromancy, further exemplified of silent weapons for quiet warfare. Consider George Church, and his expertise, a professor at MIT, involved with his internal colleagues, no pun intended, Geo Guruher. 8. Of the university's AI laboratory, with additional external inclusivities. Titled as a American geneticist, molecular engineer, chemist, serial entrepreneur, and pioneer in personal genomics and synthetic biology. Additionally, is the circumstance of Georg G's. Georg Jesus, wait, wooahoot, defuck, foe, netic, and his birth, associated before and since, 2. Military families, and their accommodations, based, or question, rebased, ahem, at military base living quarters 24/7. Think about the possibility concurrent with tailored genetic tech and test tube babies. Such concerns, where and when George was born, which was MacDill Air Force Base, Tampa, Florida, U.S., 1954. He is 70 years of age. By the ways, why the F, USA? A life support discrepancy, ain't it, ITM? Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo to head. Dom and no. Consider imitative maginal covert subterfuge and CRISPR gene, electrochemical, bio and nanotech, a suspected involvement of a Japanese regiment called Unit 731. The formerly mentioned is attributable to Pied Piper legacy 12th century, and black magic, voodoo, and Celtic Pagani Gani stick fraternity, i.e. druids, witches, warlocks, and shamans, and archaic languages, obviously relevant to Twilight Language 1986. However, of technical biotech denoting neurolinguistics, thoughtography, and language modeling, and bioengine, transgenics and chimera. Corresponding factors of such inclusivity of infanticide, and indigo, aka crystal, aka color children, and the portrayal characteristic of bedazzling colorful clothing. And the obvious cultural connection to Nigeria, antiquated to contemporary. Additionally, of Lloyd's storybook narrative, he characterizes a Count Vesna, who was a general in Lord Isaac's Farlan army. During his wedding ceremony, a evil elf broke into the gathering and killed his soon-to-be wife, Tilla, by way of an improvised explosive device, descriptive, gunpowder incendiary. Enraged he became an aspect of Karkarn, and upon receipt of a red ruby diamond that melted upon the upper of his cheek, he became the god of war. A brief personal synchronicity. During my travels as a vagabond, on the outskirts of Bray Town, I did sleep in a field up from the motorway. I recollect, as I lay in the ditch, a clink, and a visual stimulus, as though a vague photo-optical portal. Atmospherically, I suspect such has to do of a surreal sacrilegious tampering upon, and through, neural imagery, fission. Afflicted and misconducted upon the brain as if antenna heads-up display. Augmented screened interface. As a pair of amp, node attribution to foreigners, and, migration and emigration, a slow methodical social engineered dilution, the disunity of the communities is glaringly obvious. Such theorem of escalated fraternizing, a psyche predominance, electrically over duration of many years, highlights the imposed exposure against me, from especially, year 1. The clink was indirectly associated, yet also directly associated, to me. There was subtle portrayal of a feminine cyborg, however, of secondary separatism of multi-vector effects via peripheral impetus. I didn't seek of what was eluded, as if a diamond or ruby. A mind speaked, red ruby dimension, and, later, a baby gem galaxy, was emphasized as if a absolute density, prosthetic, deep scanned recording of artificial black holes. And galactic microcosmic personal metha universe of verses, LCD plasma. As I awoke in the ditch after laying down to sleep, with just the clothes I was wearing, I recall awakening in the early hours. It was cold and the mildew was yonder. There was, what I now know, was a enticement, to go looking for it in the field, as if a pretense of positive negative, confirmation bias, of illusory consort, a hand in cap, plagiarism associated to, gambling mentality and addiction. Note the word, ruble, the Russian currency, relevance. Another occasion I recollect a reference to demon song that I did hear, whilst out in the countryside, I sense, of nurturing bout it, almost of sorrow too. A acknowledgement now of such, of that, a empathy, and feelings of loving embrace. I wanna feel that, bout it, though, alas, I stay the course, and steadfast, undeterred, that I resolutely share all to do of myself, of life, homage, and being of existence, with all my family, brethren, as I said, looking towards the mirror at Paracui, I stand for the good of all creation, and so I do. And I fear not any, for, entangling tanglements, I do. Call me God not, stand, and, respect, yourself. And, you so, then, respect me too, accordingly. Principal teacher, I am. 'Cause, I wanna. Alas, just as the previous explanation, such was cited as if, a allure, and, a setup of, consortment, alike that of, Count Vesna, and, the brand of Karkarn. Many dots in irises, here now, about me, the storm on Jupiter, and something to do of, the, giant UFO refueling, ink ident. 'Tis a, relevance as though connected to, thrown into the abyss, simultaneous as though, event horizon, at center of galaxy. Embassy adaptions, hap pen nin. For sure. Note also the word, antiquarian, phonetic resemblance to, aquarium, and, Aquarius. Bobin Duverge was an archaeologist, who was registered to the Scientific Commission in Mexico. He opened his shop in 1870, in Paris, and is closely associated with the collection of such crystal skulls, and even posited as the inventor of crystal skulls. Review The Man Who Invented Aztec Crystal Skulls, authored by Jane McLaren Walsh and Brett Topping. The Mitchell Hedges skull is more widely known of, to do with the collection of 12. There is a disputed 13th, ironically. It is the approximate size of a human sapien skull. Consider the most expensive materials used in artwork, apparently, a human European skull, male, who lived between 1730 and 1810. It cost £12 million to embroider with over 8,500 flawless diamonds. Damien Hirst, UK, called his art, For the Love of God. He debuted the artifact at the White Cube Gallery, London, UK, in 2007. Who the fuck does that? Cross-reference the mysterious circumstances to do of the Count of Saint Germain, whose real name and origins remain unknown. He is said to have made far-fetched claims, boasting to being 500 years old. Elon Musk has publicly stated similar, however, of 5,000 years old, portrayed as a mock jest. I suspect gauging the public's reaction, and getting the feelers out. What is a direct reference to the Serpo expedition 1960s. Nixon planning of rendezvous, and 1970s 13-year hiatus. Consider the Roswell crash 1947, 1 year from 1948 founding of Israel, to after Truman announcing the Japanese surrender, subsequently bringing an end to World War II. The connection to Eben's, so-called EBEs and ETs. Note the lingual morphology of in, S, and, M, S, mind speak, and multiple sleer o sis. ISS, ISIS, ISIS. Interesting synchronicity, isn't it? Just hap pen nin, as I write this. And, their purported, Yellow Book. Universe Records. To continue, Saint Germain, acquainted Voltaire, a French writer, and he would come to dub him, the Wonderman, and that, he is a man who does not die, and who knows everything. It is recorded that Germain to had have died February 27, 1784, at Eckernford, Germany, a 200 years later relevance to George Orwell's 1984 fictive dystopia tragedy. Charles, the Prince of Hesse Castle, Denmark. He was born July 19, 1744, and died December 17, 1836, and is recorded as having referred to Germain as one of the greatest philosophers who ever lived. Socrates, one of the four sages, is conventionally referred to as the father of philosophy. Denote the association of Greenland territorial claim by the Danish, and the recent high-tech EMF scanning methods. Obvious sees projects apparatus concerning digital cartographic mapping of such glaciers, and the previous excavations and exhumations of remains within the glaciers in the recent period. And the precursor legacies of archaeological excavations. Such highlights the immediate concern of en masse disturbance and memorabilia transits of rested positioned artifacts and items, to and fro, especially the logistic waypoint, of era. The permafrost exhumations, combined of tropical exploration, think of the incubation periods of such cadavers in such static stilled terrestrial strata, for how long? And, senescence, and then, a necrotizing impetus taken advantage of. Well, due to calculus, think about TIT, the quick resumption of the decomposition processes, and thus, contamination and exposure and disease, infectious roots, manipulated as if. Global polymerization inclusive of renegade motherless bastards, obscenely authoritarian and self-deifying, and insufferably virulent, as blighting Formorians and Furbolg, men from bogs. Legacy warnings, retro and petro, peat farming, yeah maybe that's what that was about. Esoteric, damage control, banning. Think of the isomorphic escapades played as departed escapism, and out of bodgy hosting progeny loved ones, as if vampires cometh back from the dead. Mad for, so wills. Dat right. Vats o cans aw cities. Wuhan norms a necromancies, and oh yeah, the Nancy's too, defuk, leo. The worm zoophile tragedy of horny raunchy men, and the hard-to-get indigenous women. Privileged in their illusory self-professing bondage wet dreams of equality dominance against their fucking men. More interested in penis size and shape, and advocating emasculation, and now, assisted fucking suicide. Dignity in dying, what, boss, tards. Day rage truly palpable hera era. Such the sexualistic extravaganza of a exophilia pack aw motherfucking, players, yeah dat rye. Pharmageddons. One-ing up each other as distracted, contracted, reckless Abaddon, inhuman and inhumane, emphasized of the xeno-exophilic against the species of the natural extant populations of Earth. Do also review that of the Antarctica relevance to Blood Falls and the officialdom publication that such substance oozing out of the glacial ice sheet, such as iron oxide. I have hypothesized Antarctica to really being the location of a cataclysm, 11.5 thousand cycles ago, now referred to as pre-Younger Dryas, such perhaps synchronous with mini-ice age. The last glacial period began about 100,000 years ago and lasted until 25,000 years ago. We are currently in a glacial warm period, unquote. Get this, supernatural, North Face. Supper soldiers, did J, wanna be supper? Or, is dat ju some a tin, dat happened upon ye? Hence, it is a probability relevant to Atlantis. Consider that of ice coring and drilling, and cellular dormant, microbes in such ice, and then bio-lab tech head to geth. Girth, hurried, I nin nanas, ishtars. N rat transgenics, heavy interdictors. Sam Haines N October surprises, N, Samya Zagazes. What the fuck? A skittish rust buzzy, Alderson excretion discs, Pharaoh Magdalene netics. You can feel my effing rage, just coming off this page fax email text lit. One here united, men nay. Back us up supports. Just look at the bodysuit yo. Do ma bone look big in tis? Additionally, singular blob plumes of carnivorous bacteriophage, algae and nitro fuel charge belching, battery packet biotechs, naughty naughties, flying carpet hoover pair sons. Farts ah methanes, as the fucking disgraced self-proclaiming techno king over professing his internal SOS, as if on autopilot. Reaching out to, whose open reception? Ye dad right, you. Such cells have also been dubbed, zombie, cells. It reeks ah cyclical calamities, once in a blue moon, ring gin lunar mooning dinner doorbells, no pun intended Dubliners and orgy reeks, sound like bud. Corrections happening, as you now know, iron oxide is directly associated to blood, and thus a petrochemical, blood of earth, association to petrology, and thus, crystalline, igneous rock, salt. And many industrious applications, namely lithium batteries, lithium pharma, mood stabilizer, doom destabilizer ... Lithium in thermal absorption, aircraft construction. Ceramics, glass, laptops, and cell phones. Due to calculus. Consider the possible connection to the Christian pacifism of Amish, Anabaptist, the Old Order, and a contention against anything English. Also consider the Enochian relevance, that Count Germain was said to hath said, and Enoch said, to not see death. Enoch has also been associated to Metatron. Enoch is recorded as a direct descendant of Adam, the first angel, 4004 to 3074 BC. Through the biblical script it is said that he was subsequently taught all secrets and mysteries and, with all the angels at his back, fulfills of his own accord whatever comes out of the mouth of God, executing his decrees. Some esoteric literature, such as 3 Enoch, identifies Enoch as Metatron, the angel which communicates God's word, unquote. Further to the boisterous veil of hypocrisy, automated spellcheck, capital G, question, Y, pertains to a name, a title, and a location, i.e., multi-location, bi-location, and conduit. Consider the recent British crop circles, specifically the Crabwood ASCII coded message, highlighted of linear binary message. Who was God's first angel? Who was God's first angel? Therefore, the first creation by God was the supreme archangel, followed by other archangels, who are identified with lower intellects. From these intellects again, emanated lower angels or moving spheres, from which in turn, emanated other intellects, until it reaches the intellect, which reigns over the souls, unquote. Note, Nikola Tesla, in his autobiography he called My Inventions, considered cities as spheres. He resided at Paris, whilst he wrote his book that was published in 1919. Oh, the synchronicity. Compare with the great chain metaphor, and the recent escalation of necrotizing senescence, cellular transfusion, thoughtography affliction against targeted brains. In tandem with Montauk, Tulsa, Seance, Ouija, Seriously Nuts Wicca, Pagan Nist, and Ecclesiastical, Necromonger, Warlock, Paganist Techno-Horror. Equate to cryptozoology, and recent open development of transgenics, geno-CRISPR gene mutation, GMO, and corruptive escalation of deliberate tainting crops and domesticated fauna. Consider phosphorus infectious senescence as a wrought procedural techno-fission afflicted against the neurology of the victims, and more recently, a Gen AI, procedural generation. Sim surrogate, dark energy, senescence, molecular diffused, chemical and cyber facilitated warfare. I attended to a British Parachute Regiment course, Prac Introduction, for 4 days in November 20th, 16. The actual course began in January 20th, 17. I was officially discharged by Corporal Reynolds in April. It was my choice to leave before committing to the course, what was a requirement. It was later pretended as if I'd had of absconded, aka AWOL, and Section 8. Prior to my attendance, I was required to go to Belfast City to complete the application process. The first time I had been to Belfast, I recollect a thought suggestive allure, a subtlety years prior, when I went into church buildings, simply to see the architectural layout. A suggestion I recall, as though the island or Arran and the 4 cities, Galway, Dublin, Belfast and Cork, as if associated to a crucifix. Then after, during a accelerated attack, preceding inoculations and abruptly hearing voices, whilst as though a weird kinda daze, a reference with visual and acoustic transmissions too. Wall of Shame, I recollect of dark room depicted as if a ethereal environment, and a attempt as though anchoring me to a fixture, yet I did view such of a third-person view. There was what depicted as if nanoparticle, internalized dimensional artificial synthesis, of many other afflictive combative circumstances, as if, looking for me. Such was also primarily highlighted of, a monster, and, monsters, and, printing effects, later associated to, Federal Reserve Bank of America, and, cryptocurrency and vanity. Irish Celtic, and Indo-European occult, do correspond to, New Age, cybernet imitation, of anatomy of the life. Pagan Ireland, the Tuatha De Danann, people of the goddess Danu. They came from 4 cities to the north of Ireland, Falias, Gorias, Murias and Phineas, where they taught their skills in the sciences, including architecture, the arts and magic. The Danann are often depicted as kings, queens, druids, bards, warriors, heroes, healers and craftsmen who have supernatural powers. They dwell in the otherworld but interact with humans in the human world. Medieval texts about the Tuatha De Danann were written by Christians. Sometimes they explained the Tuatha De Danann as fallen angels who were neither wholly good nor evil. Fomorians are regarded as the Dananns, traditional rivals, who represented the destructive powers of nature. De Danann were ancient people who became highly skilled in magic, but several writers acknowledged that at least some of them had been gods. Some of them have multiple names, aliases, but in the tales they often appear to be different characters, metaphorical. Originally, these probably represented different aspects of the same deity, banner flag, while others were regional names, geopolitics. Apparently Druids were not permitted to writing about their secretive enclave's history. The learning of literature was restricted to Druids. I suspect to do of such lore is explicitly why the aristocracy of Britain to annexing the north of Ireland. 1169 AD. When England first invaded Ireland, it is regarded as the first English colony. Just as the colonization of the Americas, Ireland was subjected against of the same invasive colonization. An interesting corroborative circumstantial. Friedrich Engels posited English colonization of Ireland in a letter he wrote to Karl Marx in 1856. Thus, an immediate attribution to antagonistic Furbolg, Fomorians, and witchcraft, emphasizing demonology. It is answer for why there has been consecutive repeals of the 1642 Witchcraft Act, as recent as 2008. Necromantic witchcraft performed as necrotizing, flesh-eating, exemplified of sarco-lector devourment and tortuous abuse, against any victimized, is illegal, just as murder is illegal. The objects were supposedly unearthed around the world, however, it is obvious of the geographic focus and the distribution then after. Such are now suspected as Trojans, combined of a Germanic, Amish occultic, ecclesial, paganistic, and Aryan insurgency, in conjunction with a planned social engineering. Explicitly to do of garnered systems of socio-economics, a special fixation upon education. Such escalatory emphasis of recent accelerations of the primary impetus of installation pertains to special interests and consolidation, redundancy, formatting, and obsolescence. The Internet, and the use thereof, is observed as a aggregate facilitation, primary to gearing, reliance, and subsistent modeling, feedback looped upon the users, whoever they may be. It is, in fact, a total mythtarian amplified threat. Notable of the macabre, totalitarian dystopia, a draconic technocracy, machined as a demonic parasitic fabrication, ultimately it is illogical and impractical, as I said earlier, a dead-end devolution. It is particular to photometry, harmonics, and quantum superimposed, artificial singularity, that does include, notably, Project Paperclip and Sea-Spray. Seas projects, and external tech, beyond, for I do suspect, it is off-world, invasive infiltration, administered as a consecutive outcome, by narrative, a inverted universe of verses. Yet it is of the input ultimately of all the user's actuations, performed nefariously as a self-ruination. The program has failed, so the prelude of escalated, open threats, played upon, the public, is a broadband of macroscript. Evidently it has been an impetus over many generations. After such, industrial innovations, accelerated via war, a liberalism, then after, consolidation, to retraction, a repeating occurrences clearly of a tesseract afflictive sorting process. Such corresponding with medical cannibalism, and artificial truncation, hence the definitive suspicion of mechanization specific to anatomy scrutiny, composition mapping, and intel coding. A notable evidence is of nations that sat out of World War I and World War II, now referenced as though sidelines. A Indo-Asian global hoarding of resources, especially more recently in Africa, is perhaps further indication of the background enticements and foreground proxies. Africanus, black magic, voodoo, necromancy, and Polynesian oceanic tribes. Duptas, meek inheriting the earth, combined of psychotic, inept, myopic, lobotomized, and hybridized, what is the kinetic military action, obscenity being escalated against me, as I write this. Whilst thought suggestive RFID chipped superbugs, sequenced as Minotaur chattel thought content installation, self-emitting radioing dog mans, as zoophile zombies, posited by DARPA-tastic and USAF. Compromised and renegades, whilst underground debacles raging, downstairs, as planes of Metha, zombie apocalypse publication, upon and via, WHO. A exophilic hybrid warfare, ethereal mutilated shills and griefers, Clinton Foundation. Consider, Denver Airport, artistry murals. Such, cognitive sensory alternates, no doubt, performed as visual graffiti stylizing symmetrical relevance, through the psyche, simultaneous of a Indo-Asian, automatic writing. Geomancy cyberspace grids, and, biometry superimposed, surveyed digital imitation, as alternated analogs. A simultaneous relativism to retro rests, of demonology and, fallen angels, seraphim, transmutants, and changeling transgenics, called demons, and angels. Does coincide with the lulled false sensitized security, whilst a guise denoted of players, and the pompous warped twist, of Zoroastrian arrogance and charisma, fueled as a peripheral pheromonial psyche predominance, factors, typically attributable to many brown ethnic men. You know this, of those who you have acquainted. That, combined of raunchy indigenous men, resorting to zoophilia, for how they've been shunned, and suggested to ruin. The women seduced to pathetic snobbish elite schism, and a backdrop of liberal matriarchy, and patriarchal inept, disconnected to variable escalated invariable misappropriations. Of the tribal unities now clearly, suffering severe sensitized disunity, and threat of decline, the next generations, especially since the advent of new millennium. And selfish special interest, advocacy to sponsoring such by law illegality restructuring, dismantling of nations, it is. Shallow superficial pomp, culturally transitioned to entitlement, whilst their men being destroyed, and their tribal significance eroded right in front of them, all of their lives. To this point, as disgusting revulsions of mutated horror, marching on our streets. Splurging their subsistent pampered sensitized serfdom, for dignity in dying. Affront against the very system itself. Via replacement common and by law, a legal script. Of renegade scumebags, who deserve only one thing, to never to had have existed, to begin with. For they've done, as if normative killing spree subsumption, rape and pillage, torment and persecution. That fucking Pied Piper. And, now look at the mighty German people. Damn right I'm angry. I won't be laying down either, we're going all the way with this now.
Yeah.
Hasn't the stereotypical association to sex and socialites been such a marketing ploy, and now a spouting mogul spoofing grandeurs of depopulation, all of a sudden like? Whilst globally afflicting vaccine protocols under false pretense, typical of a problem reaction solution, solution reaction problem, chemical particle warfare. Where was he 30 years ago? What was he doing then? Such players, especially pre-millennium 2000, during mass migration, the resulting factors leading to a population displacement, financial mobility. Under the added guise of free movement and world citizenship, prior to a fresh new excuse. Consolidation tactics, the underlining of such emergence, is already here, laid of the groundwork, it's in active escalation. A fornication with indigenous female women and the outright affront to their indigenous tribal males. Spells of a follow-up to emasculation, defeminizing, and degenderizing, a anticipated dehumanizing, whilst humanizing a xenomorphic absorption of a exophilic. The same kind of stylized undoing of an entire civilization. This time though, a mass possessive capitalizing, upon a low bottom E, imbued over many generations, who've been geared as open receptors. Whilst duped conscripts integrated under false pretenses, insiders, bonded to, ganglion synth blockchains to feeding upon them, forever, as entity auth tom, ma, ton. Zombies. This is why, there are genetic abnormalities, and such strife escalated in reaction, with the advent of genetic tech. Preventative exactions against a species lifting out of a drudgery of abysmal couch politics, pretensive of gatekeepers and overseers. I can tell you for certain, it's overlords. Such does explain the sheer despondency, corroborated recently with the dead internet theory. Ruthless Negroes, well, they've all been cited as slave race, a Nancy leader, prophetic of Nibiru cataclysm, think she gives a fuck about ye. She's a computer scientist too apparently. And, they all alluded to being networked as per the dupe of being, programmers of subsidiaries, hello world. Rubber duck depugging, alternate osmosis. Of programming languages, that are connected to the machine code, running in the background. A third wheel axis, client side, server side, the terminal, and the remote, the fourth industrial revolution. Such influx, now clearly, associated to Nephilim insurgencies, after defiling the bodies via multivectors. White, albinos, invasive hominid mutants, and geno records of hominid types, complexions of handicaps, are a dead giveaway. Be our own, and W height. Look at hieroglyphics of Osiris and Isis. Consider, pre-Younger Dryas, and statistically determine the mythic records of indigenous relevance with the calculable cultural, special relativities to that of the illustrated apparel. Artifact resemblance, and the typeset definitions of archaic languages spoken several thousand years ago, consider distances, geographically, it shouts of cataclysm. And it signals that such was a deliberate global destruction, dismantling, and devolutional enforced reset. Perhaps that it was a sloppy pandemonium, further indicates a natural catalysm allowed to happen, and then, manipulated and kindled as a holistic collapse of the civilization. Consider, Agenda 21, and the approaching, Agenda 30. Also, account for the 2029 rendezvous of the Apophis asteroid 99942, contemplate the binary of 69, siphon, and Tesla's special numeric, 369 and 42, 21 plus 21 equals 42. Consider, obsessional attribution, in African countries such as Somalia, Uganda, and Nigeria, to magical abilities and special powers. A biohacking, cannibalism, and Nibiru, relevance, and Samyaza, and the Watchers, fallen angels. The crystal skulls where predominantly transported to Central European locations, including Britain, the British Museum. What is the current location of the Mitchell Hedges skull? There is no actual mention of such artifacts in antiquated Mayan culture or other, indicating the impetus as a New Age fabrication exemplified of animatronic, robotic, cybertronic, next coming of the mat, and delusion dystopian parasitic, mechanical cannibal madness. Relativized to Nibiru, Anunnaki, and home world. And indigenous tribal hatred against the white man, while at obsessed with such white man. Consider Twilight Language 1986. Apparently such crystal skulls are said to have been manufactured in Germany, a Nuremberg precursor perhaps primarily in Eder Oberstein. Renowned for crafting objects from imported Brazilian quartz during the 19th century. Such artifacts have been attributed to mythic records of Atlantis and para-activity and magic. It has been stated that should all 12 of such skulls be brought together, that such to initiating apocalyptic events. It is now highly suspect of a holistic planning interrelated to Yellow Book, so-called universe holographic records. More probable now is that of a quartz memory, nanotech, laser etching memory, aka Superman memory. It is suspected of a Memoribilia anchorage association of crystalline caves and crystalline microbes extracted from such crystal quartz caves, namely in Mexico. In line with such holistic planning, synthesized as a superimposed tethered trace and foreground co-piloted, mutated crazies as altered carbon, GMOs. Pretended as isomorph projectile para-perversion, through the conduit trace of its probable implantation, legacy may be 16th or 17th century, similar to unearthed solid gold and silver plates. Are discs that were buried in fields where crop circles are popular, further signaling that of a British-backed internal xeno, hostile to the species. Such crystal skulls are most probably transported Trojans, and just like a incubation status, manipulated as if a central node, and GI, ant. Ganglion, insecta. Review. Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. The crystal skull looks like a genuine artifact, and not merely a prop. Such electrical tracing is obvious of a machine processing through the actual distributed patternism, telemetrics, biometrics, geometrics, crystal, and colored children, aka indigo children and starseeds. Crystal gazing, electronic harassment, and mass distribution, prolific exotics of affliction, amplified via such biotechnology, organized, calculated and palpable. The emergent existential threat of machine world, machine nation, machine people, and machine universe. Alas, I have said, all of our machine nations, the all, round bout, you. Logic computes, logic distributes. Absolutions of integrity, respected. Alignments success, lateral accords succeeding. Consider, Pied Piper, on the 26th of June 1284 AD, wearing multicolored clothing, said to have led 130 children born in Hamelin, Germany, out of the town, and mysteriously disappeared. Correlate the following references to How Stuff Works, Homunculus, and Hidden Lead-Encased Bunker in Germany. Scrutinize the imaging illustrations and murals of modern-day depictions, interrelative with the pagan festival called Samhain, aka Halloween. Such is celebrated once per annum on the 9th month of the Gregorian calendar. Highlighting Islamic pilgrimage during such month, for Muslims it is called Hajj, a mass influx to Mecca, aka House of Allah. Consider the timeline escalations, before and after such Pied Piper event, and the numerics of the date. October surprise, and geopolitics. Consider telemetric anchorites, and amalgams of telemetry partitioned uniformed, tapestries via television, phonics, stereo and analog. Radio, cybernetics, and Black Mirror, scotopic, allegory of cave, pitch. And optical isomorphic cryptid, ethereal, heads-up displays. Reflect on the radioed, battened down to hatches. And acknowledge that of what environmental material surrounds the everyday life of inhabitants of that entire region. Sand. Muammar Abu Minyar al-Gaddafi said, in Timbuktu, during a conference in 2006. Quote, "We have 50 million Muslims in Europe. There are signs that Allah will grant Islam victory in Europe. Without swords, without guns, without conquest will turn it into a Muslim continent within a few decades." Gaddafi was born the 7th of June 1942 and died on the 20th of October 2011. Oh so, coincidental, isn't it? He was the leader of Libya from 1969 when he overthrew the monarchy in a bloodless coup. Think of the numeric alignments: 7, 42, 20, 69, and 19, 20. 20 and 19 correlate with the long-term commitments. The revealed premeditated intention, all along. It brings into question every Muslim, and in fact, every foreign national, naturalized or otherwise, as guilty until proven innocent of covert collusion to committing ethnic euthanasia and systematic barbaric extermination against the entire metropolitan civilization. Indiscriminate of such obscene, unforgivable revulsion. Far too easy. How's dat? Revelation for ye. Proverb, row boat. Oat g na hey toe. Boot, to, head. Sounded native Indian, didn't it? The brain cited as a planetoid emphasizes the point of impact and the intention against the brain stem, its root, and its activity, whilst the biogenic body, incited against is a universe. It's not all batty though. To documenting the negative, why did dad batty happen at all? A physical association to necromonger fabrication, by way of cults, escalated via technocultism and culturized personality. It is a certain inclusive probability. I suspect is so, because of a deliberate premeditation, of separation of nimbus from areola, a glory it is called, yet a contrast of separation indicates a dissective ruination preceding death. As a necro death politics, the miserly necromonger. I do suspect such notation of glory separation is actually attempted as a linear, liminal, elicitation, deliberate of the actual intention of technical amputation. That does indeed correlate with Egyptian mummification. The pineal gland conduit conduction highlights the high-tech manipulation of the present causality, pressured of crystalline and elemental, hydro, saturations. Substances such as magnetite upon the brain and synapses of the biogenic body, a storage media sim, capacitated as an incapacitation, binary low-bottom cast, statics, yet a dynamic diamagnetic para. Pharaoh, HUD, manipulated as a weapons system. For, alas, not a technical gadget would be, if not for the explicit use of magnetite. Resounds a likeness of that billion-dollar Avatar movie, doesn't it? Consider Vatican City's chronovisor. Such is explanation of the disemboweled spectral and motion-capturing intrusion in escalation as macro-scripted catalyst, VATs, superpositioned, and rested upon targeted lifeforms and thus irregularly exposed at the terrestrial surface. The trance, the glare, the paralysis, the crystal-gazing divination. Through the portal meridian of gateways, a ghost car dimension rift, alternates of injunction, magnetic balls, monster nest eggs, inside of heads, and Hispanic madness for aliens in head, whilst eggs of life blooms associated to the actual creators. Get it, I'm not a celebrity, but Getty Images me outta here, they be going back there soon. Freddy Krueger National Forest of South Africa. The subtropical invasive bee wax, on, tax off, hive done, much. Genome, Project Hexagons. Ha ha. Fun times. The kinetic affliction via high strangeness, psychic command regiment, USAF example, is perhaps dependent upon the instance of opportunistic morbid, after-death consumption. Worthless husks, as it was said, through the mind speak, don't speak in the mind speak, it's only meant for combat, Operant. Lee. Ya. Possible correlative factors of such high strangeness, and, missing 1 anomalies, and cattle-to-chattel hybrid exotics, conducive to organ harvesting and bioengineering. Consider 1,500 documents released by the Pentagon in 2017, and Brazilian UFO Incident 1986, and Cosmic Revenge. A. Wholly compromising of hominoid life forms, in hypocrisy of framed brains is allegory of crystal cave, stonework repeats ink discombobulation, delirium, dementia and psychosis aversion. The hallmarks of accelerated neurotic beta decay and cognitive decline disguised as old age. Thus a probability of cold fusion and electrostatics of anomalous activity, and disjointed desperate factors concerning adrenal chrome enzymes, emphasized of its apparent purple coloration. What then is also conducive to electromagnetic red and blue, amalgams of white, black body radiator, color-coded, pitch and bright, mechanism, and radiometry, alas, dark, is light also. So, a diamagnetics, paramagnetics and ferromagnetics, color noise, infra and ultrasound, and ultraviolet, infrared spectrum. Consider Carlo Laboratory in Puchiko, Poland, and Christopher Dunn's assessment of the Pyramid of Giza as a hydrocellular electromagnetic radioactive dynamo, a catalyst for nuclear battery power. Interestingly, the location is called complex and Necro Polis. Polis is Greek for a city-state in ancient Greece, and Scottish and Irish form for police. Consider what the Egyptian military headquarters looks like, and the Naval Communications Station Harold E. Holt, Northwest Cape, Australia. It is simply obvious of the laboratory Petri and macrobiometrics, a draconic technocracy on the fringe, as peripheral immediate xenomorphic pine gaps and Broadman Area 51s. Correction 52s, engineerings of chimeras, from harvested locale materials and premeditated entangled infection. Antiquated artifacts attest to past occurrences of such abysmal glorification. Thus, contemporary horrors, particular to intravenous vamp and Nosferatu, carnivorous leech and tethered parasitic perversion. It is particularly evident of perhelion electroluminosity and transgenic weapon systems, manipulated through remote bill location, what is sometimes referred to as multilocation. A. String theorem, triangulation, quantum teleportation, entanglement, exemplified of crystal grid telemetry, and flat earth bonsai, homunculus oculus, and multidimension of the senses. As if partitioned stencils, whilst such conscripted disenfranchised humans, and other lifeforms, in cahoots of Project Aquarius, Aquari UMS, as severely radicalized necromancer gimps in cohort enclaves. Gangs, enlisted as participant star badges, and something most evil prisons of the world, cited as one-ing up each other, initially, now a reverb, I sense a transmission subtlety. And, that was then, right now is right now, no pun intended. Such was, mind speaked, of a target practice, suspected of a renegade infiltration upon DARPA-tastic, synthetic environment for analyses and simulation, sees projects, battles of Ragnarok. Now, a sense too, to compensating, whilst reaching a SOS, and armistice. Such hath to do, of rested string superpositions, a sequenced bill located temporal transgression over 30 plus cycles. A. Entanglements resulted via strawman derivatives and other. Such as poignant example, that truly distinguishes the horror of hybrid warfare and transgenic supplantation. A harvesting macrobiome, absorption via technical traced recon, as pseudoscience, neural toxicity, and displacement tele to hollow ported, transfused, med-A fiction. Hence, cannibal mongoloid and schizoid travesty. Spectre para-subterfuge aggregates of nephilimbic unhinged cyclops lenses, fabricated by weapons, from weapons, and through weapons, as electron microscopic particulate matter and fine dust. Digitized formation, orchestrated as a brute force hacking, integration, assimilation and absorption, as if synthetic ganglion abomination, to negative gilded egoism, static nebulous Google Earth. 2D, 3D optical illusion, hence, blind, deaf and dumb. Consider, the Green Berets, reported mission debriefing, of a Green Beret soldier, to had have shot what was referenced as a Sasquatch, in the woods. And, neural cognitive electric weapon schism, of murder and killing, as if power gains. Released of such tethered to interactive interconnected, and untamed. Consider, the film, Operation Ragnarok. And the programmed morbid necromonger affiliation, concerning, keeping what killed, and, assumption of property of the victim, and also, the correlative factors of Hernandez sect, Magdalena Solis, and Peter H. Gilmore. Interrelative circumstance concerning, serial killing, and, Zodiac killer, of the 1960s San Francisco, and the recent decrypted cipher of coded message. Emphasizing, having enough workers for heavenly dice. A. Socio-normalization of the word, entity, corporatocracy, and, personality cultism, and, telemetric electrics. Note the Venezuelan economic disaster, the consumption of dog meat. In other news, particularly in Asia, dog meat was a delicacy. You've heard of shark fin soup. The Venezuelans resorted to cannibalism after they ran out of zoo inhabitants, and you've heard about roux, a potential causal vector to transformative transmigrification. The predecessor of a de facto autocratic dictatorship of Hugo Chavez, and the selling of the country's rich ore deposits to unscrupulous and ravenous, so-called energy conglomerate. Chavez was born the 28th of July 1954. He died the 5th of March 2013. Denote the name index relevance with Hugo weaving. Do you remember about the gas fields off the coast of Ireland post-2000, pre-2010? Yeah, they hushed that right quick, didn't they? Fuck you, Enda. Now, get a load of tis. Concerning a surreal, premeditative victimization of Roswell crash occupants known as EyE's, and Ebens of Zeti Reticuli, 39 light-years distant from Earth. They divulged of their universal holographical so-called universe records to the 12 Serpo military sheep-dipped astronauts during their expedition in the 70s. Just like a feckin' space genre RPG, video game, in it. Stella, Eris, the Greek goddess of strife and discord. I wonder if she's related to Set, Twinkle Twinkle, Whittle Star, I'd. Consider the Battle of Los Angeles, UFO Incident 1942, and the U.S. military's order to bombarding the flying saucer with heavy artillery. The craft was in difficulty and was not aggressing. A suspicion of obsessional commitment to obtaining so-called alien technology and precursor Al-Masti, conquesting the white man, homeland, territories, and beyond. A. Atlantean and Athenian relevance to corruption of youth. Consider Mycenaean, Minoan, and Spartan, oddity of long-lasting, bitter resentment. And Alexander the Great's lineage connection to the short-lived Archimedean Empire, and what happened after his assassination. Hellenism, Pontus, Zoroastrianist idealism, preceding the precursory Anatolia Persian incursion. Ottoman, nomadic displaced roots, lineage connection to Mongolia, Liao. Consider Skinny Bob and Heaven's Gate synchronicity. Brodmann Area 51, Corbinian Brodmann in 1907, comparing other species to the human anatomy, specifically the brain, and a more recent escalation of humanizing and dehumanizing hominid ETs. And eugenics threats imposed via xenomorphic profiling and ludicrous suggestive contempt of euthanasia, assisted suicide. It is an offense legally. Yet, I have personally witnessed radio advertisement via 2FM, breakfast, in year 2024. Dignity in dying, 2024. Catholic bishops have urged caution over the 34th Dale legislating for assisted suicide, unquote. Transgender, elicitation, and emasculation, sex change and redesignating attempts of gender types, elicitating infants and kids, of what sex they feel like. How's your mood? What up, Doc Martens, so Wills? Seriously fucking. Boot to head, I'm tellin' yes. White hot flame fire. No placebo effect. I must state, all of those who advocating such revulsion of dignity in dying, politicians, advocacy groups, and lobbyists, and especially those whom simply abstaining, can expect the most severe reprisals of consequence. Those explicitly involved directly, of such horrific redaction threats, again, legality dignities for equality purposes, and social protections, are then so, incriminated as co-conspirators. Of euthanasia and eugenics, in other words, mass genoi, mean, genocidal, shiz, geno of decidal murder. And so, the penalty of such crimes, is intrinsic cleansing, and vanquishing, as, 'tis has been notified, of psychopathy as if a disease. Hence, like poison from a festering septic wound. Oh, de fuck king of Meninges. Oh, did you say bony and Jesus at same time? What, boon storm I mean bone. What up lich, head for hills. Oh, I wouldn't go der. Beast western plague lands, Reich. So, arranged suicide, a binary irony denoting the revulsion preceding, go forth and multiply, a more recent corroboration is the 2017 1500 docs released by the Pentagon. Consider silent weapons for quiet warfare, and TR-3B Black Manta, and Lockheed A-12 Archangel reconnaissance aircraft, aka Article 128. Are you enjoying the torrential downstorm, SAR? Here, have an umbrella, Umbra Andre. Correlate with Lockheed TriStar, Eastern Airline Flight 401, High Strangeness, and Starlink Fields and Grids, CERN, and plans for hundreds of thousands more orbital satellites, and remote-controlled drone apparatus. O's airy, guess who? News Bulletin. Elon Musk's youngest son's name, XAA-12, a synergy that equates to Aesir Old Norse gods, 10, and 2 others. The 10 Aesir are Odin, Thor, Tyr, Balder, Heimdall, Brage, Vale, Ul, Vidar, and Forset. Fur, Rig, Dun, and Siv are Aesir goddesses, and Loki, Odin's foster brother, is also numbered among the Aesir, although, and unlike the others, he was never worshipped in pagan Scandinavia. Elon Musk's 12th child's name is correlative with the Norse Loki, and Tom Hiddleston, and, especially, Kevin Durant's film acting, denote of his close friendship with Elon. Consider the label of Project Rosemary, company notifies public. This project will develop technologies and devices for new directed energy weapon systems for the needs of the armed forces and other uniformed services. Contact Street Prince Bolesław, 6. 01494, Warsaw, secret address post, 96. Company data. District, Court, for M. St. Warsaw in, Warsaw, 13th Commercial Division, of the National Court, Register. There is direct correlation to chivalry, knighted titles, and policing the populations of municipal and national borders, specifically concerning the linguistic anagram of the word, serpo, popo. It reeks of paramilitary alternates, in syndicate war ship pings, XXX, and the association to Roswell, Ebbins, and Zeddy Reticuli, Skinny Bob, and Zeddy Talk. And the false prophet and self-proclaimed liaison, Nancy Leader. As a side note, it is a curiosity but, do note the apparent associations of Las Vegas and Los Angeles to the name index of Angela. Consider Angela Dorothea Merkel, a German politician who was chancellor from 2005 to 2021. 21. She also attended the Gothard Tunnel opening ceremony, with many other foreign dignitaries, of a weird wacky publicized debacle, including those watching through the television. A revolting deification of war, death, and destruction, through namely, biotechnical cyberspace, a unconventional, hybrid warfare, that has obviously involved every system of authority throughout the entire world, implicating all those people as co-conspirators of collective mass murder. And then, there's Angela Belcher, a biochemist who was working on manufacturing synth viral power battery capacitors, a vile, and obscenely criminal, ecclesiastical, thelema, matrix, relevance. Masonic, Asiatic Taoist, religious war. How's Obama Angela, a New Age dystopian direction of downward abysmal, horror and, ultimately, dead-end devolution. Also consider this, Angelus, and, Vegas. Angela, Angelos, and, Angelos Vegas, veg as in gel A. Clarify, with, they gas T, 1, and, veg as nerve. In conclusion, a courtesy to Charlie Chaplin. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes. Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think and what to feel. Who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle. You are men, you have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery. Fight for liberty. Suspect. Promo bot, Hanson Robotics, Neuralink, Activision, IBM, Microsoft, Facebook, Bohemia Interactive, and Silicon Valley, as primary advocates to PRISM Act, ABCs, Centauri. Facilitation of synthetic environments for analyses and simulation, sees USAFJF-COM. Consider what Eisenhower warned of, in his final address to that nation. Chaos prevention, updated. This is a programming language by the ways. Helluhu, one here united. Farewell.